this is the start of something new. Taking my steps only forward. A change in the air, can you feel it too? This world is so big around the corner. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do with my time. With my time. Life is a blessing, such a gift, and I am so lucky to be here. Live to the fullest, don't resist. No time to waste, so have no fear. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do with my time. 'Cause this is my time. What I wanna do with my time. My time, my time is meant to be all mine. All I bring with me in life is my time, my time, my time is mine. And now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
This is Magnus for Freestyle Chess, take one.
The Norwegian Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen, widely regarded as the greatest of all time, began his journey at an early age.
I learned the rules of chess at about 5 years old from my father, and then I got into it at the age of 8. One of my first goals starting out in chess was to beat my older sister. I generally wanted to beat her at everything.
Undeniably, the five-time world champion, known for his dominance across all formats, also needs time to unwind.
I only started getting into golf a year and a half ago, but I'm loving it. It's good to get out in nature, get some fresh air, and hacking and whacking for a few hours.
The first ever winner of the Freestyle Chess Greatest of All Time Challenge 2024 at the Weissenhaus. He co-founded Freestyle Chess alongside Jan-Henrik Büttner, setting a new statement as a leading figure for a bold new chapter.
Freestyle is very important to me. It's something I've wanted to do for a long time, and it's going to be interesting to see how it develops from there.
With a peak ELO rating of 2,882, he's not just part of chess history, he's still writing it.
I have a goal here to learn even more, and most of all, just to delve into the intricacies of the 960 different positions that we might get.
Magnus, congratulations. You're through to the final after beating Fabi today. You will be playing Hikaru, which is probably the fans' dream final. Would you rather have played Hikaru or gotten revenge against Vincent?
At the moment,
I'm not really thinking about that. I'm just really happy to have gotten through today, and yeah, I think Hikaru played a very good game today, and yeah, it's a very strong opponent.
And as for your own game?
I think I did really well for a while. Then he started to dig in and defend, and my energy kind of dipped quite a bit. And after that, it was, I think, pretty random. But the way the time control works is that you don't get more time. So at a certain point, it was clear that I was a little bit up on time, so I thought I'll try and pressure him and try make something happen quickly. And yeah, fortunately for me, it worked better than I could have imagined.
It's clear you're not at the top of your shape, but that's due to being under the radar rather than not being happy with the chess today.
I'm just happy to be through to the final. It's like I could sense, of course, that Fabi was not at his top, like at his best physically, and I think there's just something going around here that's that's leaving a lot of people like a little less than 100%, but gotta try and make the best of it.
Magnus, we'll let you go get some rest. Congratulations and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Vidit, you drew the second game against Praggnanandhaa. Unfortunately, that means you're out of this tournament. Can you first reflect a little bit on the two classical games that you got to play here?
So yesterday, I think I played one of my best games until a certain point. I had outplayed Prag move by move, and I had got a serious advantage, and there were multiple ways to convert it. But at some point when I got low on time, I didn't play the best. I kind of collapsed, and from better to equal to worse, that was a very quick change. So I'm disappointed. I was very disappointed with that. And today, I don't know, I have not checked yet with Engine. It looked like I had a decent position. I don't know if I had advantage at any point. It seemed like a very normal game, but I'm, of course, more disappointed about yesterday.
It was a disappointment, especially, you came here off your wedding. Do you think, in a sense, that all of that having happened, the celebrations lasted for days? It was a fantastic time, seemingly, watching the footage. And do you think it was just too much, a lot of tiredness also coming into this tournament?
Yeah, I haven't slept well since a long time because the preparations took quite a toll. So probably the fatigue showed up because I was playing decent, but when I got low on time, I was not quick enough. And probably fatigue is one of the reasons why I was making those errors. So yeah, probably if I was more well-rested or fresh, things would have been different. But I think it's unfair to blame it on anything else. I'm happy about what I did. So there are no regrets when it comes to that. Of course, the play could be better.
It's always tough so soon after the tournament ends to draw some conclusions. But what are some takeaways maybe that you already thought of?
Regarding the format, I like the format, and I'm very grateful that I got to play here. I like the fact that we don't have to prepare before a game. That's quite refreshing, and over the board also it's very interesting to play this kind of chess. Apart from that, I did realize that I was rusty. I hadn't seen chess or practiced chess in a long time, and that showed up when I had little time. So that's something that I have to think about going ahead, that I have to get back in shape. And apart from that, I am also having existential questions about am I enjoying playing chess or not? Because there were moments where I was not really enjoying. So that's something that I'm thinking about.
So you mean not just here at the Freestyle, but in general in your career?
Yeah, since last 4-5 months, I have not been feeling great when I'm playing chess. So That's why I did not play a couple of tournaments as well, like starting from World Rapid and Blitz and then Vikensee and stuff like this. So that's something definitely that I'm thinking of. Maybe I burnt out and I kind of needed a break. So maybe I need to rest and just not do anything for a while and then see where things go.
So you don't have any tournament plans at the moment, I imagine? Or?
No, not in the recent times. Probably that's a good thing because I'm just too tired to play. And chess, I think people underestimate how much energy chess requires, the mental fatigue. As a chess player, somebody would know, but a non-chess player, I think for them it's hard to realize. So I'll just take a break for a while, not think about chess, and then reflect when I have some time.
And Vidit, just to finish on a positive note, or hopefully positive, how was your time in Paris here so far? You're with your wife and the venue, all that. How has it been?
Yeah, the weather is very nice in Paris. And I did go out with my wife a couple of times and we did have a good time. And I'm very grateful that she's here so that she can accompany me to a tournament. And she's also enjoying the city. So everything else apart from my games is good.
Well, Vidit, thank you so much for your time. We wish you all the best as you search for those answers. And yeah, just all the best for the future.
Thank you very much.
Arjun, congratulations. What a day of chess for you. After losing yesterday, you first struck back in the Clasical, won the first rapid game and now held a tricky endgame. Out of the 3 games today, which one was your favorite?
I think I should go with the Clasical game because there were quite some beautiful moments in that.
What was your favorite moment in that game? Was there something you were particularly proud of?
F4 followed by Queen D8 was very cool to play. F4, E4, Bishop F6, G6, Knight G4 is crushing, and after Knight E4, Queen D8 is such a cool move to play. You don't really get to play such moves often.
How does it feel to win this match after a long day of chess?
It feels great. Obviously, not in contention for first anymore. That is disappointing. But I have, in this must-win kind of situations, I have done quite poorly. So winning this game definitely boosts my confidence in such situations.
Prag stayed here the whole time you were playing. Is it nice to have that support out of a close friend while you're playing?
Yeah, it is definitely nice. I jokingly said maybe you should stay back, and I didn't think he would actually stay, but I'm happy to have such a friend.
I did an interview with him and he wanted to be done before the game started because he wanted to take a look. Tomorrow you're playing Maxime. Are you looking forward to that match?
Yeah, very much. We have played quite a few times and many games I got better, but he's always very, very tricky and has this great tricky resources he finds. So it's always a pleasure playing against him.
And finally, something else, the final, Magnus Carlsen against Hikaru Nakamura. What's your prediction? Who will win it?
I think Magnus will win it.
Arjun, thank you very much. Congrats again and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Maxime, congratulations. After losing yesterday's first game, today you first bounced back in the Clasical game and now you just won the tiebreak. How does it feel to win this match?
Yeah, it was very nice because after 2 losses in a row with Fabi as well, I really wanted to play better. And yeah, today it worked out pretty well.
Do you feel you played a lot better today?
For sure, I was feeling sharp in terms of openings, tactics.
And what was your experience like of playing the playoff here against Nodirbek?
Yeah, these were 2 very, very double-edged games, especially the first one I was in big trouble. And second one, I was happy with the way I found this bishop f5 and then you're symmetric, but my bishop is a bit better and it worked out very well, even though I was losing some tempi. So at least it was an interesting concept.
It's not clear yet who you will play tomorrow. It will be either Nepomniachtchi or Erigaisi. Do you have a preference?
I never have a preference.
And finally, let me ask you for a prediction. We have a big final between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. Who do you think is going to take it?
I'll be boring.
And go with Magnus?
Yes.
Well, Maxime, congratulations once again and best of luck for your own match tomorrow.
Thank you.
My name is Vincent Keymer. I'm a German chess player and from nearby Mainz.
The young pioneer of a new generation was the first winner of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour 2025 located at Weissenhaus. He found his way to chess pretty early on.
Yeah, it was at age 5 and it was quite a coincidence actually. I just found a chessboard somewhere in my parents' home and that's how it all started.
He burst onto the scene in 2018 with a stunning win at the Grenke Open and soon after became the youngest German grandmaster in history.
That was kind of the start of my professional chess career and also the tournament which opened up a lot of international opportunities.
With an ELO rate of 2,718, Keymer stands among the best in the world. A calm, focused presence at the board with a style that blends discipline, deep preparation, and quiet confidence.
One of my most important strengths was the will to win, like to never kind of stop, always continue. It's basically attacking the opponent and never letting go until you got what you wanted.
That relentless mindset is exactly what the reigning champion brings to the board.
I'm going to give it absolute everything to perform as good as possible, play good games, and hopefully I even win.
Let's find out what the future will bring.
Hikaru, congratulations. You're the first player through to the final after beating Vincent today. How does it feel to be the man to take him down?
Yeah, I mean, it feels good. It was a very interesting game. Of course, I don't know how the analysis went before the game, but in the white side, I think everyone listened to Magnus or something like this, and they all played c4. And when I was analyzing with Fabi and Nepo, we sort of were very unhappy with this d4, d5, b3. And then, of course, Vincent played it, so I had to figure it out at the board. I thought what I did with knight d6 and the c5 made sense, but it was very complex, and I mean, at some point, Vincent tried too hard. He played this h4 move, which I think was bad to begin with. And then it kind of went downhill because I was able to queenside castle, and it was just a tough position to play. So, I mean, that's the danger is I think Vincent overestimated, but he thought he was better, and then it's kind of gone, and it's like very hard. Like I did this yesterday where I thought I was better, I missed it, and then I kept trying to keep the game going. And I felt that Vincent did the same thing today where he sort of lost a sense of danger, and then once I got to castle queenside, I mean, it was very hard to play. He was very resourceful, and he found this bishop takes f5. I already thought I was close to winning, but ultimately I was able to just play some good moves and get the win.
How much does it mean to you to be in the final?
Yeah, I mean, it's nice, of course, to be in the final, but the job isn't done, so I have to play Magnus next.
Yeah, I think we're hearing something behind us. The game did just end, so Magnus will be your opponent. Is that the dream final?
I mean, it's exciting to play Magnus. We've played a lot over our careers. We obviously played a Fischer Random match in 2018 in Norway, so I have a lot of experience against him. So yeah, just looking forward to it. Should be fun.
Can you tell us what happened the last time you faced him in a match in this format?
Well, I mean, that was 2018. I think I lost by 2 or 3 points. I don't remember the score. Trying to think if I've actually even played him anywhere recently. Since 2018, I don't think I've played Magnus actually in Fischer Random. I don't think. But whatever. It's a chance to play him and it'll be fun.
Will you change anything in your approach, your preparation, or just continue as you have so far?
No, I mean, I think it'll be more of the same. I think just keep analyzing with Fabi and Nepo, and hopefully good things happen.
Hikaru, congratulations once again, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Paris, the city of art, culture, and now freestyle chess. Welcome to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. I'm your host, James Dash, and over the next 8 days, we will watch 12 of the world's top-rated grandmasters will compete at the highest level. Freestyle chess is unlike anything the world has ever seen. And who better to bring in this fantastic event than my incredible friends, David Howell and Tanya Sacha.
James, it's great to be back with you boys. Paris is the perfect city for the second leg of the Grand Slam Tour. Of course, Paris has emblematic architecture and incredible art. But the city is also home to iconic chess history, from casual matches in Jardin de Luxembourg to 3 global chess tournaments in the 19th century, to chess cafes that have attracted the likes of Voltaire, Rousseau, Ben Franklin, and even a young Napoleon.
You're absolutely right, Tanya. Paris has been the setting for some thrilling chess tournaments throughout history, from famous artists like Eugene Delacroix to legendary chess players like La Bourdonnaise and Alexander Alekhine. Freestyle chess is now going to write the next chapter in Paris's chess legacy. what makes freestyle so unique is how we play chess. The players will compete in Chess 960, which randomizes the pieces on the back rank to level the playing field. Before each game, we will pull one of 960 positions, which the players will then have 10 minutes to discuss.
Which forces players to rely on their intuition and adaptability. Every move is crucial. And as we know from the Weissenhaus Slam, drama is guaranteed.
With the best players, creators, and commentators in the world, get ready for the second leg of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour, live in Paris.
As the world's elite runners blaze through the streets here in Paris, France, the world's best chess players prepare to do battle here in our final 2 days of over-the-board freestyle chess action. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour here in Paris, France. I'm James Dash, as always, joined by Tanya Sachdev and David Howell to preview our finals action, and what a finals we have in front of us. Beyond that, though, the fact that it coincides with such an elite event taking place quite literally steps away from the venue that we are in as we made our way in, seeing just hordes of runners flooding through the streets here in Paris. It just feels like a finals day.
Yeah, rather them than us, though, the marathon runners, that's all I'll say. But hopefully that will inspire Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, the El Clasico, the big clash that we've all been waiting for, the big long-awaited final, 2 deserved finalists. And yeah, this is where it all begins, this final table.
World number 1 versus the world number 2. We're talking literally the 2 best players on the planet. You know, 1 title on the line, 1 slam on the line. Massive tour points, $200,000. But when these 2 meet, it's really not about the numbers. It's pride, glory, another chapter in their epic rivalry.
The more things change, the more they stay the same. You know, we can change the format up all we want, and still the best chess players seem to find a way to separate themselves from the rest. It was no easy task for either of these players to make it all the way to the finals. Of course, a wounded Magnus Carlsen from Weissenhaus, having been undone by the very own Vincent Keymer. He does make it back to a final table here. Hikaru, of course, doing what no other player has been able to do in freestyle chess so far, and take down that Vincent Keymer, the defending champion from Weissenhaus, on his trip to a finals as well.
Yeah, I've got to say, it's hard to pick a favorite. Hikaru Nakamura did win the Fischer Random World Championship a few years ago. He hasn't really had the opportunity, though, to show his authority, show his dominance against Magnus. That's the one question. Magnus has been fantastic throughout this event. It feels like he's been at a very stable level. Hikaru's been getting better day by day. Didn't start so well in the round robin, but has really, really stood up strong the last few rounds.
It's got to be the ultimate final, right? Because you've got the 5-time classical 518 world champion here, the 5-time US champion Hikaru Nakamura, the 5-time speed chess championship as well won by him. A huge, huge clash, and I think so much of it will come down to who gets the kind of positions that they thrive on. The thing I love about this matchup, right, David, is that I think both these players really push each other to the absolute limit. Every aspect of the game, every move of the game.
Fatigue has been a question. Illness has been a question. David, I know you got a word from Magnus, though, this morning, and it seems like he's very much on the up and up. So perhaps what could have been a question is subsiding.
Yeah, I should clarify, probably I was the super spreader in this tournament.
Didn't need you out yourself like that.
Magnus has forgiven me. He sat with me at breakfast. He said he's feeling a lot better. Yesterday, he said, actually, the latter stages of his game against Fabiano, he said it was all a bit of a blur. He still got the job done, still got the victory, which shows how strong he is. But, yeah, he said that was a bit of a struggle. So hopefully it's going to be a level playing field. Hopefully both players are able to show their best here.
He called it the great escape, right, against Nodirbek, the second game that he had, and survived it. I mean, he's gone through the quarterfinals and the semifinals without needing a tiebreaker, winning both these matches. And it's the same for Hikaru, right? First taking down Arjun Erigaisi, and then Vincent Keymer, like you said, James, a player, doing something that nobody's been able to do all season long, beating him in a classical game. Again, both these players required no tie breaks to make it to the finals, and that just speaks volumes about the form that they're in.
And now, rightfully so, we'll be spending the majority of our time focused on that top two, the battle for first place. But let's not forget that there are 8 competitors still in play here for placements all the way from 7th up to first place. And so we should as well consider each of those players in a number of ways, taking different journeys to the places where they are now. Here you have a look at that winner's bracket and the upper side of it all. Magnus Carlsen first having to take down Nodirbek Abdusattorov and then fight through our runner-up of Weisenhaus 2025 in Fabiano Caruana. Hikaru Nakamura, he as well first through Arjun Erigaisi and then Vincent Keymer to have his bid at the top spot. Vincent Keymer, Fabiano Caruana, they have a rematch of their final bout there in Weisenhaus. Unfortunately for them, it's just for third place, although still tons of money and circuit points in play just there. From there, we take a look at the 5th place matchup. It's Arjun Erigaisi and MVL, the hometown hero here in Paris, France, and then Jan Nepomniachtchi against Nodirbek Abdusattorov for 7th place. Let's maybe start there towards the bottom of the bracket as we discuss some of these. I think perhaps a disappointing and sour finish to Jan's overall tournament run. That's just how 9th place broke out on your screens there. That concluded over the last couple of days with Prague ultimately taking it. But I think for Jan, it's been such an interesting tournament trajectory because he started in such a hot way through the round robin. Eventually eclipsing Magnus in terms of the tiebreak for the #1 spot out of the round robin, while both sharing 8.5 points apiece. It looked, by all accounts, that he might as well be inserting himself into a top 4 quite easily, and then it's been kind of an uncharacteristic, downfall in the knockout stages.
I think it's been absolute heartbreak for him. You know, he starts showing incredible form coming in that second day of round robin, 4.5 out of 5, going for pole position ahead of Magnus on tie breaks there, and then losing out in the matches that followed. And let's not forget, he had the lead in his bout, and losing yesterday, as he did finally to Arjun Erigaisi twice in a row and then draw in that match, and he has to fight for the place that he does against Nodirbek. This is not a position that Jan Nepomniachtchi was hoping to find himself for. He's got to find that inner motivation because still there's a lot of money on the line for these two.
A lot of money, tour points, and we should also mention his opponent here in the 7th, 8th place battle, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, another fast starter. But for him, it's been a bit of a whirlwind week. Of course, getting on a plane last minute, starting the round robin super strong, super hard, super fast. But ever since, maybe a tale of bad luck, running into Magnus Carlsen, nearly getting the job done there, nearly striking back, and then even yesterday, unlucky to run into a banging form.
Maybe that's why it doesn't feel as bad on his side in some ways, right? #1, the fact that he wasn't even supposed to be here, right? And so, one, the willingness to jump onto a plane with such short notice, coming here with zero expectation, has that hot start, yes, but then unfortunately draws into Magnus Carlsen. At that point, there kind of is maybe the expectation that you'll fall down, and it makes the journey to the 7th place matchup feel not as bad in some senses.
Try telling that to Nodirbek.
I'm sure he would disagree. Exactly. This is all, of course, from the outside perspective looking in.
And I think even, running into Magnus, losing that match twice, by the way, let's remind everyone, Weisenhaus, same story for Abdusattorov. And you lose that match, then you're up against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. You get that first classical win in. You need only a draw. And then on the second day, you lose that match. You lose out on the tie breaks. It's got to be hurting both these players. But again, it's a season-long tour. You have to keep your chin up. You have to show up on the board and try and get as much, not just the money, but like you said, tour points. Glory, you're fighting against some of the best in the world. Jan versus Nodirbek, going to be quite a match in its own self.
Yeah, speaking of, you've already mentioned, both of you, multiple times, the Grand Slam Tour points and the prize money at play. We can just get it up on the screen so the viewers at home know exactly what's at stake. Top prize here in Paris, France is $200,000 and 25 points. Points are awarded all the way down to 10th place. 11th and 12th, they get some money. No points, though, to their name. Of course, 11th or all the way up to 9th place is already decided. It's the rest of those placements that we will find out over the next couple of days. $100,000 and 15 points, though, for third. That's, again, what Vincent Keymer and Fabiano are fighting over in the 5th place matchup. It's going to be, what is that, $50,000 and 10 points apiece. So all of this with South Africa in mind at the end of the year. Yes, we have 2 more stops between now and then, but I wonder where the players are already at and thinking, okay, with what was won at Waisenhouse, with what is gained here, where am I positioned in the overall pack, and what am I going to have to do from this point going forward to ultimately earn that bid into Cape Town?
Yeah, and the players, they do really want it. We've been watching the games here in Paris. Waisenhouse, we were there as well, and it feels like the players have already made a huge step in the right direction. The opening's so much better here already. The general understanding of freestyle chess, it feels like the players are leveling up. But, of course, they're competing against each other. Just because everyone else is getting better doesn't mean that the level is going to stop there. It feels like throughout this season, they're going to have to keep upping their game in order to stay ahead of the pack.
And I think 2 other players who managed to do just that in the knockout phase has to be Arjun and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, right? Again, on the rope, staring at elimination, both of them coming back on day 2 against Jan Nepomniachtchi, against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. I think that's another clash that's going to be super exciting to watch. Just seeing Maxime make his debut on the tour, Arjun as well with his Freestyle Fridays win and really just establishing himself as a player to watch out for season long.
I think that's the big thing, right? They're the 2 guys not appearing in Waisenhouse who have the best finish here in Paris, so very much kind of making their names heard, making their names known. They're saying to the rest of the competitors, we should be considered. Watch out for us in future events. We've already talked about some of the journeys that these players have taken to get to our final day, but let's go ahead and relive the highs and lows of just yesterday to look at all of the action.
This is the final the chess world was hoping for. Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura. The 2 defining figures of their generation. And on the line here in Paris, the Freestyle Grand Slam title and a $200,000 first prize. Both Magnus and Hikaru secured their place in the final today by winning their semifinal matches in the 2nd classical game. For Magnus, it was trademark Carlsen. Against Fabiano Caruana, he turned a balanced position into a grind, slowly built the pressure, and when Fabi missed his best chance to free himself, Magnus took over completely.
So little time to make successive moves after that. I mean, already this is a 1-move kind of situation, but even still, at most, you're gaining 30 seconds. Drops the knight back.
Whoa. Wasn't on my radar. It just looks wrong. It feels wrong. Retreating.
Calm, clinical, and eventually unstoppable. Carlsen wins the match. Over on the other board, Hikaru Nakamura faced early pressure from Vincent Keymer. Vincent had his chances, but let them slip, and Hikaru didn't hesitate. In time trouble, the young German allowed a fatal queen trade, and his counterplay was gone. Hikaru took control and converted precisely to join Magnus at the final table. The 3rd place match is a rematch of the Waisenhouse final, Vincent Keymer versus Fabiano Caruana. Meanwhile, in the 5th place bracket, we saw 2 tense tiebreaks.
He does bring his speed up.
Just in time.
Whoa, brilliant move there from Arjun Erigaisi. It's more just to paralyze the black army. Suddenly the black bishop can't really get out, meaning the black queen can't get out. This rook a bit paralyzed, meaning black can't castle. What a move.
Arjun Erigaisi defeated Jan Nepomniachtchi in both classical and rapid chess today to advance to the 5th place match. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave beat Nodirbek Abdusattorov in their 2nd classical game to force tiebreaks, and then completed the comeback in rapid to move on. That means on Sunday, it's Arjun versus MDL for 5th place, and Nepo versus Nodirbek for 7th. But tomorrow, all eyes are on the final. Carlsen versus Nakamura, $200,000 for the winner. Freestyle chess at its absolute best. Stay tuned.
I mean, that's a recap of some of the chess action that we've seen just yesterday. I actually think we should take a trip down memory lane. I'm curious from the 2 of you. a particular matchup over the course of all 6 days that brought us to our finals matchup? Is there one that just jumps out to you as being extremely pivotal? Do you feel like anybody showed, a specific brilliant display, showed us something new in freestyle chess that we haven't seen before? Just what's going to be one of your best memories coming from the Paris event?
Well, I think the best is literally yet to come.
Okay.
I think the big pivotal memory, all of that will be made today and tomorrow. But looking back, what an event we've had, right? Starting from the stories in the round-robin phase, Nodirbek, a last-minute replacement there with the hands drama that happened. And then as well as for Richard Rapport to get on board when Alireza withdrew, and the performance that both put out, especially Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Jan Nepomniachtchi's incredible run, Magnus showing up in beast mode. It's hard to pick a game, David, but most recent memory, yesterday, we were split between who would be the most valued player. You know, there was Arjun Erigaisi, there was Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, 2 incredible attacking, crushing games against Nodirbek, and then Hikaru's big win against Vincent. And I still think the chess we saw all around amazing. Really hard for me to pick just one moment, and I think maybe it happens today.
Yeah, I'm actually going to pick a moment from Weissenhaus as a catalyst for what we've seen in this event, and that was Hikaru Nakamura's loss in the quarterfinals there against Javokir Sindarov. That was a heartbreaker for him. He lost in the tiebreaks. He feels he deserved to win the match. He was winning in most of the games. He talked about it as kind of a sign he should retire. But ultimately, after that, he kind of perked up. He defeated Gukesh in the next round. He just defeated Nodirbek Abdusattorov, another youngster. He came here. He beat Arjun in the quarterfinals. He just beat Vincent Keymer. He's beaten all the young guys now, Hikaru, having learned from that quarterfinal against Sindarov. But, of course, he plays someone of a different generation now. He plays Magnus. This is the final hurdle on this whole redemption arc.
And maybe on that journey, another defining moment for the Grand Slam tour is Magnus's loss to Vincent in Weissenhaus, right? I think we were right here on day one doing our pre-show when I mentioned that nothing less than championship matters to him. Everything else is absolutely trash, right? He's hungry to establish his domination one more time. He's running against his biggest rival, you know, the epic rivalry that we've got with Hikaru Nakamura. And what a performance Magnus has put up in the round robin. He lost just one game to Arjun Erigaisi. That was in game 2, and that was it. And then against Nodirbek, getting that first round win in, drawing, holding his own in a tough position with a beautiful fortress in the second game, and then takes down Fabiano Caruana, another big rival of his, another long-time rival of his. And he kind of did it in vintage Magnus style in his matchup with Fabi.
Yeah, both players showing their best. I'm just curious what we call this rivalry. We've said El Clasico. Who are they in history? In the past, Hikaru's called Magnus Sauron. Does that make him Frodo? Are they?
My Lord of the Rings lore is not so deep as to know exactly who the antithesis to each person would be.
Well, there's only
where does
one...
Gandalf come into play then?
Difficult question.
Yeah, who's the Gandalf of the chess world?
I mean, is it Federer, Nadal? Who are these two most like? Because
Fraser Ali.
Yeah, exactly.
Messi, Ronaldo.
The one thing we should mention is that Magnus, in the biggest of all matches, he has lost to Hikaru from time to time in finals, speed chess championships occasionally, but in the biggest of matches, Magnus tends to come out on top.
And that makes me wonder, right? Yes, on paper, Magnus Carlsen, a favorite, regardless of where he is, what form he is, who he's playing against. And I think today is no different in that. To David's point, when it's been speed chess championships, we've seen some incredible battles between these two players in those big moments. When it's been these speed chess formats, it's come close. But classical, Magnus still has a domination over Hikaru. So I'm just thinking, David, what does Hikaru need to do in this big final? Both of them, you know, one title on the line, to give himself a shot against the world number one.
I think step one, Hikaru shouldn't put too much pressure on himself. He's throughout history as well, he's struggled against Magnus. He lost 12 games in a row at Clasical at some point. Okay, there was some draws along the way, but eventually he got his first ever Clasical win against Magnus when he least expected it. Then he became a streamer, pressure's off, rose to world number 2. If Hikaru's relaxed, I think he has a great chance. There we see Magnus looking pretty relaxed.
With his entourage.
Yeah, I was going to say Magnus and crew making their way through the beautiful gardens that surround our playing hall here. And a bit of a circuitous route we must take today as the marathon is taking over the road that we would normally come through in. But it is a more picturesque journey from the drop-off point to the venue overall. Some fresh air. Hopefully both players feeling in tip-top shape coming into the day. And I think the point you both make about how Weissenhaus could have been a catalyst for either of them, right, into ultimately finding their form, right? For Magnus, definitely not happy with his play at Weissenhaus. And as you mentioned, Tanya, he'll be happy with nothing less than first place. He seems, even as he's confessed in the confessional booth, that while he feels still as clueless in the openings, at the very least, when he gets to the middle and later stages of the game, he does actually feel like he's taking control back and playing the best chess here. Same token, I think Hikaru, his Weissenhaus journey has almost been repeated in some ways here, where it wasn't the hottest of start, it wasn't the cleanest start through the round robin, even struggled at times in admitting, hey, I have had winning positions that I have let slip. Okay, finally in the last round that we saw play out just yesterday, now I feel like he's reached his peak in this version of chess. He's playing in his best form at just the right moments heading into the finals.
And that's exactly what we want, right? With so much on the line, with this rivalry that both have over the years, that both sort of show up in their absolute A game. Hikaru's had a great run when we've gone into the knockout stages of this tournament, just the performance that he's shown. And I think it'll be absolutely critical for him to try to take those quick risks, you know, maximize every single opportunity that he gets against Magnus. He needs to make this his kind of fight, Hikaru Nakamura, you know. Magnus is the top dog of the chess world. You want a dog fight from him. You want the kind of positions where perhaps there's complications. And I think going into time scrambles, Hikaru would be second to none. So if he can create a mess on the board early on, try to complicate, get Magnus off balance, out of his comfort zone, he's got a shot. And I wonder if part of the strategy could be that I'm also happy to take it into tie breaks if I get that chance, because perhaps Hikaru's odds would then go up.
Yeah, I definitely feel tie breaks would favour Hikaru's chances in this match, but I will say stylistically, he's learned a lot from Magnus over the years, maybe because the score was so one-sided, he needed to adapt his style rather than just this fierce attacker that we knew Hikaru as a younger player. He's become more measured. He's kind of emulated Magnus. He likes the endgame grinds. It feels like his strengths play into Magnus's strengths. He very rarely burns his bridges and goes all out. We've said that's maybe the only way to beat Magnus. So it will be tricky for Hikaru.
Then maybe Hikaru needs to go back to Hikaru version circa 2020, 2019, when, you know, he was still a maverick.
Well, we're going to have plenty more time to talk about this matchup, and I do want to come back and talk about this matchup, especially as we close in on the opening ceremony. But let's make sure we do a service to the rest of the matchups that are in play today. So let's jump back down to the bottom of the bracket and work our way back all the way to the marquee matchup. So we'll start in the battle for 7th place. Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Nodirbek Abdusattorov. We've already had a little bit of discussion about the journeys that each of them have had here at the event itself, so we don't need to go back down the windy roads that was their tumultuous journeys to the 7th place. But I think we can talk about how they match up as players overall. For myself, Jan, he has continued to push the pace on the clock, but it seems like Nodirbek, of all of the remaining players in the tournament, would be just as willing at times to maybe match him in the aggression and the speed at times.
And it's really fascinating because look at these player cards. They sort of echo what you say, right? A lot of the numbers very close to each other. It's almost like their strengths and weaknesses kind of mirror each other. Both good at attack, around the 88 mark there. You know, also defense is perhaps the one thing where you've rated Jan higher than Nodirbek. To me, that's the only surprising stat here, David.
Yeah, I do regret actually not giving Nodirbek higher with attack. Defense, I might stand by it. I think Jan extremely strong because he's shown in candidates tournaments. He's now gone several candidates tournaments in a row, almost without losing, at least not losing in the important games. And yeah, of course, Nodirbek, a lot of room to improve, but very close numbers.
I wonder how interrelated Jan Nepomniachtchi's time management and defense is, because he's usually the one who's got so much advantage on the clock, and perhaps that's somewhere he puts pressure on and is also able to get himself out of those tricky situations with resourceful play and putting pressure on the clock.
Yeah, definitely very practical, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Although we did see in the last round against Arjun Erigaisi, maybe played a bit too speedy at critical moments, missed those chances and wasn't able to defend at his normal level.
Yeah, we've also seen multiple times throughout this tournament both of these players in winning positions and unable to convert. Obviously for Nodirbek, that is the escape artist game against Magnus Carlsen that felt like he had him on the ropes and maybe had an opportunity. Magnus will never give you too many chances and ultimately did wiggle his way out of it. And for Jan Nepomniachtchi, again, I feel like I can recall a number of times we take a look at an eval bar and he's got a very solid advantage, and yet it slips away in the end.
And look at that. What are the chances that Nodirbek and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave are still discussing their games from yesterday?
Yeah, that was a seesaw match, went up and down, and ultimately Maxime Vachier-Lagrave ended it really convincingly. But yeah, the top chess players in the world, we're stuck in the past, we're stuck in our own heads. And yeah, they're clearly discussing that. And
yeah, but no love lost between players, right? You can still lose a match, and then the very next day you're back discussing it. And I think that's what's so nice about the close-knit aspects of the chess community, at least at the highest levels.
Yeah, nice to see. Nice to see these pictures from discussing openings to now discussing games post-mortem there.
Yeah, with a big smile on their face.
How do you ultimately expect these two players to match up, though, today? I mean, we even saw on those player cards. Do you feel like those player cards, I know that they were made considering 2024 performances. Do you feel like those are still somewhat accurate to their play in this tournament? Do you feel like one of them or that disparity still exists? Do you feel like they're closer in level overall based on what they've shown us here, David?
I think at least in the last couple of rounds, in the classical portion of freestyle, I think they are a bit closer than those player cards might say. I think Nodirbek has shown he's a very fearsome attacker, still maybe a bit to be desired in the defense, but Jan, just at least in the classical portion, not quite at his best.
I'd love to get a card game version of that, where you trade cards and sort of compete with each other on the strengths and weaknesses of the players. But I think, David, with freestyle chess and as the season develops, it's going to be fascinating to see how the numbers change. And I'm sure you've got a few in your mind as well. What are the adjustments? Vincent Keymer is a big name that comes to mind with that, where I think he was in the 80s and perhaps on freestyle chess would get a lot more on the rankings.
Well, now, hold up. Don't get too far ahead of me with that playing card idea. I'm thinking about some collaborations. I mean, we've seen those incredible deck of cards for each of the players. In fact, I actually signed a couple of those on our way in today. There's an business opportunity out there somewhere. Really quickly, let's run through the other matchups. Of course, in fifth place, it's going to be MVL versus Arjun Erigaisi. Thoughts there? Arjun, I think, has continued to impress me throughout the tournament in so many moments, again, having very decisive advantages as well. I feel like, if anything, from my perspective, and maybe these numbers indicate the same, I would consider him the favorite going into this matchup.
Yeah, go on. I agree. In short.
David, I was just going to say that I was on a car ride back with Arjun yesterday, after his win. And he was in such good spirits and such a good mood. He enjoys the style so much. He realizes that his biggest asset, biggest skill of chess, creativity, his unconventional recognition of different kind of patterns, which we see just trying to get them on the board in 5-1-8. He takes this deliberate risks. He doesn't even need to do that in freestyle chess. So Arjun's very motivated for today. He's up against Maxime, 84-90 on their average scores there. And I think it's going to be closer than that, this one. I think Maxime's really stepped up his game, and freestyle chess seems to be suiting the French Grandmaster as well.
100% agree. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, 2024, I think self-admittedly wasn't necessarily his best year, but so far this tournament, extremely impressive. Actually, despite the fact that they are only fighting for those 5th and 6th spots, I do believe that these two have been maybe just the surprise packages, just in terms of how strong they've been in some of the games.
And there you can see Arjun Erigaisi as well, making his long stroll into the playing hall just moments ago. Probably the lowest heart rate as ever, and as we would expect, calm, cool, and collected, entering into what will be his final bout for a 5th place finish. From here, we go to the 3rd place matchup. It's a rematch of our finals from Weisenhaus 2025, Vincent Keymer versus Fabiano Caruana. Thoughts on this one? Do we get a repeat result? Is it going to be Vincent Keymer who does it again?
A bit of a grudge match for Fabiano Caruana, right? He will try to get that revenge in today. I think Vincent, he's got so much to be proud of and feels so confident with his performance. Even here, losing out to Hikaru, no shame in that, absolutely. He's up against Fabi, a player that he took down in the finals, and what an epic battle that was. I think it's going to be a very motivated Fabi. He lost to Magnus yesterday, but I think he wants that revenge against Keymer.
Yeah, and one thing I will mention in their Weisenhaus final, Fabiano did get quite unlucky with the position draw for his black game. he pretty much had no chance there. Vincent, it took some impressive, powerful, energetic play to kind of get the first win and the decisive win of the final. But yeah, Fabiano will be extra motivated.
You know that 89 that you've given Fabi on the average score, David? We need to have a conversation on that. I mean, the guy has been in the world top 3, top 5 for, I don't know, about a decade, a world championship challenger. You know, Magnus has said it, perhaps his strongest rival of all times. And here he is at 89. Explain yourself.
Out of all the player cards, this is the one that has riled people up. There is a video now on the Take YouTube channel, and Justice for Fabi is trending there.
I appreciate it. David's a tough teacher. We can't go to the opening ceremony without retouching on the final matchup. It's Hikaru Nakamura versus Magnus Carlsen. It's El Clasico. It's what everybody in the chess world wanted. Just a final thought from each of you before we head to the stage.
It's the ultimate showdown, and I can't wait to see how it unfolds. I think both players so determined, so motivated to get this win. You know, will we see Magnus sort of cement his legacy, or will we see Hikaru Nakamura triumph over his biggest rival?
Yeah, I think this first game is key. Hikaru needs to start strong. If he loses today, I don't really see him coming back. So we'll see. He does start with the black pieces. If he holds firm, he's got a great chance in this final.
Okay, but yeah, already calling the importance of day one of the finals here is David Hal. Either way, we're set for a very exciting, decisive battle between these two top players. Again, it's what everyone in the chess world wanted. I can hear the hustle and the bustle of the venue kicking up behind me, so there's nothing left to do but to throw it over to our opening ceremony here for the final in Paris, France.
Bonjour Paris! Welcome to the grand final of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Paris. I would like to welcome all of you here. What a journey it's been. 6 days full of wild precision, bold moves, and the brilliant minds of the chess world fighting each other without a safety net.
And 2 more days where I'm sure brilliant chess play will be on display. Before we meet our finalists, let's take one last look at how we got here. Here are the highlights from day 6 here in Paris, France. Take a look.
Paris becomes the stage for a freestyle chess showdown featuring epic semi-final clashes. Who will be the 2 players who make it to the finals? Vincent Keymer versus Hikaru Nakamura, and Magnus Carlsen versus Fabiano Caruana. Fabiano Caruana, not at his sharpest, faced Magnus Carlsen, who maintained a slight edge for most of the game. As Caruana's clock ticked down, Carlsen seized his moment and secured the win. The clash between Vincent Keymer and Hikaru Nakamura stayed balanced for a long time, but in the end, it was Nakamura who gained the upper hand and booked his spot in the finals.
Vincent thought he was better, and then it's kind of gone, and it's like very hard. Like I did this yesterday where I thought I was better, I missed it, and then I kept trying to keep the game going. And I felt that Vincent did the same thing today, where he sort of lost a sense of danger, but ultimately I was able to just play some good moves and get the win.
And then 5th place was under attack. 2 tiebreaks followed after Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Arjun Erigaisi struck back in the classical format. Both matches went to the rapid, with Erigaisi and MVL emerging victorious. They will now compete for 5th place. Just before the start of the finals of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Paris, another Grandmaster made his appearance in the city, Levon Aronian.
I will play a couple of games, try to explain the game and try to teach people about the way the Grandmasters think about the game, so that's my goal.
The heart of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam begins to beat in the Blitz Society. The room is filled with good spirits and smiles.
We are so happy to have you here, and there is so much people today. My head is almost exploding.
It's not just the Blitz Society that's intense. The tension is high as we head into the finals. All eyes on Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura. Stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, we experienced mind-bending strategy, we experienced brutal blunders, and best of all, the most brilliant minds of the chess world. So, now it is time. I would like to introduce the finalist. He came in as a favorite, but nothing is guaranteed in freestyle chess. He survived all the positions we threw at him and prevailed. Amazing, and the absolute GOAT, I would like to welcome Magnus Carlsen on stage.
And what is a final without a challenger? To introduce his challenger, after a rough start in the round-robin stage, he came back when it mattered most. In the semifinal, he took down the Weissenhaus champion, and now he's going for the title of his own. From the United States, please welcome to the grand final stage, Hikaru Nakamura.
Ladies and gentlemen, these are our amazing finalists of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Paris. 2 players, 2 minds, 1 board will fight for the title of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam champion in Paris. And now, all that stands between them is this match. We've seen them calculate under pressure, we've seen them improvise like artists and fight like warriors, and we hope to continue to see that. So, this is going to be all about pure chess instinct, and may the best player win.
Gentlemen, best of luck. You may take your seats. And as they take their seats, there is just one final step for us to take. That is, of course, the position lottery.
So, James, should we make a bet?
All week long, we've been predicting positions individually. How about we go odds or even?
Okay, I'll take even.
I'll take odds. What are we putting at stake?
I can choose a costume for you for Las Vegas to commentate in.
Then I get to do the same for you if I'm right.
Well, bet is on.
All righty, here we go. Best of luck to you.
Best of luck.
Position 103. Odd.
Okay, the position is set. No more guessing. This is what we're playing for the first round of the finals. Every decision matters, every move counts. Players, please deliberate. And as a birthday gift for a very special historical chess player, Garry Kasparov, I would very much like to extend as a birthday gift from Freestyle Chess a wild card for the Las Vegas Grand Slam. Thank you very much, and good luck to all the players.
About before, but then b6. I would assume it's either g3 or d4.
d5, no, we have this h3 problem.
What, g3, d5, b3? Or b4? Like? Oh, that's what you mean.
Take, we can take knight. No, if we take, knight f6 castle, g6, everything will come to place. I think we need.
And if we go g4 then?
I think we need to.
No d4?
I think c4 is very good. Okay, I think b6 will probably happen anyway. Yeah, then we can go d4.
Okay, let's say.
Prefer this to b4, b6, and then c4.
C5, what's the big difference?
Then potentially D45. What? D45? No, I was talking about B4. B4. B6. You have C5?
Even A6?
I'm not sure about such.
I think if we go for something like D4, we get too much symmetry.
D4, D4?
Yeah, so if we go.
Oh, why not C4?
Okay, C4, 6.
D4?
Yeah, and then I'm wondering, like, okay, I will just put bishop b7, knight f6 castle, and how do we.
I thought for C4, C5, what's the big deal?
Okay, now we go G3.
G6.
Can we get some quick D4?
I mean, has to be, yeah. Oh, like this.
Maybe we can play like pure is kind of symmetrical. So.
Even.
We play for very little, right? We play for very little. But when can we win knight f3 and we push d4?
Why not immediately d4?
Okay, take.
Take.
Ah, you want to go rook h4?
No, d1.
But I guess b6 after. Because you will have time to b6 knight c3. Yeah.
I mean, do we need to give these tempo? What's the disadvantage of 6? But what's the disadvantage of taking back with the knight on d4? But you can also go d4, take knight f3 if you really want to go first. I mean, if you think that d5 here, I don't believe.
Yeah, this could be a good way. And c4, b5. Knight f3. Knight f3, g4, yeah, it's not good.
I don't even think I would just mind taking going g3 and playing with g5 weakness. I mean, where's this king?
C4. I mean, c4 should be the most logical.
Maybe e3. Okay, e3, but e3 just looks so wrong.
E3, b6.
Because you always trade and play d5.
Yes. Okay,
okay, let's see. Whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say b3.
I want to play here. But here's still a g6.
Okay.
But that way, what is d4? Like this.
Ah, you want? Okay, I see.
No,
okay, okay, you want to play for d4.
No, I'm somewhat
That's
happy.
understand.
Like every game starts c4, c5, b3, b6.
Yeah.
But okay, why can't achieve d? Oh, why can't play d4 here?
Right here, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, why can't actually d4 and then queen d4, queen h4 could be unpleasant.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, this could be unpleasant, right?
So maybe the knight
So,
c6.
let's learn from our mistakes yesterday.
A lot of mistakes were made.
Yeah, I mean, why should I go g3, b6?
Oh, wait, actually, why not this one? Because my queen could go out the other way. Like
That's true. That's true. Ah, you just want to go like bishop g4 and queen c8 or something.
Or bishop f5 is okay.
Yeah, bishop f5 is reasonable too.
Or knight of, I don't know, maybe knight of 6.
No, but I just want to finish development and slowly go e3, d4. I
Yeah,
don't know.
this feels a little
Like
bit.
with my bishop going to g4, you're not really achieving e3 without some awkwardness at least.
Yeah.
That's true.
Okay, maybe I could have included this in. Let's just get this
sure.
set up. Then castle.
Okay, sure. Let's say knight f3.
Castles.
Maybe I should have not castle. Maybe e5?
Maybe e5, yeah.
a5 normally is very good when I already played bishop b2.
Yeah, no, this is a good structure.
And bishop goes to f5. Queen c8 and bishop h3.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so maybe like eventually, like for white, maybe what's challenging?
I mean, basically the only difference is the queen and the rook on d1 and a1. Otherwise, it's normal
maybe
on the
this
line.
eventually, like makes sense. king on f8.
Yeah.
And if you wanted b6 and d4, maybe that's
Can I play d6? Or, okay, you want to take? Just go for
No, I
it.
mean, okay, I'm just
like playing b3 or something.
But then sort of like give up on a
Yeah, you
center.
get the center, but
you're going
you
d5.
take some time.
Okay, so should do like with d4, a5.
I mean, can
meet with a4 still? No,
I
it's
mean,
not-
can I play d5 here? I mean,
I get to
just because g3 doesn't ever concern me. Or maybe knight f6, but let's just say just
Knight
take.
c3.
Yeah, rook d8. d1. G6. Oh wait, sorry, I forgot about this. Yeah, sorry, I forgot about this. Knight c6.
Because knight on a5 is pretty stable.
Ah, so your h7 is not really hanging, yeah? And you're going 95 here.
I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, it's double edged.
This, and then if not g5, then knight g5 here I can.
Yeah, no.
Bother you.
Maybe you should go back. Yes.
Yeah, this is probably too dangerous.
Before that might be curious.
Okay, we don't have time.
Yeah, well, I thought. I mean, what's wrong with just d6?
I would just d4.
Ah, so you want to play the same position?
I just wanted to, I don't know, like, because
Yeah.
396 I sort of like the line of takes.
Takes.
Maybe take
Oh, take on d4. Ah.
On a g6 bishop.
Yeah, because now there's knight c6. Yeah. Queen b2.
Queen h4, d2,
Yeah.
D2, bishop b2.
Yeah, but bishop e6.
Queen h4 maybe. But then I can castle it also.
You can castle. But I mean,
But
even if
you
I
don't
just
care
play
about
like
it at all? I mean, outside
or
of this,
b4. Yeah, bishop f5 actually.
Yeah,
but
that's a
you
little bit
don't
too
care about
artificial,
it.
yeah.
I don't- it's a
But
very
yeah,
important
this is.
Yeah, like Queen h7, like knight f6 and then g6, yeah, castle.
Yeah, should be completely fine here. No, I think this is
So see,
completely
before you
fine.
play d6, maybe this here I get this like, at least here I get ready structure with the g5 here. So
Yeah, this
Takes.
is playable for like d3 or something.
d3, b6.
that's unfloorable.
It's very slow. But yeah, I think it's completely fine. Seems like just a game.
And the players will take their seats here for the penultimate day of over-the-board chess action here in Paris, France. Position 103 is the battlefield for the day. And as we get a look at our marquee matchup, the finals here between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru the first to take his seat, just going to touch all of his pieces, reposition them, make sure they're nice and orderly here in position 103. Magnus as well to the board and straight away. Oh, thought about taking the jacket off.
Changed his mind.
Already indecision, though. Indecision from move 0.
Yeah, and maybe he saw Hikaru still with the jacket on, but maybe they'll both take off those jackets as power moves later when the business end of the game starts to heat up. In the meantime, there we see their runs to the final, their roads to this point. Yeah. Hikaru having defeated Arjun Erigaisi and Vincent Keymer all in the Clasical.
Game one of the final, and we're off. You were on the stage with Hikaru and Magnus there, James. What were the vibes? Could you feel the tension? Because both players looked rather interesting there, standing next to each other, a bit disinterested.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that it was in a wildly tense position or kind of face-off, if you will. Maybe more of the tension coming from the fact that they're having to do these big player intros. You know, we're making a big deal out of it as we make more of a show of freestyle chess for the players as well. They're going to have to get used to some of the hype that surrounds it all. But either way, I don't think anybody's necessarily lost in the stare down, you know, of it all early on. I'm curious for you two, as I made the sprint up here into the studio, if you saw anything in those analytical discussions between the players that you feel like will come into play early on.
Yeah, there were a couple of things. This is one of the more random starting positions, I would say, position 103. It's not exactly this one. This is the start position for normal chess, but when we do get it on the board, there are no kind of two alike pieces sat next to each other. So often we start with bishops next to each other or knights next to each other. This is the one we see in front of us now. Magnus with white will have a long think. Yes, you start with bishops in one corner and queens in the other corner, so diagonals more likely to play a role here in the early stages, but there didn't seem to be a consensus, Tanya. Normally we see the players going 5-10 moves deep into the opening. Here they were already debating moves 1 and 2. In quite a lot of detail here, a lot of uncertainty. It felt like Magnus wanted to open up the white queen very early on as part of the white team. But of course, you could open either of those diagonals. Which one to go first, I think, was the big point of debate here.
Yeah, very shuffled up position, right? From our standard 5-1-8, only the bishop and the knight on the left side of the board are in their original positions. And we've spoken about this, that when you've got the long-range pieces stuck in the corner, look for ways to open them up early on. And I think that's the analysis, the path the analysis we're taking. James also noticed 2 undefended pawns for both sides. So something to keep in mind once the knights start moving forward. And as always, the players not rushing with their first moves. I actually think seeing you guys on the stage, that was some mind games, you know. It's so important for the players to look sort of almost unconcerned and kind of give out this vibe that they're not stressed about what's coming up. I mean, this is the biggest match for them right now.
Yeah, and I guess one way to give nothing away to your opponent is just to not be in the seat sitting across from them. Hikaru continues the trend that he's built for himself all tournament long, up and out of his seat when it's not his turn to make a move. He's either going to get his steps in, get the blood flowing, or make use of the digital board. Again, a different perspective, maybe take a peek at the other boards and see if anybody else has decided to go a certain way. Of course, he's playing with the black pieces, a bit more of a reactive side of the board, especially here in freestyle chess. Until you know what your opponent's going to commit to, there's not too much value probably in overthinking through the near infinite number of lines available to you.
What do you think Magnus is going to commit to? Prediction time in the studio.
I think we're going to get C4.
I think pawn to B3.
Okay, so
more modest.
Supporting the C4 push soon after, right? Yeah.
How about you, Tanya?
I'm inclined to go with James. I mean, watching all the analysis that unfolded, and I'm going to quickly put that up on the board. This hasn't happened yet, but it was one of the moves the players were discussing and kind of shuffling it up with B3 on the next move to open up the diagonal. The one thing I want to point out here is perhaps you'd like to start with David's move if Hikaru would have the option to be the first to open up the bishop and line it against the white queen, but this would allow Magnus to get full control of the center by pushing the pawn in front of the rook.
I was about to say, I'm still sticking with C4, but that pawn push in front of the rook to D4 would actually be maybe my other guess here. We've seen, again, a number of players kind of look for that structure of a B3, C4, D4. It will be C4 here by Magnus Carlsen. First move of the day, it looks like.
It's on the board. He does go for James in my prediction, but I think David's coming up next.
Good call, guys. Good call.
Maybe soon to follow. Well, while Hikaru takes his seat and he'll look for the first move of the game for himself, we're going to get a quick word from Magnus Carlsen as he entered the venue earlier ahead of his match against Hikaru Nakamura.
Magnus, there's been some talk about your physical condition coming into this tournament. How are you feeling today before this final?
I feel a lot better today than I've done the last couple of days. I've had a good night of sleep, and yeah, I don't feel as sick, so should be a lot better today.
We saw you dub it El Clasico on social media prior to this game. How big are these Nakamura-Carlsen games for you yourself?
Of course. He's ranked number 2 in the world in classical chess. His results lately and for many years have been stellar. So he's a very difficult opponent. I think he's been really good here. He actually was really good in Weissenhaus as well in the classical portion. He just couldn't convert a couple of positions there, but he's very solid, very hard to break down, and he's going to be a very tough and very different opponent from what I've had so far.
Good luck, and we're looking forward to the final.
Thank you.
Great respect shown to his opponent in Hikaru Nakamura there is Magnus Carlsen, also citing that he feels much better today, so you love to hear that. Want both of our players playing at the tip-top of their game here in our final bout.
You saw that hand on head by Hikaru, just shielding himself from the eye of the Sauron.
Yeah, maybe that's why he was leaving the board when it was Magnus to play. Of course, going back in time, Hikaru used to wear sunglasses on occasion when he was facing Magnus specifically. He just didn't want to be stared down. But yeah, it feels like they're in a new era, Tanya. Mutual respect galore. It's no longer the I want to kill you. It's just kind of focus on the chess itself.
Mutual respect and yet pushing each other to the limits, right? To your point, David, there was this time when I think Hikaru was just getting crushed by Magnus every single game. Their head-to-head was so incredibly lopsided. And then around 2017, 2018 is when Hikaru got a very key victory in a classical game against Magnus, where he started finding his confidence against to play with his biggest rival. And things started shifting from then. We've seen epic battles between these two, fighting for those championships in different formats. Hikaru's held his own in some of them. I think the field between these two has gotten a lot more level over the last few years compared to the days of the Lord of the Rings.
That is for sure. And yeah, I think the players, despite what they say, despite what fans say as well, they know how strong each other are, and they will not be taking any single move for granted in this one. As we mentioned, one undefended pawn each on the H-file, and those can be solved, those can be covered anyway by castling the king. I'm expecting to see the kings commit quite early in this game, because it feels, especially after these first few moves, it feels like a distant dream to castle on the long side towards the left there. Magnus first, though, bringing out his knight. In traditional chess, we would call this the symmetrical English opening. And it's going to be very difficult to open up any lines for either sides in these early stages.
Well, we're always asking ourselves, right, where can symmetry be broken for any of our players? And usually the player who is able to break the symmetry might be considered advantaged ever so slightly. So Magnus jumping the knight forward, Hikaru yet to take his seat. Maybe from here we can zoom out to our four-board view, just see how this opening compares to any of the other openings that have taken place across the rest of the boards. Up in the top right there, you see Keymer versus Caruana. They've made a couple of moves, and there you have our first deviation, at least as I've seen it. The knight jumping out on the other side of the board there. For Keymer, in the bottom left, our battle for 5th place, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave up against Arjun Erigaisi. They went for d4, d5 as their opening in symmetry early on. And then, of course, Abdusattorov versus Jan Nepomniachtchi. This one, the most advanced game of any of our games so far. That's the battle for 7th place. Actually looks to have maybe opened up in a similar way to the Magnus versus Hikaru game and just have developed further from there.
Yeah, I've got to say, the players with the black pieces, so especially for Hikaru Nakamura, I think this is a very decent starting position. It just feels like you won't get immediately attacked. It's going to be symmetrical for a long time, something the players do kind of disdain normally. And it's going to become very slow, very strategic. I say that's good for Hikaru. Of course, Magnus loves those slower maneuvering positions as well, but at least there won't be any early knockouts on any of these four boards, no early attacks. And yeah, well, it's going to be difficult for either side to create kind of concrete play against the other.
And when you have to go all the way, you want a bit of that championship luck, right? For Hikaru, it's so important that when he perhaps plays with the white pieces, he gets that kind of position where he can put the pressure on in Magnus. So I think I agree with you that Hikaru should be happy with the 103 that has been pulled out. To James' point there, the only board that's different, that starts with the rook pawn, and that's on the bottom left of our board, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, with a different dynamic, but still a very slow one, right? That one which will be a strategic fight across. I don't see any big tactics and chaos developing anytime soon.
Yeah, we're going to dive into Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Nodirbek Abdusattorov, our battle for 7th place, just because it is the most developed game, and in fact, the first game where somebody will commit for a castle nice and early over here on Jan Nepomniachtchi's side. He does go for that early castle with a fianchettoed bishop directly in front of it. So these two players playing at a much faster clip than the rest of the field, obviously playing for 7th place. Maybe they're a little bit more willing to play fast and loose here, which could give us a quite bloody game nice and early.
We've spoken about the long-range pieces, right? Speaking about a bloody battle, one way to get across to that would be to try and trade off your opponent's strongest piece. And I'm expecting certain plans here, David, that could perhaps be in Nodirbek's radar of how to complete development. Get your bishop out. I'm not sure which square is exactly the right one. Then bring that queen, the most important piece, into the game, and eventually try and trade off your opponent's star bishop. Get it out of the board.
Yeah, note how Jan Nepomniachtchi has actually, he's going for this plan now, by the way, nice spot, Tanya, Nodirbek. But Jan Nepomniachtchi's already moved his dark square bishop once, and that was to stop the white dark square bishop from landing the whole way to the edge of the board. So that's been prevented for now. But yeah, the white queen is going to slide. This last bishop move is a bit provocative. It's actually offering to lose a full move, potentially if the black pawn steps forward to attack it, the black h-pawn there. It might just slide back. And the argument would be that that black h-pawn is vulnerable a bit later. Black will have to spend a whole tempo saving it once the white queen does slide across. In the meantime, there is a threat, we should point out. The white light squared bishop, which is so valuable normally, is actually threatening to trade off of the black knight in order to get the e7 pawn, which is currently only defended by that piece. That would be a fork of the two black rooks. If that were just a pawn sacrifice, Nodirbek might say, okay, bishop for knight, I get rid of your key bishop, it's worth it. But that pawn is hanging with much more at stake.
All right, looking at ways to defend that. Well, there you go. That's one of them.
And played so quickly.
Answered my question before I could ask it.
Yeah, Jan, he's definitely... he's hoping that this plays into his hands, by the way. If Nodirbek blitzes, Jan blitzes, it's just going to be a crazy game. But yeah, Jan clearly, I think, upset by the last few days. He doesn't want to spend too long mulling over the subtleties of the tiny differences of which pawn to push. He just wants to get moves on the board.
You know, it's Hikaru who said, I literally don't care. That's where the whole cliche comes from. But I think for Jan, with the way the tournament's gone, seeing how his fortunes have turned around from the round robin to the knockout stage, he's perhaps at that point where he literally doesn't care. I think we're going to be seeing an exceptionally fast Jan today, you know, just how quickly he played this move, countering David's idea of blocking the bishop from attacking the pawn. But very often, you know, pawn moves, you've spoken so much about that. You want to provoke them. And I think that's exactly what Nodirbek has done, whether it was the pawn on the side or the one that Jan's moved. Eventually, in the middle games, these kind of decisions can really come to bite you. I mean, already you can see the pawn actually blocks its own bishop on the diagonal.
How do you typically develop a plan then, though, of which pawns you want to provoke? Like, if I'm looking at a game that's literally on move 2, and knowing that likely the game isn't going to end by move 12, where are you really identifying, okay, by move 25, this is the pawn that I would want to be, you know, to have provoked into a precarious position?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And of course, it kind of differs case by case. But here, for example, you want to provoke your opponent's pawns forward that will either weaken their king. In this case, I would say check. You've slightly weakened the black king on some diagonals. You would want to provoke a pawn forward from the opponent that blocks in their pieces. Here, I would say check. The black dark square bishop slightly blocked. The black knight at the top of the board now lacks a square. You don't really want to provoke pawns forward by the opponent if those pawns are coming at you, coming at your king, or going to control important squares that your pieces want to use. But it is a very fine line. It's something I've struggled with my whole career. When I was young, I used to make all the wrong decisions there. In later days, I actually try not to push my own pawns too far forward. I try to provoke my opponent. It's a stylistic thing, if anything.
That's something that we've seen over the years, top chess players, top grandmasters do so incredibly well, right? Where you actually, in a sense, lose a tempo. You're inviting your opponent to push a pawn into a move that's extremely attractive. I just took out my bishop, you hit it, I'm forced to come back with it. But long-term gains kind of take care of that little short-term loss of time.
Yeah, definitely. And loss of time, Nodirbek will have to retreat his bishop, but giving the opponent one free move here, that pawn move, he's had not necessarily the worst thing in the world. He might just gain a tempo back by using the square that is being highlighted right now, a loose pawn on the agenda. Just for this pawn structure as well, because it's unlikely the armies are going to clash anytime soon, we should be looking for pawn breaks. And traditionally in normal chess, the break that white should be looking for is on that left flank by pushing the A pawn in front of the white queen forward one square, and then later the B pawn forward two squares. Needs to be prepared. It will take 3 or 4 moves to enact that sequence, but trading off a wing pawn for a slightly more centralized pawn is the short-term goal for Nodirbek here.
A positional battle for the moment, so let's go ahead and make a quick trip to our 5th place board. It's Arjun Erigaisi versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Only a couple moves made so far, but this is one of the boards that went its own way in terms of that first move made. It was a d4 push, the pawn in front of the rook, met by a d5 push on the other side. Of course, now we're seeing that b3 maybe possibly opening up the queen line that we talked about a little bit before. But the interesting thing for me here is now my queen's line of sight is cut off. So it kind of already feels like a peculiar approach here by Maxime, if you intended to open up this diagonal eventually anyway.
The game sort of shifted one step towards the right side of the board. You know, we were looking at ideas of opening up eventually on the board that we just checked in with the pawn in front of the knight moving forward, creating tension across the left flank. But I think here for Maxime, it's going to be the pawn in front of the bishop, which eventually arrives, trying to strike at the center of the board and getting those early breakthroughs in. A different plan here by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, but equally solid, taking control of any potential breaks that Arjun might have had in his mind.
Maybe he was just watching Vincent Keymer against Hikaru Nakamura yesterday, because although the pieces were shuffled differently, on the back rank. That game was the exact same first 2 moves for white. That game also started with queens in the corner. And yeah, he's going for the queen's gambit, just slightly delayed. He's going to push that pawn forward and challenge that traditional queen's pawn. But here the rook's pawn in the center. It's going to be very hard here for black to maintain the symmetry once that white pawn lands 2 squares forward. I think that's the goal, to break the symmetry as early as possible.
Well, one similar sort of pattern that we've seen across the boards, or what we're expecting on the remaining boards, what we just saw on the Nodirbek matchup, is that both sides want to go castle on the right side of the board and quickly open up the bishops in the corner. I wonder, despite the shift of the 2 pawns that have moved forward, will that still be the main plan of action here for the players?
Yeah, I could see that. The one downside now, both sides are kind of daring the other to go first, but as soon as you open up the bishop for either side, let's say here Arjun pushes that pawn forward as black, the white dark square bishop can land with a check already as early as move 3, and that will force black to block with a knight, which is clumsy, or trade off that beautiful bishop on the long diagonal.
Now, Maxime, Arjun, 2 of our players who are making their first appearance here on the Grand Slam Tour stage in Paris, France. I want to get a quick word from Maxime as he entered the arena earlier today ahead of his 5th place battle.
Maxime, there's really a lot to play for. The difference between 5th and 6th place, it's quite massive in this tournament.
For sure, in terms of points, also, if I'm looking to qualify to South Africa as the last Cape Town, I think. So yeah, definitely, like next 2 days are very important. Of course, I would have preferred to be playing for the top spots, but still, it's nice, and yeah, I'm hoping to have good games and most importantly, have fun.
Are you happy with the play you delivered this week?
I think in general I'm quite happy. Like, it's my first tournament, I didn't know what to expect in the classical portions. I lost 2 classical games, but both after very strong performances from Fabi and Nodirbek. So yeah, there's always things to be improved. But yeah, as a first experiment, it was very nice, and I hope to do well in next events of the tour as well.
What do you think is the greatest strength of Erigaisi?
In general, his calculation. Like all these young players, they calculate so well nowadays. I used to be like talked about as one of the fastest, strongest calculators, but feels like everyone like from this generation is probably already better in that aspect of chess. And also specifically about Erigaisi, is quite creative. He loves concrete variations, but also he does it like he finds a lot of very unusual ideas, so that's nice.
Good luck today, and in just one word, who will win the final?
Magnus.
Thank you.
That's one word.
Getting a quick prediction from MVL there. He will predict Magnus Carlsen in our top battle between him and Hikaru Nakamura. But this is the rematch of the Weissenhaus 2025 finals. Vincent Keymer and Fabiano Caruana playing for 3rd place here in Paris.
Yeah, a big one for both these players. But we need to get our chat, our community involved, right? Magnus versus Hikaru. Who takes it? We got that pick from Anish yesterday, saying, of course, Magnus. Maxime, a good friend, also saying, of course, Magnus. But David, are we underestimating just how incredibly strong Hikaru can be?
I mean, Hikaru definitely has a chance, right? If he plays anything like he did yesterday, Hikaru's got a great chance. But we can't ignore history. We can't ignore the track record, the head-to-head. I mean, it is Magnus. We talk about him as the GOAT for a reason. He's won everything under the sun. The one thing he hasn't won this season, at least, is a Grand Slam. And I don't know. I would have to say the same. If you said choose one, it would have to be Magnus. But whether it's 60-40 or 65-35, Hikaru does have a big chance.
Yeah, I mean, Hikaru, speaking to the point about Hikaru's performance not in this tournament in particular, went to dinner with Nicholas Huschenbett, who is on the pro stream. For those of you who would like a bit more of an in-depth look, you can go check out that pro stream with both him, Peter Lecko, and Judith Polgar over on the Chess24 stream. He said yesterday was Hikaru's best freestyle game he's ever played in classical.
Agree.
I would think so too. I mean, I'm trying to just think of all the action that we've seen playing against Vincent, the form that Vincent has been in, and just how he finished it off, right? Even in game one, he kind of kept everything under control. It blew up at some point, managed to still play out the tactics to pretty much perfection, declining those repetition. And game two was a Hikaru Nakamura show. That is what Hikaru does at the best. He transformed his middle game domination, played out the tactics to perfection, and then the end game conversion as well. So in every aspect of the game, I think he was the better player against one who's been a giant slayer.
Yeah, in just a minute or two time, we'll get back to that top ticket bout, but I do want to do a service to our third place battle here, Vincent Keymer and Caruana. What do you guys make of this initial position? I already see a pawn off the board, a piece here. It did go with that C4 start, matched by the C5 on the other side, but this is where it kind of deviated from our top battle already. A different knight jumping out over to the right-hand side here for Keymer.
And the big difference was that the queen was opened up in the other game really quickly on, and then eventually it was the knight first on the left side of the board that came out. Here, Keymer decides to bring the other knight to the center, and we see the development and a quick strike here. So breaking the symmetry, the pawn symmetry that we have by Vincent, and that explains the last move. You need two defenders with one attacker. That makes it possible. You exchange trades on the board, and this is what we have. But to me, David, it feels like you're kind of playing a little bit with fire, because black, in fact, could get the white rook to the center of the board, and look at the way the bishop, the one minor, is lined up. Then I'll just have that on the board really quickly. The bishop lined up not only against the rook, but the queen as well.
Yeah, it might be very hard for white to get the queen in the game, and one thing we definitely have learned is that queen mobility, the ease of access for the queen into the game later is so key. Often it is worth a move or two. The one thing is attacking this rook immediately might be hard if you push that g-pawn forward one square, because white will land a nasty check, the one we've mentioned before, and this just totally throws black's coordination into disarray. Maybe there'll be a bishop exchange, but then the white rook will sit nicely in the center unchallenged for a while. Now the white knight will come in. The white queen is actually nicely placed on the diagonal already. So you could open up a pawn there. And this just looks great for white with the black king open. So Fabi needs to be a bit sophisticated about this. He cannot just brute force attack the rook immediately. Or maybe he can. Maybe he should castle his king first after a knight trade. Either way, I do see the eval bar slightly in black's favor this early on.
Yeah, it's given a slight edge to the black side of things, but already maybe some tricks at play here. Vincent Keymer, a lot of questions were being asked. Was Weisenhaus a quote-unquote fluke? Would he have similar performances here in Paris? Would he have the opportunity to defend his title? He has impressed so many to get back up into the top four, but unfortunately falling just short yesterday in his battle against Hikaru. We took a moment to speak to him on his way into the venue to see how he's reset his mental to enter today's matchup against Fabiano Caruana. Take a look.
Tough match yesterday, Vincent. How is it to motivate yourself for this third place battle?
Yeah, I tried to rest a bit. I didn't feel too great during the game yesterday. Also, of course, it was a very complex position, so it was a tough game. But again, I didn't feel fully fresh, so I tried to get my energy back. And yeah, I'm feeling better today, so hopefully I'll be able to play at my best again.
So that was maybe that sickness that has been going around. You think you may have caught it too?
It's possible, yeah, but I don't want to fully blame it on that. I mean, even then, maybe Hikaru also got something. So, yeah, it was just a tough game, very complex position, and I made a few, let's say, undecisive decisions, which kind of led to a difficult situation. And then, of course, with little time, many things can happen, especially since I think he also played a really good game.
Rematch against Fabi today, and it's for a guaranteed place in the next tournament. Good luck to you, Vincent.
Thank you.
It's a good point that Sveta makes there. Playing top three book their ticket to Vegas from this event. So along with the money and circuit points that come for third place, you'd rather get it done here and now and know that you've secured a spot to Vegas than have to play through an open qualifier further on down the line.
True. Although they do like playing a lot of chess, these kids these days. But yeah, of course, a lot on the line in this one. And not just pride, but Vegas, baby.
There's that spot, and also there's a very cool $40,000 difference between finishing third and fourth, and that's a lot of money for 2 days in the office, you know, so you got to give your best here. He's up against Fabi. To your point, was Vincent Keymer a one-slam hero? I think he's shown the world that's not the case at all. Yeah. The run that he had in round robin, it was a tough one, you know, to make it to the knockouts. Not easy, but he still got the job done at the end. He delivered when it mattered. Then got picked on by Nepomniachtchi as his opponent in the quarterfinals. Once again, proves that pick wrong. Takes another giant of the chess world down. And then, of course, you know, it was a tough one against Hikaru Nakamura. But what a run he's had here as well. I think he's just slowly becoming a force to definitely reckon with in this format. You know, to answer your question, was it a fluke?
No.
I think everyone knows no.
And I think force is the right word to use for it, right? He's proven himself to be a titanic force in this format of freestyle chess. But from here we go back to our marquee matchup, El Clasico, Hikaru Nakamura versus Magnus Carlsen. Let's see how this one has developed. Still slow go here, as Hikaru has given it a good think after Magnus Carlsen's most recent move, developing his other knight out towards the center of the board. Very stable opening. What could be Hikaru considering here? Obviously, the continuation of symmetry would probably be the first thing he considers. But maybe what doesn't he like about it?
Yeah, I think just the fact that white will be able to strike first in the center, a la Caruana, might be on Hikaru's mind. If he brings his knight out, it does block the black dark square bishop in the corner. Let's put that on the board. And white would be able to open up the center now, maybe with a slightly clearer conscience. And very hard for Hikaru to mimic this without allowing white to strike first. If we do see a trade of pawns in the center, we might see almost a transposition to that Keymer Caruana game. But I think a slightly better version even for Magnus Carlsen here with white, just because black cannot fight for the center in the way that Caruana might be able to. And yeah, I think the other candidate move, Tanya, would be to immediately prevent this break in the center by opening up that dark square bishop on the diagonal, now that, at least for the moment, there aren't any checks along the diagonal, although I do see the bar rise up. So maybe there's a hidden trick here. I would say this is the most natural move, but maybe there's something wrong with it.
That's really interesting because, again, to your point, you really want to stop white from getting this break in. So you haven't only opened up the bishop, but now you're controlling it with 3 forces. And Magnus would be left with only 2. But it's not the accurate move here. And that has to be based on some tactics. David, turning to you for help here.
Maybe, does white play that move anyway?
Let's have a check. On point. A reason why we've got David Howell here with us.
And the whole point is that white will be able to land this check to break the connection, to sever the connection of the black dark square bishop to the center. So it looks like you're covering that square 3 times. You are actually just covering it twice. The bishop will be traded. There'll be a bunch of exchanges in the center as well. And once the dust settles, white has control over the center. Actually, I should mention that we're borrowing a lot of opening ideas here from the English opening in chess. And yeah, white here with this pawn on c4 controls everything. Black, despite having 2 central pawns still intact, just struggling for space, struggling for air. Okay, a trick.
A trick, and one that's very easy to fall for, right? Because that's really the move you want to make.
I would fall for this 100 times out of 100 in Freestyle Friday. I would play that move because it just looks so natural.
Yeah, I'd do it twice over. 100 times out of 50. I mean, this is really the move that's begging to be played, and then to understand that Magnus can still get that desirable break-in. So what I'm really taking away from the action we're seeing unfolding across boards, across our playing field, is that the key idea for the player playing with white is to trade these bishops. Once you're able to do that and get a bit of a central control, that central strike in successfully, you get an edge. You get a big opening advantage.
Yeah, Hikaru needs to find a way to prevent that then, or at least go for some kind of break of his own. The black queen doesn't feel so comfortable. Neither queen does right now in the corner. There's so much to mull over. I don't blame the players at all for investing a bunch of time at this early stage.
And I think Hikaru has this worked out. He sort of realized that the most natural move lands into this soup that David Howell just found for us. By the way, I just noticed, can we just talk about this very cool jacket that David has, which reminds me of what the players are wearing? I mean, have you been recruited? What's going on, David?
Do you have an announcement to make?
Yes.
Maybe about Vegas?
You know we love announcements here.
I mean, look at this, guys.
Late entrance into the field? What's happening?
I have been adorned by no less than Sir Jan-Henrik Buttner with a freestyle chess jacket. Announcement to follow. No comment.
Yeah. Baiting the entire chess world with that move right there.
I was so gutted when Hans pulled out last minute. I was in Paris.
Yeah.
Yet they flew someone across the world.
Oh my goodness.
They flew someone across the world.
How could they snub you like that?
They're making up for it now, though.
Would love to see you there, but I would have something to say about that. I don't think we want to lose David from this room, from this studio.
No, I don't.
So, no, not happening.
No, that's my coach right there. You can't rob me of my coach.
You can get the jacket, but not a spot there, not letting it happen. But it looks very cool. It's the velvet. David's got the velvet on.
It suits you, my friend. It suits you. It's too bad they're going to have to take it back from you at the end of this whole event.
Oh, spoilers.
Just leave immediately. Once the studio broadcast finished, get on that flight and leave Paris.
You've got a nice jacket yourself, James.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I paid for mine now.
I know. Basically, I was too cheap to find one. I didn't have a clean jacket last minute, so they took pity on me.
All right, Tanya, you asked the question earlier to our audience. I got the answer for you. When it comes to our top battle between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura, we only asked about game one, so this still leaves room for tomorrow for things to happen. But who wins game one? Our fans have spoken. 55% of the vote goes to Magnus Carlsen, 24% goes to Hikaru Nakamura, and 21% do believe it'll end in drawish fashion. They go into tomorrow in an even game state. But how about that? For all the Hikaru fans out there, it's not enough to undo what is the prowess of Magnus Carlsen over the chessboard.
Goat for a reason.
Exactly.
But I will say a 55% win today with the white pieces, that also shows how incredibly close the fans think this matchup really is. And to the fans' point, so important this first game because it's kind of going to set the tone for the whole match, right? Even if it ends in that 20-odd% draw that our fans are putting out to be, on whose term? You know, who plays from the position of strength? Who puts pressure on the player? If Hikaru is able to get a first game win with the black pieces, I think that would be the dream start for him. Magnus will look for a comeback, but if it's a Magnus win, you know, might be too early, but I'm going to say it, match over.
You know, we talk about how competitive a person Magnus is as well, right? Not happy with anything less than first place. I think I've finally put it together, and I'm almost upset with myself. It took me this long to realize he's always first in the confessional booth. This guy won't lose at anything. He refuses to lose at anything. He was the first in the confessional booth today. Let's get a word from Magnus Carlsen on position 103.
It seems that for the second day in a row, most people have decided that going to kind of a symmetrical English structure is the way to go. And I kind of changed my mind a little bit to play more like Vincent than Nodirbek. Like we discussed both things briefly before the game. What I do notice though is that both Jan and Nodirbek, they were in Reykjavik 2022, and in that tournament there was a kind of similar starting position where Nodirbek got it quickly that playing g3 too fast is a bit dangerous because you might run into bishop h3, so you should castle first and then with the knights, and then Jan actually had to spend tempo on bishop g7 immediately, which was a bit of a waste, which is why I think he has some initiative now. But yeah, now knight f3, I'm kind of half trying to tempt him into g5, which I believe is more weakening than good. But also after g6, it's a kind of, I mean, it's not even a trap because I don't think he's going to go there. But I think after g6, then d4 pawn sack is quite good. Like cd4, I have bishop h6 check, and so to win a pawn he would have to take with the bishop. Then I think I have excellent compensation, like knight d4, bishop h6 check, knight g7, g4, taking away f5 and opening up for the bishop, and it's just very good for white. But I don't think he's going to go there, so I think castles and then d4 takes, and if g6. We actually discussed this briefly pre-game. I thought this wasn't much for white at all, but then knight c6, b takes c6, bishop h6, bishop g7, and now Maxime mentioned queen c1, but I think actually bishop takes g7 simply is a lot stronger move, because then after king takes, we win a tempo with b3, opening up the diagonal for the queen, and if knight g7, castles g3 and so on, it should be very slightly better for white. Yeah, so just an update. Just as I'd been in the confession booth last time, I noticed that knight d4, which I thought about initially, especially as a reply to knight c2, but then sort of mentally kind of forgotten about. It's a very interesting possibility. So currently I'm considering 3 options mainly, which is b3, just letting him take on f3, or g4, opening up for the bishop, gaining some space, or g3. g3 is it's the boring option, obviously, but I'm kind of really attracted to, g4 is interesting. It kind of contradicts what I said earlier about trying to tempt him to play g5, but I think I am a few tempi up, and there are lines in the symmetrical English where you actually do go knight d4, and then white gains space with g4, h4 early. So the positions aren't that different. There is some precedent for that in normal chess as well. But my favorite at the moment is just playing b3, let him take on f3, gf3. I got a half open g file. I can develop bishop b2, activate the queen this way probably, because he's going to have to play g6, and then my queen will get play on the long diagonal. I can castle queenside if I want, so I kind of like it.
Well, how about that? Especially the most recent line, and I'm glad we actually still had it up on the screen there for just a moment. What an interesting set of ideas there that Magnus Carlsen has worked through. In so many ways, I would be scared to play something like that. It's, doubling pawns, it's removing one that's close to my king, but by the same token, it plays into the concept y'all have taught me all week long, right? Compensation for piece activity. All of a sudden, every single black piece on the board would still be locked on the back rank. Meanwhile, the queen has open sightlines. The rook would be unlocked along that g-file. So, of course, we're not quite there yet in this game. Hikaru is still deciding whether or not he wants to jump that black knight forward, which a lot of that plan would hinge on.
Yeah, those confessionals, they showed me 2 things. One, that Magnus is actually drawing a lot from classical traditional chess. He was name-dropping the symmetrical English opening, kind of borrowing some ideas from that. But the main takeaway is that he's not playing for safety. He wants some imbalances. He wants some kind of avenues to attack Hikaru. He's not shy of trying to play these controversial moves. And yeah, just the depth was impressive. The breadth of his analysis as well, looking for so many different options. Tanya, it looks like, he, despite his physical state, despite maybe feeling under the weather the last couple of days, it feels like Magnus is definitely calculating and seeing things very well.
That was very insightful, right? Because the feeling was that Magnus might want to play into his grooves, which are those slow positional grind, kind of get those positions where he can play out forever, put that slight pressure, and maybe the starting position also invites that kind of a strategic battle. But Magnus's approach, the lines that he mentioned, are anything but positional in nature. It's all about opening up those lines quickly, getting into the center, and some of them sacrificing a pawn as well for that initiative, getting that big bishop check in on this square, which we're seeing as a tactical motive being played out. And Magnus just seems like he's got full board awareness, combining ideas on the left side, how to activate the queen, with a check on the right side.
I also just love how quickly he's willing to disavow maybe a previous line of thinking. He said it there himself as he offered the idea of maybe pushing the g-pawn up to g4, saying, I realize this contradicts my previous confessional where I was talking about trying to induce the same move out of my opponent. But now I'm seeing it as a resource for myself, quite possibly, in terms of grabbing space on that side.
Very interesting. And all of that hinges on, of course, Hikaru's move here. You know, these ideas would appear if Hikaru makes this knight jump, trying to take control of a key central square. Also noticed how in his confession, he said that it was Nodirbek who pointed out that an early pawn push with either of these two pawns makes this square quite weak for the bishop to eventually land on. And we're actually seeing those motifs appear on the board as well. So that superficial level of analysis, it really gives these sort of insights to players to eventually make a decision on their own.
Yeah, and funnily enough, he cites that that game that Nodirbek had all the way back in 2022 in Iceland. Nodirbek himself, in his game, decided to push that G-pawn and open up that very weakness. So maybe he doesn't remember it or doesn't feel it's as dangerous as maybe it was originally made out to be.
And I wonder if that is one of the challenges of freestyle chess, where, you know, David, as you mentioned as well, that a player wants to rely on familiar patterns, draw from it in the 5-1-8, the English, the ideas of the central break, you're opening up the bishop, trading the right bishop according to what favors you. To find that balance, that certain positions will not give you the luxury to be able to do that, and then to be able to make the switch when you find pieces placed and recognize those positions when they're placed sort of similarly to a 5-1-8.
Yeah, and I'm often asked, what's the big difference between 2,700 Grandmasters and maybe 2,500 Grandmasters? Often the 2,500 Grandmasters, if you give them long enough, they will see the same things. They will understand the same patterns. I think the top guys, they see things quicker. But not just that, but they're more flexible in their thinking. 2,500s, 2,600s, they're maybe a bit more rigid. They rely on the patterns. They know what their strengths are, and they stick to those. But the top guys, they play according to the position. And I actually have a big regret that 10 minutes ago I didn't call out this move. I was going to say, if I know Hikaru Nakamura, he's going to play this move. He wants stability. He doesn't want a quick opening of the center. And he's locking things down. This comes at a big cost. He's controlling the dark square that we're highlighting here in the middle, but he's also foregoing control over the light square in between those two pawns. The game is likely to take a more positional nature now, which, although it plays into Magnus Carlsen's strengths, is also Hikaru Nakamura's biggest strength of recent times. And this, again, it's pattern recognition. This is a kind of key concept in traditional chess, especially in this English opening. It goes into what we call the Botvinnik structure, named after a former world champion. And yeah, it's going to become a lot slower now. Magnus will not be able to show off those tactics he was highlighting to us.
Very committal though, right? This move, you have to be very sure when you play something like this, because the corresponding square that Hikaru's knight has can easily be kicked out. It's not what you can call an outpost, which in chess is when you can't move the piece away from there by attacking it with a pawn. But this is just for the rest of the game. This is a square around which Magnus, I think, will get his piece play. You know, after opening up the bishop, and that was going to be my next question. Does Magnus still have this super risky pawn move forward in his mind? It's going to be perhaps even about rerouting the other knight eventually in the middle game. I think a lot of the play, apologies for the arrow, a lot of the play will start maneuvering around this key spot that Hikaru's last move has left behind.
It's interesting to me, too, because he moves that pawn directly into the line of fire of the white knight. So, of course, it has one defender, safe for the time being, but feels like as well it could be something that Magnus begins to overload in terms of threats. Again, that b-pawn sliding forward. Now, all of a sudden, the queen is staring down that diagonal. The dark-squared bishop can slide up, and we're looking at maybe 3 or more attackers, all lending their scopes towards that singular pawn dead at the center of the board.
Makes a lot of sense, the plan. And I think for Hikaru, his defensive strategy would be to get another pawn to defend, to keep that structure under hold. Another, perhaps, to your point, David, would be, you know, you can line up against this pawn, but what about this bishop? You kind of blocked your own way. Hikaru's also aiming at an eventual, if he gets the right moment to do it, to just keep the pawn rolling up the board. He can't do it right now because the square is controlled by the knight, but an idea for white to watch out for.
And maybe Magnus will need to take a time out at some point to prevent that pawn push. I think Magnus is now more inclined to play on the flanks now that the center is a bit blocked up. And he is slightly ahead in development. He's got 2 pieces out. Hikaru only has 1. Hikaru will need to take a few timeouts to defend the pawn that James was highlighting there. So Magnus playing on the right flank, maybe even on the left flank as well, with some pawn pushes that we mentioned a bit earlier. Either way, Magnus has still so much choice. The eval bar doesn't really like that move, though. I think that's the big takeaway. I can't see any concrete reason. Maybe it's just a long-term strategic thing. Hikaru with some holes now on the light squares.
Well, while Magnus takes some time to think about this move, let's take a moment to dive back inside the mind of the man himself. One more time into the confessional booth we go. Magnus Carlsen had more to share.
I think I gotta mention the possible mating pattern here as well. Like there was one yesterday with queen takes g7 with a smothered mate in the opening that a lot of people were looking for. So when I noticed that now is, as I mentioned before, knight d4. If I do go g3, then d6 castles, bishop h3 is actually not a great move because of knight g5, and if he takes the rook, it's smaller mate with knight takes h7. And like to really hammer the point home, there's also a line that goes bishop f5 back, e3, threatening the knight, knight c2, attacking the queen, queen b1, and knight takes e3, and then queen takes f5, knight takes f5, knight takes h7, checkmate. Again, this is not going to happen, but it just goes to show how careful you have to be in some of these positions.
Well, not something we'll see on the board here between two super GMs, but some ideas you might be able to play for yourself at home in your freestyle chess games against some of your friends.
Yeah, I love it. And actually, we do surprisingly see a large number of these types of things happen in Freestyle Fridays. In Blitz chess, if you're trying to freestyle one of these positions, you often do run into these short checkmating patterns. You have to be really vigilant. This is why the players are burning 15, 20 minutes often on the first few moves, because they have to dodge these landmines. Just very impressive. Magnus in a playful mood, it seems, showing off these ideas.
Because of exactly that, I wonder if he'll just sort of take the fight to Magnus to Hikaru even, over the next few moves, by in fact going for the flank idea that he mentioned in a different line earlier on. We were talking about, is it going to be Hikaru who kind of pulls Magnus into that dogfight? But I think Magnus is ready for it. He's the one who might push the chaos button first in this one, if he pushes the pawn in front of the rook on the right side of the board.
I like your point, though, about playfulness and just what it indicates in terms of spirits being high. Again, maybe that energy is there that wasn't quite at 100% in the previous couple of days. And so that's the Magnus I fear, a Magnus who is operating at 100%. To be fair, I fear Magnus at 5% as well, but maybe maybe Hikaru wouldn't fear Magnus at 5%, but at 100%, that's another story.
I wonder if Magnus at 5% would still make it to top 100.
Well, I mean, real quick, just do the math. What's 5? Oh yeah, okay. I was gonna say, what's 5% of his current elo?
I mean, even when he's asleep, he's 2750 minimum. That's his baseline. But I mean, Magnus now, he's 3-0 up on Hikaru in the confessionals. Have we even seen Hikaru visit once? I think that might be, to me, the biggest shock of the tournament. He loves kind of getting that tension out. He loves talking about things. Hikaru loves to kind of get things out of his system. We've seen it in the streaming. He's very successful there. But Magnus, he's kind of getting one up on the big streamer himself by visiting that confessional booth.
We had Hikaru once in the confessional, and it became quite a viral moment when he said he'd like to strangle Nepo for making him fall into the Nepo gambit right there. And that was quite entertaining, but we'd love to see him back because we're so used to seeing him not once during the tournament, but at least 5 times in a day.
Yeah.
But it feels that he's just so focused on the job at hand. Oh, wow. Big move, big move.
Big move on the board. It's a pawn sacrifice from the world #1, Magnus Carlsen. I was talking about setting up this move with a pawn push first to prepare it. But Magnus says, no, I'm going to blow open the flank. And again, it's an idea that is borrowed from other openings. But right now, the black pieces might not be so well prepared to deal with this little pawn push. If it's captured by the black knight, we should mention, then the black central pawn will drop off. The defender will have been removed, so this was not a sacrifice, although this might be quite sensible for black. If the pawn is captured in another way instead, then the white horse is going to jump forward into a nice outpost, and the white queen has been unleashed with gain of time.
James' idea.
Exactly, James's idea on the board. That black pawn that has just done the capturing as well will be undermined on the next move. Let's say black defends the central pawn. Maybe Magnus will step forward with his corner pawn now and try to get his bishop to some nice open lines. Very ambitious stuff. Clear pawn down for white, but a great piece play.
But Tanya, maybe I can ask for the difference between this and what would have been a b3 push. Like, why do we need to give up our pawn to this black pawn as opposed to b3 push, still unlocking the queen? Our knight still has the option to jump to that outpost square that we highlighted earlier on. Why be so committal as to give up the pawn in this situation?
Great question, and I think it's so stylistic, right? Magnus sensed that this is perhaps the moment, the one moment he has where he can get this more energetic pawn move going, which sort of forces matters into more tactical territory. But I think if you want a slower approach, a more strategic fight, this is exactly what you play for. You push the pawn one step forward, develop your bishop, and play a long game. What Magnus has done here, he's just going all in. You know, to David's earlier point of borrowing from 5-1-8, we see these ideas of flank pawn sacrifices and openings like the Benko Gambit, where you give up material on one side of the board for piece activity. You know, we saw those lines where the bishop eventually lines itself against the king really quickly. It's all about time here, James. If you go with one push, that's a slower approach to the position, a more strategic approach. This one, Magnus hitting that chaos button that we were waiting for.
Yeah, he comes out swinging.
Yeah.
Feels like he just woke up feeling healthier. And actually, throughout my chess career, I've always played my best just after illness. Suddenly you feel like you're, I don't know, you can conquer anything. If you can survive that flu that you've just recovered from, then you can survive anything. And suddenly you feel perkier and more energetic. Magnus, I mean, he's going on the attack straight from the off. Magnus hates to be attacked early, but so does Hikaru, we should mention. So I mean, Magnus... Yeah,
the feeling's relative, right? It's like post-illness, 100% actually feels like 110%.
Exactly.
I am just thinking that this is Magnus. Everything that we've seen, round robin, you know, making it through, sort of almost crushing through Nodirbek, then beating Fabiano Caruana, was all Magnus being unwell? Is that what you're telling me?
God damn.
Magnus?
Yeah, that's terrifying. Again, 8.5 points through the round robin, essentially a share of first place, only losing out in the tie breaks there to Jan Nepomniachtchi to be the second seed. But then, yeah, I mean, the way that he's moved through each of his opponents, he's kind of shown us every version of Magnus too, right? The escape artist. Now he's willing to take off the gloves and just absolutely duke it out with another heavyweight.
What about that heavyweight? Because was this move that Magnus has played, was this on Hikaru's radar? Do you think he was expecting this at all when he pushed that central pawn forward?
I think it might have been kind of in his peripheral vision, but I don't think he expected it as a serious option. And at the very least, he would have expected Magnus to burn an extra 10, 15 minutes. Normally, sacrificing a pawn, that's the biggest decision in most games. But Magnus played that one after just a couple of minutes of thought.
And do you think, David, that Magnus has so much belief in his skills that he's willing to take these risks, you know, without burning the clock too much? He just feels that, okay, this should give me enough compensation, and if it backfires, I still think I can do it in the next one.
Yeah, level of confidence through the roof there. I wish I'd rated the player cards on the confidence levels, but yeah, Magnus at his best year, well, I think 2014 was very good, but 2019, when he was riding a high Alpha Zero inspired, he was giving up pawns like this, and he was not really caring. He felt liberated. Magnus Carlsen off the leash, and yeah, it feels like that kind of moment.
Unfettered, unchained.
Exactly. Oof. Hikaru needs to show all of his defensive skills now. Whether he grabs the pawn or not, he doesn't necessarily need to. I was
about to ask, can you just leave it there?
You can leave it there, but you might be the one sacrificing a pawn in that case. And unclear that the black pieces are ready. Yeah, there we're highlighting, Tanya's showing with some arrows that you could just solidify your own pawn chain. It's probably not the worst move in the world. It's very solid, but normally if your opponent comes at you, you want to prove a point. You're going to say, just like in the good old days in chess in the romantic era of the 19th century, they would accept any gambit, just as a matter of principle.
And why not our B pawn over our D pawn there?
Good question. The B-pawn also makes some sense. The white.
Because I'd like to capture towards the center and create kind of two pawn islands, right? You're telling me all about the pawn islands yesterday, and at least this way, we have just the lonely pawn island on the left-hand side, but then at least all of the other pawns could eventually become connected once again.
And I wonder, David, if there's something to Magnus's idea. He was mentioning these checkmating patterns that are possible in this position. And if you were to go this way, where the bishop isn't opened up, I just want to highlight a small difference. You jump in with a knight. Remember, one of the undefended pawns. Now, if this pawn was on this square, the other way to defend it, you'd have the option to actually develop your bishop and then defend that pawn retreatingly. So this would ask some awkward questions. Getting your knight out to defend, you can get rid of it by jumping the other knight ahead on the board. Sure, you can kick this knight out, but are you ready to face the wrath of the two knights getting closer to the black king? So perhaps that could be the slight difference. You really need the bishop to jump onto the defense.
I could see this happening, It is a very Hikaru move, especially these days when I spend too much time watching him stream. He's always talking about consolidating, stabilizing. As long as he can weather an initial attack, he believes in his long-term chances. And, deep in thought, the world number 2.
And clock's ticking, right? It's almost going to be a 30-minute deficit here for Hikaru very, very early on. Did I get my math wrong? Yeah, almost there. Almost.
Yeah, 20 minutes so far.
Which is why I took
or
the buffer.
15 at the moment, but yeah, soon to be 20.
Halfway there. Thanks, James, for that. But... if it gets to 50, I'd hit the mark. Almost there. But coming to this point, right? So what are the moves that's going on in Hikaru's mind right now? If he wants to play with fire, he accepts the bait, right? You pointed out taking with the knight, you lose a central pawn. I think we can discard that. And Hikaru will be quick to get that out of his way as well. So one is, you go all in, you accept the sacrifice, and ask Magnus Carlsen to prove it. Or the more solid approach by defending this pawn with either advancing the pawn on the left side or the center of the board. Predictions, what will Hikaru choose?
Well, just because it was my idea, I'm going with the B-pawn push.
I'll go with the D-pawn. Tanya.
You guys don't leave me with a choice. I think chat wants to see it. Our community wants to see it. I want to see it. Let's have a head-on battle, Hikaru. Let's go. Let's take the pawn.
Okay, all right. We wait on bated breath for the answer here.
Yeah, I could see that happening too. Hikaru, although he likes his kind of stability, he does also like something to hold on to long term, so whether that's a positional advantage, whether that's a better pawn structure, a bishop pair, or an extra pawn. He does tend to, at least against lower rated players, just take that and make it count long term. But I think against a slightly lower rated player, he wouldn't be burning this much time on the clock, Hikaru. So already the Magnus factor starting to play a small part.
And once again, Hikaru, feeling it's a critical position. No better time to spend, no better moment to spend the time to think than when you think it is a critical moment. While he does take that time to think, we are going to take an ever so short break ourselves, just about 5 minutes, while the players continue to play through the early stages of the game. Have no fear, we will leave you on this very board. You will not miss a single moment of Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura, and we'll see you back here on the other side of that break.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
I've said this for the better part of the last 10 years that I intend to retire by the time I'm 40. So it's time to retire. That's all I'm going to say. Yeah, it's insane. I don't even know what to say about him. A lot of people are new to chess. They haven't been following for a long time, so perhaps it took them by surprise. But nothing really has changed. However, having said that, the chess world we live in today is very different than the past. There are these freestyle events. They're rapid and blitz as well. So definitely no intentions of retiring from chess overall anytime soon. But as far as classical chess goes, could be very soon. Well, we'll see. Nothing has changed from Weisenhaus.
Welcome to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour.
Of the world's greatest chess players will battle in a unique and thrilling format. No opening preparation, no memorized lines will help the grandmasters here. Only creativity, skill, and instincts.
That's because all games are played in Fischer Random, also known as Chess 960, or as we like to call it, freestyle chess. Before every game, a new starting position is drawn, challenging the players to rely on their creativity and intuition.
And with a $750,000 prize pool, the stakes couldn't be higher. Over 8 days, the Grandmasters will compete for first place and Grand Slam Tour points with the hopes of becoming the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam champion for all 5 tournaments around the world.
The first 2 days is the round-robin phase. Every grandmaster plays each other once over. 11 rounds with a rapid time control. 10 minutes with a 10-second bonus per move. And if needed, 10 tiebreakers will decide the final standings.
The top 8 grandmasters advance to the knockout phase, 1 round every 2 days, with 1 game per day in a classical time control. 90 minutes plus 30 seconds per move. And to reward the best performers of the round-robin stage, the top 4 players choose their opponents from the bottom 4.
Players who get eliminated don't go home. They continue fighting for rankings in a separate bracket. Every win still counts, in points and in dollars.
And if matches end in a tie, get ready for an epic tiebreak. We begin with a rapid match, and if it's still tied, there'll be a blitz showdown with 5 minutes plus 2 seconds per move. And if there's still no decision, we will watch a final Armageddon standoff.
This format ensures that only the most adaptable, resilient, and fearless chess player will triumph. No second chances, no shortcut, just pure chess brilliance.
Who will rise above the rest and claim the $200,000 first prize?
World, are you ready? The greatest chess talent from around the globe. 8 action-packed days. This is Freestyle Chess.
Anytime I try this, I just lose that pawn. It just steps too far forward, becomes weak.
Tremendous accuracy, at least with your hands.
Let's do an action replay. When the,
Oh, actually, he apologized to the glass.
Yeah.
Not to Fabi.
What is that?
I got knocked out.
Chess 3, 2, 1.
Chess clock.
French 3, 2, 1.
Toast.
Time 3, 2, 1.
Management.
Wow.
Good 3, 2, 1.
Good year.
Sun 3, 2, 1.
Sunlight.
Hot 3, 2, 1.
Hotter.
Free 3, 2, 1.
Not a free.
Ah, no, I got stuck. I wanted to say freestyle, but
3, not 3.
yes, exactly. You killed me with 3.
King 3, 2, 1.
Kingpin. Huh? It's Kingpin. That's the chess magazine, no? The British chess magazine? There was that. Well, I never read it, but I heard about it, yeah?
And we're back here in Paris, France for the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura for the top ticket, $200,000, 25 circuit points at play. We got to get straight back into the action. Hikaru, though, still burning time on the clock, considering what will be his response from this most recent provocative move here from Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, I think Tanya might have read the future when she was predicting how long Nakamura would be down on the clock. It's now a 23-minute disadvantage and growing. He keeps extending his hand to Hikaru as if he's about to reply, and then looking away. There's clear indecision on his face. He's trying to calculate deeply, but either way, there's no obvious solution here.
Really appreciate that, David, making me look
less stupid than I just did. You know, my math being completely off point there. But we might reach that point where, in fact, the clock deficit comes to a big play, right? Because this position is just starting to heat up. This is the first question that Hikaru has to answer. And if he does accept, and perhaps that's where his heart is to take that pawn, to ask Magnus to prove that compensation, then we're just getting started on the complications. You need those extra minutes on the clock.
And speaking of questions to answer, we would like to give chat an opportunity to make their voices heard. Ask us any questions they might have burning in the back of their brains. And so Tanya over here is going to pull up our chats from our respective channels here. Give us just a moment to complete that process, and then you can fire away. Oh, we got to mute. We're hearing ourselves through our own laptop.
Fixing it.
Yeah. Ask us anything about chess, about life, about players, about behind the scenes. We want to be hit with the hardest, most groundbreaking journalistic questions there.
Do we? All right, David, I'm going to throw them straight at you then when they come. But we've got our Twitch community chat open, our YouTube chat open, and whenever we see a question, so it's an AUA, ask us anything.
There you have it.
Game on, chat.
Game on. Ask us anything. And we do have the time now while Nakamura is still thinking, still showing indecision here. But the game will liven up a bit later, so this is your opportunity. This is your one chance, as Hikaru does take the pawn with his knight. Ooh. So accepting the sacrifice, but admitting that his central pawn will now disappear. So counting is hard in terms of clock times, but counting on the board, not hard for now. Level material, still.
That's a peculiar move. And then how about that? At least does blitz out the next couple of moves, so quite clearly thinking through the preceding moves that would occur as a result, but drops that central pawn that we had talked about so often before.
And that's really interesting, because this was one of the options that we sort of disregarded really quickly, right? Traditional chess wisdom, you don't want to give up a key central pawn for a flank pawn. It's way more it's worth when it's at the center of the board. And for Magnus to immediately take it and Hikaru to respond, it shows where the minutes were going, where he was burning his time there. Opens up the diagonal of the bishop, hitting the knight. But David, this could be dangerous very quickly for Hikaru. You know, you've got these pawns which are separated, still the big square. Once the bishop lands with a check, that could be dangerous. And I wonder if that means that the pawn in front of the rook could actually move forward, something on Magnus's mind, defend the knight, get the bishop out, all about timing, all about momentum.
Yeah, this is about to heat up. This is just the beginning of the complications between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. We will await to see whether Hikaru's long think there was the wrong think, or whether it was a good time investment. Because if Magnus now steps back with that attacked knight, if Magnus burns time retreating, then Hikaru can complete development, then Hikaru is totally fine. But if Magnus says, well, it's time to go all in, and Magnus there making a bit of a face, then we will see fireworks, chaos, and one of the players likely to be rewarded for their courage in the near future. A fascinating position.
Well, I saw one question on YouTube, and they want to know if David's single. You
Sorry,
said
everyone.
it. Bring the.
Sorry to disappoint everyone out there.
It is ask us anything.
Yeah, the answer
You
is.
asked for it, David.
The answer is no.
There you have it. But I will say then probably, you know, when David's girl like, David, say the 3 magical words. David's like, take, take, take.
Yes, yes to chess. Chess is life.
Chess is life.
All right, but how about this one? How do they interview him during the game? Well, it's not quite an interview. We have a confessional booth set up within the playing hall, and basically it's an isolated little area that the players can go through. They open a little glass door, slide in, so as to not be heard or disturb the rest of the players in the playing hall. And basically there's just a camera set up in there for at any moment the players who want to jump in there can go ahead and verbalize some of their thoughts and talk through some interesting ideas. Some players we've seen use it more than others, but in my opinion, one of the most fabulous additions to kind of chess broadcasting in general is just getting the opportunity to peer inside the mind of those super GMs.
Yeah, I can confirm there is not a priest on the other side of that gate as the players confess their sins. It's just a camera, just to try and encourage them to share their thoughts. We love the insights. We've been very blessed, as the likes of Magnus Carlsen have been entering regularly to talk us through their thought process. A real nice addition to chess in recent years. This has been adopted by a few tournaments, but very much encourage the players. Some of the younger guys as well. Even the likes of Arjun Erigaisi, surprisingly, entering that confessional booth. And I'm hoping that continues as a trend.
This is an interesting question. Is this the first time Magnus and Hikaru are playing a match format in classical time controls? A match format, I don't know if that's a colloquialism that I don't necessarily understand.
So like a knockout
in chess
format, head-to-head match rather than just
if
a one-off
anything,
game
it's been
in
quite some
tournament.
time probably since they've played in a classical time control against each other.
They did play in Norway chess last year, the year before as well. Hikaru won Norway chess a couple of years ago, so Hikaru doing decently in recent times. But in terms of knockout chess, classical, it might well be one of the first times, or at least the first time in a long time. They never faced each other in a World Cup, as far as I know, and that's one of the few classical knockout tournaments out there.
Yeah, in a match format, I'm trying to think of it as well, and I think this is the first time, so that's a great spot by our chat right there.
Great spot. And they've never played in the candidates tournaments. Magnus's candidates career kind of predated Hikaru getting to the very top in the world. Yeah, they've played, of course, in many rapid formats, many online events in knockout phases, but this is one of the big ones. This is one of the highlights for them, that is for sure, in this rivalry.
Also, the position, the way it's starting to heat up is, I think, going to be a big highlight for us today. I mean, we should take a moment to just think about what has happened here, you know. We've got one pawn trade, open diagonals. I also want to point out Hikaru's got his own bishop set up against the white queen. David, the bar says that white is better here. Magnus doing well out of the opening, but I want to get the human evaluation in, you know. We see their heart rate monitors, 81 Magnus, Hikaru 95. From a human perspective, how unclear or double-edged is this position?
I think totally unclear. I would think I would take white no matter what, even if white just retreated the knight right now, just because you have an extra central pawn. The white bishop will land on a dark square diagonal, this one that we're highlighting. Nice active play, but concretely, if Magnus does press the chaos button and throw another pawn forward in the center, he's clearly in the mood, then I think, yeah, he's going to invest 10-15 minutes in that, but that was another sacrifice of a pawn, maybe even more, as the black knight can jump in, and yeah, it's just total chaos. This is a key moment already in the game.
And that's a big pawn move, right? He just moved the other one up the board 2 squares. What do you guys think? Is Magnus going to go all in at this point and push the pawn in front of the rook 2 squares, opening up the bishop?
He has to. He has to. And the form and the attitude that he's shown up with today, I feel like he's here for a fight, and he's going to throw it all, you know, all caution to the wind in a sense.
And he's the best reader of the opponents, by the way. Yes, I was making the player cards, but I think Magnus has a better evaluation on all of these top guys than anyone else in the world. He will know Hikaru hates to be hit this early in the game. So going direct on the attack as early as move 4, 5 earlier, Magnus, he's going to continue that game.
And look at Hikaru, it's not even his move, but head and hands fully locked into the position. He knows that this is an early fight. The battle's already on the board. And neither of them, I think we're going to see them leave their chair. You remember Hikaru versus Keymer? Hikaru barely on his chair the whole match. I think we're going to see a very different Hikaru in this one.
Well, we'll see, because up to this point, he's barely been in his chair when it's not his turn. This is actually maybe the first moment in the game in which he will be sitting down
on
in the
board.
moment that Magnus makes the play. And it is going to be that d4 pawn push, completely blowing open the center of the board here.
Magnus literally doesn't care. He woke up and chose violence today, is what his attitude is about. You know, looking unconcerned, unbothered on the stage earlier there with you, James. But the position, he's ready to have some fun.
This could be over in 20 moves, you know. If Hikaru doesn't find the right solutions here and now, I could see Magnus just winning this game. Essentially on the dark squares, the white bishop now threatening a nasty check. That is the whole foundation of Magnus's approach, this check. Trading off the dark square bishops and using the white knights, the white queen on the diagonal to infiltrate later. Hikaru's about to make a move. He expected this, but this is just so crazy to see Magnus this aggressive early on. It's rare.
You moved the knight from the square as it did. You captured the pawn where the knight landed. This is the move that you have to be calculating. So it would be really bad news if Hikaru goes into a long think right now. Because then it means he actually missed something, because this had to be part of his plan when he grabbed that pawn with his knight.
Yeah, he needs to as well not drop too far behind Magnus on the clock. Closing in again on a 20-minute deficit there. Bishop check in the air, so much to calculate. Oof. Maybe this is our time for the AUA again, because I think Hikaru might well be, at least until Hikaru shows his intentions, this is a critical moment, and he has so much choice.
Well, we hope beyond all hopes that Hikaru doesn't think too long, just because, as Tanya said, it would indicate that maybe he did miss something in the position. But one more time, we're going to get a word from Magnus Carlsen himself as he continues to dive into the confessional booth to give us insights on how this position develops.
Well, Hikaru is a great defender, so like sacrificing a pawn early on doesn't seem like an obvious stylistic choice. Honestly, I hadn't thought much about the possibility of him going e5 on the third move. I thought it looked like a little bit loose, but like worst case I could play kind of normal symmetrical English types of setups and it should be fine. But yeah, once I saw b4, it was hard to resist. The thing is that it's kind of hard for him to find a safe option here, somewhere where he's like a little bit worse but kind of manageable. I think it's going to be very complicated no matter what. For instance, there's knight takes b4 and then knight takes e5 and then g6, hoping to sort of stabilize that way by kicking the knight away. But then I think I'm going to play energetically again. I go d4, and if he castles, then I go knight to g4. Knight h6 is a big threat, so maybe he has to go h5. Knight takes h6 check, king h7, g4, and everything's kind of flowing. And all of this is happening while his queen is languishing on a8, as well as his bishop on c8 is not developed, so that doesn't look very promising. I mean, he's a great defender. I'm sure he's going to find a way to get a reasonable position, but for the moment it's looking very exciting.
Well, there you have it. I mean, Magnus Carlsen, it feels like he's thought about just about everything when it comes to this position and how it could play out. Hikaru Nakamura up out of his chair.
And I think everything that he just said in that confession is about to happen. He's seen this all the way through, David. We've got a move on the board. In fact, Hikaru has gone for castle. And now, what we heard from Magnus already on his mind was to retreat with the knight, giving the idea of a deadly check on the square. Magnus does do that. Gameplay on. This is something that Magnus has seen through.
And we should mention that confessional happened 4 moves for white before this position. So Magnus has already foreseen all of that. He's playing it so quickly, so confidently. And that final position that he was highlighting with white giving a check, trapping his own knight. That white knight, by the way, there's no way back. It's not coming back into this game. It's going to give its life up in the kind of hunt for the black king. But now pushing a pawn forward, this is just the definition of chaos. I mean, how crazy is this? The white knight on the total opposite flank took most of its pieces. The rest of the white's pieces don't look too well placed, but somehow the black king is living a doomed life here.
You say chaos, but in the hands of Magnus Carlsen, it's controlled chaos, right? Because he sees it from the beginning.
It's killing chaos, you know, and he highlighted that this plan works because Hikaru's half of his army is pretty much dead, not coming to defend, and Magnus 2 moves away from getting that queen into the attack. You could slide up, slide over, and then eventually look at tactics appearing on the right side of the board. Meanwhile, for Hikaru, it would take much longer to get his queen all the way across to defend the king. I mean, this position, if this was to appear, and we're already at the move where the knight has started rerouting itself to give that check, and perhaps it's the moment that Hikaru needs to find a good defense, get that 96 that David gave on resourcefulness into play right here.
He was going to move his bishop. Just the way he kind of went for his hand, it looked like he was about to make a long move, or at least a bishop move, whether that's capturing a pawn, whether it's just sliding the black bishop up 1 square to create a hiding place for the black king in the corner. It looked like Hikaru was going to react quick, but I mean, to me, this is all surprising. It feels like the position Magnus was evaluating there, I would need 30, 40 minutes to just understand what the basics of what was going on, let alone the kind of truth of the position. Hikaru here, maybe caught up in the pace that Magnus is playing. He wants to react immediately, but this is so crazy. He needs to be accurate. One mistake, one misstep, Hikaru is going to be checkmated or going to be knocked out on those dark squares.
And losing game 1 against Magnus, again, it's almost match over. Practically so difficult to come back from there. If he goes for the line that Magnus was hinting at, he keeps hesitating there, by the way, reaching out and then pulling back. I think that's dangerous. The last position that we had with the pawn moving forward looked incredibly strong from Magnus. An excellent attack, excellent calculation there by the world number 1. I think, David, it has to be something to do with your idea. Bring the bishop to defend that square, or does he really go all in with grabbing that pawn and allowing White's knight to give a check? What actually happens there?
One of those two moves is the best move in the position. Do you want to tell me which one it is?
A bishop move.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
One of those two that we just pointed out. One of them is slightly better than the other.
I would just move the bishop 1 square.
That's the second best move in the position.
Taking the pawn.
And it's the difference of it's a half a point difference between those two moves.
Oh, wow. And Hikaru, you know, it looks like he's made a decision and then pulls back.
Yeah, we should mention taking the pawn in the center with the bishop. Wow, it looks like it's just been played. Is
that was
right?
me.
Oh no, that was you before Hikaru's made the move.
Yes.
I was getting excited. Taking the pawn with the bishop, it does allow the idea of a sacrifice, eliminating that bishop. He just moves it 1 square.
We've got a move, but it's a small one.
Okay. The second best move in the position, but still one of his only 2 options to hold the position at under 2 points advantage to Magnus. Anything else would have skyrocketed to about 2.5 advantage or more for Magnus Carlsen. It is a dire position already here for Hikaru overall.
Very dangerous, but I think we should show what was the problem if you do capture that central pawn, because it also looked extremely attractive. David, let's continue with the lines. So what stopped Hikaru from going for this?
Well, I don't know objectively what's correct here, whether White should give a check first with the knight, but taking that bishop would be so tempting to my eyes. You just kind of shut your eyes. You say, okay, that bishop controls all the dark squares. You take it, and then you jump in with your knight. The white queen is lined up on the diagonal. There's still this white knight check hanging over black's head.
Let's just show how dangerous this is.
Yeah, to my eyes, this just looks like a checkmating attack. Queen takes pawn looks very tempting here. Threatening mate in 1, the white knight coming to the edge of the board, the white queen cutting across the dark square diagonal. And something like this would be a miniature in chess. I can see why Hikaru just didn't even want to entertain the concept of these dark squares being undefended for the rest of the game. Clear that a rook easily worth that black dark square bishop. This would also be a guaranteed checkmate. The black queen is just a sad sight in this position. So although it was the best move, it would have required pinpoint precision in the defensive efforts. Hikaru partly wanting to keep up on the clock, partly just not wanting to risk this game being published in all the magazines, all the websites. By a 20-move checkmate there, he kept his bishop on a safer square. Okay, this makes a lot of sense to my eyes, but I'm not shocked at all that White has a big advantage here. Just because black is behind in development, White can even just grab a pawn maybe if necessary, but more likely that Magnus will continue the attack somehow. I'm still looking at knight checks. I'm looking at the white bishop. It has a couple of very tempting squares. The white dark squared bishop can come out, maybe trade off, maybe go for the black rook. Either way, big initiative, big momentum behind Magnus Carlsen.
That's the other idea we were mentioning, right? You've got to get rid of this bishop that Hikaru has in these positions, and once you do that, all of Hikaru's pieces are completely out of place. So I really like the point of bringing the bishop out. I don't think Magnus in this game is materialistic at all. He's not thinking about pawn captures, and we might see that on the board, but I'd be surprised. With the chess that we're seeing from him, I think he's going for this piece and not this pawn.
Yeah, he's thinking about launching an all-out assault on the black king right now with the way that he's played the game up to this point. He's set himself up for that.
Yeah, I need to start ordering omelettes at breakfast. That's what Magnus had this morning.
Is that the daily
omelette
intake?
And some toast. I mean, somehow that's fired him up for, this kind of early aggression.
Yeah, what have you been having for breakfast, though?
Not enough, clearly. Not the right things.
You've been predicting all of it. James, as are you.
Well, yeah, but that question you just asked reminds me we've got maybe a few questions from chat still to answer. This one coming from Miles. Which player transforms the most in terms of ability when playing freestyle? I mean, so far to me, Vincent Keymer is the one that I want to jump to, right? Just in terms of the way that he seems quite clearly in the top 4 in the freestyle chess circuit. Obviously, his world rank, not quite top 4. So a bit of a disparity there, but everybody continues to point to him as kind of, one of the incredible outliers here.
I've got another name, but not in a positive light. Gukesh transforms, unfortunately, not his strengths. They don't translate at the moment, at least. Still young. I'm sure he will become a very good freestyle player, but has struggled relative to classical chess so far, traditional chess.
And how about this one? Ask the host if they can beat blindfolded Magnus 2v1. I suppose they mean you two.
Freestyle chess, blindfolded.
Ooh, freestyle. Yeah, actually, let's throw that in the mix. Freestyle as well. So obviously, he gets to see the board first and then puts on the blindfold.
I'd be quietly confident, as long as I had a bit of time on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, if I have a shot at all, it's got to be in freestyle chess. I think blindfolded 5-1 Magnus would crush me still. But freestyle could be interesting, actually. I'd love to get that fight in. They shot this content. We had players fight against our participants, our starcast here, in blindfolded freestyle. We'd love to know what the results in that were.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't want any spoilers. I do know some of the streamers who took on the likes of Magnus and others, and some results were better than others. But
Did Magnus crush them all?
I think Magnus did pretty well. Let's just say he's a bit of a beast. He's shown that in the confessional, right? Just calculating half a dozen moves in advance or more in crazy positions and evaluating them perfectly. Good question, though, there from the chat.
Yeah, very solid question. We can see the heart rates on the bottom of our screen between these two players, but perhaps we take the bird's eye view. We haven't done that yet today, just to see if anybody is already feeling to be a little uncomfortable in the position they've been put in. I will say, across the days, I think we've established relative consistency for certain players. Nodirbek and Nepomniachtchi always seem to be kind of the most elevated when it comes to the heart rates. Arjun Erigaisi, typically the one at the bottom of that scale as well.
And Magnus and Hikaru still pretty much at good levels there. And I wonder what the fans and the commentators, I mean, I feel like our heart rates have got to be higher than
Mine goes
these
all
two
over
players.
the place during these days.
Yeah. I don't even know what my baseline's around 70, 75. When I'm commentating, it's around 200. I don't know. But right now, if your heart's not pacing seeing these two fight, I think we need to get a heart monitor on you guys.
Yeah, from here, we're going to go to the accuracies. Let's take a look at how the players are navigating the positions. I'm actually surprised in some senses even to see Carlsen's accuracy be that high because of, some of these gambit-y type moves that he's made, right? Typically, that might reduce the overall accuracy score. But even still, 97.7 for him.
And a close second to that is Arjun Erigaisi in his match against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with 97.2. So that's a pretty high one as well. Magnus bringing his absolute beast mode against Hikaru. And we can see his accuracy dip a little bit, right? Perhaps had something to do with those decisions of capturing the pawn with the knight, allowing this influx of Magnus's attacks. And then we've got our positional evaluations. Magnus slightly better from a human perspective. I'd say practically a very, very difficult task ahead of Hikaru. Might be even more than what our eval bar suggests.
Yeah, and look at that. Again, it's the most decisive advantage and obviously in our marquee matchup. So we've got to stay glued to this one. Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura. Onus is on Magnus to make a move here. Trying to take full advantage of what that eval bar says he has at play.
I'd love to get the bishop trade in. Your opponent has one defender, one key defender in the position. Get it off the board. And then if you do that, the dark square weaknesses around the black king with the queen beautifully placed without having to make a single move in the position, just based on the fact that Magnus got rid of the pawn in front of it with a sacrifice and then immediately blasts open the central pawn as well, which could either move one step forward or trade, opening up that diagonal. All you got to do is get rid of this bishop in front of the king. That's the one that I'd go for here, David. What do you guys think? What do you think Magnus would have on his mind right now?
Yeah, I have a feeling it's one of three moves. He's either going to bring out white's dark square bishop, like you said, to challenge its counterpart. He might bring it one step less far there, just to attack a black rook undefended in the corner, or he's going to play pawn takes pawn, not just because it's a win of a pawn, but just to actually open up the white queen's diagonal slightly more. But I have a feeling his eyes are fixed on the Black King, as you mentioned, Tanya. So more likely at this moment, while he's still calculating, he's focusing, prioritizing the variations that go on the attack.
Now, we often say, right, checks captures threats. Is there a reason why? Well, for me, it was more intuitive, but to just not go in with the idea of now giving a check with the knight, it's kind of attractive. You get your knight closer to the Black King.
Yeah, very good question. Very attractive. That knight will not be captured. That would cost Black the dark square bishop. Too valuable, that piece. As a defender, the Black King will slide into the corner. I think it might be one of those cases, the old cliche, the threat being stronger than the execution. The white knight sitting on this square does lack a bit of support. In contrast to the other position where we talked about Magnus, or Magnus himself mentioned this knight check being an idea. The Black King isn't lured out into the open. There weren't pawn breaks to leave her open more lines. And yeah, it's just nice to keep the square vacant for the bishop as well. The white knight might want to go to another square later with a different check. So I feel like that isn't number one on Magnus's list of candidate moves. We will see. But okay, interesting that he spends time now. He knows he's facing the best defender, maybe other than himself, in world chess. So he will need something very concrete, very forceful in order to break through.
I'm just surprised that, you know, the starting position that we had, it just seems so positionally inclined, strategically inclined. And yet here we are. What move number is this? Less than 10 moves on the board. And it's fireworks already.
Nobody predicted this. Nobody. I mean, the start position also spoke in Hikaru's favor. I even said the players on the Black team, they should be very happy because it looked like a very quiet starting position. But nope, Magnus found a way. Found it very, very nicely. He's talked about struggling in kind of start positions in freestyle before, but not this one.
Yeah, only 7 moves in, but it kind of feels like we're on move 27, if anything, with at least where the game is kind of precariously balanced. You mentioned how maybe this position should have been one that the Black, or rather the players with the Black pieces were happy with. I can tell you this, probably the player with the Black pieces who is happiest with the position that he's managed to get for himself midway through the game is Fabiano Caruana versus Vincent Keymer. We can go ahead and check in on that one. It's our third place matchup and a rematch from Weisenau's 2025. Just going to get a quick peek in because it's a very different looking game between these two players. The entire left side of the board looks like it's been completely blown up.
Interesting. The bar slightly in Black's favor. Black is a pawn up. We should mention it's not the most healthy pawn in the world. There is a 3 versus 2 advantage for Black on the left half of the board, but lots of isolated pawns to stare at. Tanya, it feels like problem pieces for both sides. The Black bishop in the corner, the white queen still in the corner. Ultimately, to my eyes, it does look like it's manageable for Vincent Keymer. Nothing too significant to worry about. This could turn as well. White could get an advantage if White wins the material back a bit later.
And it does feel like that won't be too far in the future, right? Because you highlighted the weaknesses, which in fact Keymer can go for. The knight is beautifully placed for it already. Double down on that pawn. And once this pawn falls, we've been talking about islands, you know, whether it's in life or on the chessboard. You want more in life, less on the chessboard. And here for Fabiano Caruana, he would be left with 3 pawn islands versus 2, which means more weaknesses, more targets. Despite the pawn deficit, I think more pleasant to be White here.
I was going to say, yeah, by all accounts, this looks like a position I'd rather play from White, and yet the computer just ever so slightly favors the Black side of it. So can we justify the computer's evaluation?
You know, I've said this before, that the big difference between the computer and what we see being played out is a heartbeat. And I think that's exactly what this position's about. We highlighted Fabi's pieces, all of them on the first rank, right? Far away from play. The pawns that are completely disconnected and weaknesses all across. White's 1 move away from getting the queen active. The bishop already on the diagonal. Its counterpart not doing anything at all. The other bishop also limiting Fabi's knight from coming onto the game. Look at the rooks. The rook on the only open line. Fabi's rook completely tied down. All these points put together. I would say that it's advantage Fabi from a human perspective.
Yeah, and if we forget the chess for a moment, let's talk about the styles. Vincent is a very strategic player. He likes these slower positions where he takes long-term advantages and then makes his move a bit later on. Fabiano likes things a bit more concrete. He's more of a mathematical approach type of player where he can work things out to the bitter end. And for now, despite what the computer says, I actually think Vincent should have reason to be happy. Feels like more of his type of position, and he looks very chilled on the camera there. Heartbeats roughly beating in sync.
I fully meant advantage Keymer.
Okay,
After
just checking.
pointing out all
I was
the
gonna say.
weaknesses in Black's position, all the things that were wrong with it, that's exactly what I meant.
You had me quite confused for a moment there, but now it all started to make sense once again. Okay, so moves have been made, though, on our final table. We got to hop back over there just to see if Magnus Carlsen has continued to keep his foot on the gas and maintain the advantage that the computer had given him before. If we roll back just a couple of moves, we'll see what was his response just a bit ago. He did decide pawn takes pawn here in the center of the board.
I must admit, I suggested this thinking that white just restores the material balance. Actually, white goes up a pawn. Suddenly, Magnus is attacking and he's up material. That feels like a nice bonus. But I did miss Hikaru's next move, a sudden surprise attack against the white knight, which is hanging in midair. The discovered attack now from the black light squared bishop opened up on this diagonal, so no time to play en passant or capture that black pawn in the middle of the board. The white knight saved itself here, Tanya. Yeah, this would have been disastrous for Magnus, so the knight had to jump with gain of time with the check. We've talked about that black bishop being too valuable as a defender, so could not capture the white knight and trade off that piece. The black king hides in the corner, and Magnus Carlsen to think.
And yes, you go up a pawn in this position, but we were talking about the importance of the square for Magnus, right? Perhaps a square where the bishop could jump to try and trade off a key defender for Hikaru. Do you think Hikaru is slightly relieved with Magnus's approach to perhaps pick up that pawn and go for this idea as we see on the board, rather than go all out for the attack against his king?
Yeah, I think just this last move, it's not necessarily about the position, the evaluation, which still looks in white's favor, but less so. I think it's more momentum. And suddenly the white queen in the corner does look awkwardly placed. Both of the white knights are looking clumsy. One knight on the edge of the board, kind of just about surviving, just about defended. The other knight pinned on the long diagonal. So, yeah, Magnus maybe being a bit materialistic there. He played the move I recommended, so I'm not going to fault him too much.
Sure,
I think the most natural move, but it might have been a misstep.
To your point, it almost feels like just the slightest detour on the pathway to killing the king, right? And maybe taking that one extra move is going to give Hikaru the extra time to breathe, to reinforce his position and ultimately find a little bit of stability.
Because he is just a couple of moves away, right? For Hikaru, you get the bishop out, you get the queen out, and then you're talking game on right now. For Magnus, it would be a dream to place his bishop on the diagonal, set up a battery, try to trade off Black's defender one more time, but you just don't have enough time to do it because your knight at the edge of the board then falls. So with none of that available, how does Magnus keep the momentum in his attack going before Hikaru regroups all his pieces and gets that queen activated?
Yeah, and Hikaru is following wisdom that's been taught for hundreds of years in chess. If you hit me on the flank, as the white knight is doing, then I strike back in the center, that black central pawn. Maybe we just show what happens if Magnus takes it. I'm still curious myself, to be honest. Will he recapture that pawn himself as black? White now 2 pawns to the good. 2 pawns ahead. Does he take it? Yeah, there we go, with a rook. A rook trade, the knight cannot capture due to the
This
pin.
is analysis. Hasn't yet happened. Let's just clarify that.
Otherwise, there'd be a ghost in Hikaru's seat that I'd be quite worried about.
Levitating pieces. Rook takes rook here, and the black knight would simply recapture. And here we do see the awkwardness of all the pins. The white queen sitting very uncomfortably. Magnus sitting not as comfortably as he was earlier. It's got to be said.
And Hikaru leaves the chair, you know, we were talking about it, under high pressure. Are we going to see him sort of stuck to the table in this game? But it does seem to appear that the last few moves have perhaps put him at a little bit more ease right now. He knows that there are no checkmating ideas, the bishop's still alive, and Magnus just doesn't stop. It's all the pawns, throw them all up the board, the G pawn, G4 for the score on the board. And Magnus activating his bishop, also perhaps eyeing this pawn moving one step forward, eventually freeing up his own bishop to land on the diagonal.
Yeah, also, an opportunity for that rook to get involved in the game now. Possible rook lift at play, or yes, if the pawn leaves the file itself, he can just control the G file in its entirety. Yeah. No castling anymore at this point for Magnus?
Unlikely. Although it's still legal, he might suddenly surprise us with castling on move 20, 30. Often that's a nice kind of weapon to save for a bit later. It's important to note he needed to push the pawn 2 squares there for everyone at home, not just one, because that would have allowed black to do something similar to what we showed earlier on the flip side there, with white giving some checks. Now black is able to land a very powerful check against the white king. So Magnus, yeah, it's not looking harmonious here, Tanya. Suddenly it's looking a bit random, like everything's strewn across the board. But he's still a pawn up, he's still caught the black king in the corner, still everything to play for.
Yeah, you got half your army on the right side, and then you've got the queen, bishop, knight, rook on the other side, and you're kind of trying to find a way to get all of them together. And not the easiest thing to do with this bishop opened up. And I wonder if Hikaru has ideas of his own against that. You know, do you want to start pushing your own pawn, creating threats, asking world number one some questions of your own here? It's just such a complex position. Hikaru wants to get his bishop and his queen into the game. He wants to maximize that bishop on the diagonal. What does he start with? What approach will the 5-time US champion have? And he does take a decision or not?
He sped up so much. Like earlier he spent, what was it, 20 minutes on one move? And suddenly his last few moves, even though they've been still the same level of difficulty, he's been playing so speedy. Hikaru, I think someone's standing in front of our camera. We haven't lost the camera feed there. The arbiters always stand in front of the cameras. That's their biggest habit. It was Nepo. We get news that Nepo was standing watching this game.
You know, and Hikaru being a streamer, he almost looked up and said, Nepo, get out of the way, man. My camera side has to be there. We're seeing expression number 23 right now from Hikaru, from his book of expressions right there. And that one is 29.
There it is, on his way to 48. And maybe today or tomorrow's where we finally get to that unseen 49th thinking face.
Great move. He gets his bishop out, developing yet another piece. The black queen now ready to slide across if given the time, and her entrance to the battle will totally change the dynamics. To be honest, this is the type of position where, like, even if Magnus makes one slip, this could turn massively. It feels like this could easily spiral out of control for either side.
And at the start of this game, right, in our pre-show when we were talking, I felt that this would be Hikaru's best shot, to kind of get these kind of messy, chaotic positions where every single move is one that you really need to give your time and energy to, because they come at a big cost, right? You have to be accurate in the position, or the advantage is lost, or in some cases you might just go to a point of no return, regardless of which side you're playing from. And I think when the tension is so incredibly high, even a player like Magnus can go wrong. So I'm just wondering if this perhaps, now that black isn't getting checkmated, a bit of a dream start for Hikaru.
It's definitely got better. Definitely got better.
Better for sure. Won't be a dream until it's complete, right? I think that's, you never know if it's a dream or a nightmare until you get to the end.
Yeah. Fairy tales are hard to get every tournament. We had Vincent Keymer's fairy tale last time. Would be a bit of a fairy tale for Hikaru if he wins this match. But Magnus Carlsen for now. I see the eval bar still slightly on white side. To be honest, if I didn't see that, I would just think it's a total mess. Dynamic equality, 3-result game, all the cliches. But yeah, this is just a full-blooded fight, that is for sure.
I love it. Love to see it. You know, rather than the strategic positional grinds where Magnus just squeezes you to death, this is the kind of chess, I think, when you pull him into these kind of messy waters is when it gets fun. And I think Hikaru, in these tactical skirmishes, will stand on equal ground with Magnus. The position, yes, we see the bars say Magnus is doing well, but it's kind of hard to even come up which is the next move that keeps that advantage.
I have no idea. I'm trying to work out what a logical move is that doesn't even lose material. Taking in the center, we should mention that Hikaru's fortified his central square, so the fact that there's a pin on this long dark square diagonal means that white isn't really actually covering the square as much as black is. And here we would just see a bunch of exchanges that really seem to suit Hikaru. White might be forced apart with the light squared bishop, and when the dust settles, level material, or Magnus a pawn up, I should say, but it feels like level material because black's bishops are so strong. This is not what Magnus Carlsen is about to do.
I'm realizing in this moment that Magnus cut off his knight's only retreating square. I realize it's still protected by his bishop. Is there any way we can eventually trap that knight?
Very possibly. Or maybe the play will just switch to the other flank and then that knight is sat kind of irrelevant. I think Magnus with his last pawn push, has hinted that later he'll push that pawn even one square further just to keep the knight protected. But yeah, a very odd-looking piece, very awkwardly placed.
So we're talking about all the tension at the center of the board, right? With Hikaru having 3 defenders and Magnus having also a bunch of attackers, but the problem is that the bishop pins the knight. What if white actually pushes one of those defenders out? You know, you attack the knight at the corner of the board, forcing Hikaru to lose contact with that central pawn. Is this something that might be on Magnus's radar?
Yeah, it definitely makes a lot of sense. The black knight cannot really retreat, as you mentioned there, Tanya, because there will be a pawn up for grabs in the center of the board. The knight no longer protecting that one. Maybe a counterattack.
Or how about this? I mean, if we push our pawn to g5, protect the knight that way, then we can unlock our dark squared bishop to slide up between the queen and the knight. And now the queen or the knight is finally free to jump elsewhere.
Mm-hmm. I like the idea as well. I really like the idea. Maybe just the downside is that it does give black a free move to create some attack or to maybe give a check on the edge of the board. I'm not sure when. The black light squared bishop now can slide on over, check the white king. Have to be a bit careful, but definitely in the works, that move.
I think this is the dream for Magnus, right? If he's able to set up this battery. But again, this last move of Hikaru, it connects the black queen to the rook, so sort of unpinning itself to the white rook, which might even give Hikaru the chance to pick up a few pawns and offer those trades, neutralize the pressure a little bit. So Magnus has to be really careful before he gives up this pawn in the position, allowing this open line to blast open again? Just mumbling with my words here, but very interesting. Check. Pawn takes pawn. I'm still very curious to know what happens if Magnus goes all out and starts pushing Hikaru's pieces back with the flank pawn moving forward.
Maybe a counterattack against white's knight. Maybe the central pawn for black steps forward one square. Gets spicy.
Sriracha level spicy.
Yeah, I can't handle that level.
What?
Of spice. I'm a butter chicken guy.
We're gonna have to work on that, my friend.
Butter chicken all the way.
Spice tolerance can be trained. We're going to dinner.
Deal. I did once play chili chess with Magnus, where depending on which piece you take, you have to have a certain level of spice intake. But he knew that I could not handle my spice. He immediately forced the queens off, which was the highest level.
Did. Yeah. Oh, this is brilliant. Okay, you've just given us more future content, though. We're gonna have to film a new version of that.
And our chat is giving us some really interesting ideas. While Magnus isn't a thing, because this is such a critical moment, I'm going to pick your brains, right, James and David, on this one, because a really nice motive here. Can Magnus actually think about going all out, sacrificing, lining up the bishop and the queen? And does Hikaru actually have the time to pick up the knight at the corner of the board? Because then you're inviting some huge jumps with this knight and also perhaps the pawn capturing the central pawn. Let's just have that on the board. You know, threat is stronger than the execution. Win the pawn, bring the knight in next. This could be incredibly powerful for Magnus, actually.
Yeah, suddenly that black king not feeling too happy in the corner, lined up with so much ammunition against it. It's like you're just standing in an open battlefield and you know an arrow is about to be shot in your direction. But yeah, maybe black doesn't take the white knight on the edge of the board, at least not yet. Could black block the diagonal with a pawn?
Wow, it gets really messy, right? You go in, white perhaps jumps in with the knight, opening up the queen and the bishop. Gets super fun. I mean, we've been screaming this idea for Magnus to set up a bishop and a queen battery, so it could be tempting for him to go for it if that knight at the edge of the board, in fact, can't be picked up.
Yeah, this is crazy. There's some really fun
this is
variations
really
there.
interesting because I was thinking this is essentially the idea I had offered, but I was thinking you had to protect that knight first.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it might be chat 1, studio 0 if Magnus gets that bishop move in.
All right, don't feed their egos too much.
I think it's going to be played, you know. I'm struggling to come up with other moves. Like white castling the king, just, as James mentioned, just feels like it's off the table for a while. The white king not so safe there.
Especially after this last move, the g-pawn moving 2 steps forward.
Okay, you say that. You know the sweet irony of that, though? If this bishop move gets played,
What is it? What happened?
the next, it's D takes C pawns for black.
This is the best response.
Best response, castles.
Castle. Oh, wow.
Whoa.
Yeah, good luck.
Right, just when you think Just when you think there's no opportunity for castles.
This knight is just crying, right? It
feels awful now.
So you guys are just leaving me hanging for all these moves. What actually happens if black does get greedy? And it's hard to come up with an answer because the bar doesn't move. You're down a piece.
Yeah, I guess the white knight can throw itself into the center and attack the other black knight, win that piece back after there's a block from the, from something.
Because
on the
this
long
would
diagonal.
be a huge mistake.
Yeah, don't walk into checkmate. Whoops. But I guess the black bishop, for example, can block the diagonal now. And after knight takes knight, or I'm not sure, bishop takes bishop first, somehow after all of that, we will have level material.
Yeah.
Anything but a level position, though. This is just crazy. And white has a hanging pawn in front of his king suddenly. This is not what Magnus Carlsen wants.
So I'm cheating once again, but by looking at the engine, but only because I believe the top move has not been mentioned by either us or chat just yet.
Ooh, interesting.
So it's not the bishop slide. It's not the pawn push getting this knight out of the way. It's not the one that we wanted with defending this knight.
I'm also looking in chat just to see if any perceptive
What else could
viewers
it be, David?
might have the idea.
It's not castling.
And I'm also keeping my eyes
Not
out for
castling.
viewers who would also be using the engine.
It's not taking in the center. We've ruled that one out as well.
What are you talking about? The community never uses
They would
engine.
never open an end. Yeah.
Everyone's a GM in chat. Do you not know that?
First name stock, second name fish. And
But
in a way, I think it combines some of the ideas that we're looking at here.
Bishop out, g5, maybe.
You know what? I would love it if in our chat, did we make this an honest stream? And actually, how many of our chat is first name stock, second name fish? You know, you get it
Right.
out there. We've got the confession booth there. Let's make our community also a confession booth. How many of you are actually checking the engine?
Quite a few, as far as I can tell. Because the in-studio GM is struggling to find this move.
So it's not bishop out to g5.
It's not. It's not a bishop move.
Another one eliminated.
Rook to g3 looks
Okay,
wrong.
see, it's the last move that David is going to think of.
It's not. It can't be knights.
It's not a knight.
It's not going to be pawns.
It's not a bishop. It's not a pawn.
Oh.
Queen
Queen
b2.
two.
Queen to
That's the
b2.
Wow. That
And-
is.
It feels so weird because you still haven't unpinned the queen, right? Like the knight from the queen, right? I guess you are hitting the knight. The knight's currently undefended.
I guess it's still Tanya's idea from earlier. Kick away that black knight from the defense of the black central pawn.
Yeah. I feel like, though, doesn't that just invite like an a5 pawn push just to secure the knight in that position and then maybe give our black queen multiple ways to slide into the game?
Yeah, this isn't going to happen. Magnus is
Right?
going to find this. If he does, we need the... no, I'm not going to say we need security checks. He's a genius. But that is incredible. So counterintuitive. What's the follow-up here, for example?
I'm
I
struggling.
guess the white pawn kind of re-establishes the attack on that black knight.
Let's check it out, because to me that looks like the
Nope.
most tempting idea, right? You hit the knight. It's not an absolute disaster.
No.
Not the best move, but makes a lot of sense. You really want to double down, or in this case, triple down on the pressure by getting rid of one of the defenders. Magnus keeps thinking, by the way, now Hikaru has more time on the clock. That's how difficult this position is. That's how difficult it is to find this queen move, which, of course, everyone in our community saw.
Of course. Easy, obvious move, this queen slide, but will Magnus Carlsen find it? Big question. And credit to Hikaru Nakamura, big credit, because I was talking about a 20-move knockout. If he didn't find the best defense earlier, he found a very energetic defense. A good tip for everyone at home. Defend actively, create threats to your opponent, force them to think twice, switch the momentum. And Hikaru's done a great job of that. No matter what happens next, Hikaru's defended superbly.
Defended superbly, and he put his opponent, like you guys said, in a position where he's had to just absolutely chew up his entire clock advantage. Now down to 37 minutes is Magnus Carlsen, our world #1. He's going to continue to think, maybe for a few more minutes, and while he does so, we're going to get our first perspective from some of our other players in the confessional booth. Both Vincent Keymer and Fabiano Caruana each dove into the confessional booth to talk about the position, and as we come out, we'll check in on their board before we come back to our marquee matchup.
Yes, so far it's been quite interesting. I think starting position, two main options were d4 and c4. Both have been played, I think mostly c4. And of course there was the option just to go for some rather symmetrical structure like Abdusattorov did, which I think for him it turned out quite well, but in general I assumed that it wouldn't give White much of an edge, but of course it was a very possible idea. I was trying to strike with d4 rather quickly, and yeah, I think his move d5 is actually quite good. What we had in analysis was short castle, and after short castle there are some crazy lines starting after bishop g5, because in this position, yeah, e7 suddenly becomes a quite big weakness. And the line went, at least well, Akahiel went like knight d4, rook d4, g6, bishop e7, bishop d4, bishop d8, and now knight d6, attacking the bishop and the pawn on c4, when suddenly there's like long castle for White, which I thought was quite important, bishop f2, bishop e7. And yeah, it was still continuing, but in the end, it at least did seem interesting. I'm not sure whether it's actually good or more like a long line, wrong line. But I felt that this could be quite dangerous for Black. So yeah, he went for a d5. I think castle is very normal and reasonable. I expect him, I think, to take dc4. Not entirely sure. It does feel kind of weird to allow knight c6, rook d1, bc, but okay, I couldn't find anything very wrong with that, but at the same time, I mean, I'm pawn down for like a short time, but in general, I do feel like my position should still be rather more pleasant than worse. Yeah, his pieces are not really developed yet, and of course the structure of c4, c6, queen on a8 isn't great. So I'm hoping to get a slight edge there, and I think that's more or less the situation right now.
I think that everyone's playing so far pretty disastrously terribly. I don't know. I like Vincent already got worse on like move 4. I think maybe already slightly worse. But Magnus is like, I don't know, maybe just crushing already like b4. And besides cb, I'm not sure what Hikaru can think of. I guess d6 is the only other option. Maybe knight b4. But if he's cb4, knight d5, d6, d4, I don't know. It looks like he's going to have to fight very hard to not get crushed here. And Jan is just, I don't know, he's tilting hard, I guess, because it looks like he's just losing. But yeah, I'm most interested in Magnus's game because I think that this was the way to go for White in the opening. Definitely like how Vincent played d5 is just a refutation. And probably Magnus was avoiding that by playing knight c3, knight f3, knight c3 rather than knight f3, d4. So that was quite clever. And b4, you know, we had considered b4 like on move 2, like c4, c5, b4. So I think maybe Hikaru should have been avoiding this by playing something like not e5, but like continuing to develop his knight to f6 maybe, just to avoid this because it looks so dangerous. And I wouldn't be super happy if I were facing that position in his shoes. But yeah, I think I'm just up a pawn. Like maybe Vincent should play b3, g6, bishop b2, take, cb, ab, knight f6 or something, bishop b6, just up a pawn. Probably it's like very drawish in general anyway, because my queen side is a bit split, but even being drawish, I mean, it's kind of a dream, like just pressing, I think, for free with Black, so pretty happy with how the opening went.
How can you not absolutely love that candor from Fabiano Caruana? The first thing he says, it feels like we're all playing this disastrously terribly.
Yeah, the only thing we all know is that we all know nothing. That's
right.
That's the motto in chess. But
if they know nothing, we know less than nothing. That's what I know.
And then the second thing he said was that I'm most interested in Magnus's game. Someone remind Fabi his own is worth $100,000. You know, he's playing against Vincent, and it's interesting because we had both of them back-to-back in the confession with very different evaluations of their positions. Vincent feeling hopeful about his chances, down a pawn, you know, bringing out all the aspects, the triumphs in his own compensation that we earlier highlighted. While Fabi, what do you make of his take with how he's up a pawn here?
Well, the computer agrees with Fabiano. I think, if anything, giving Black a small advantage. Fabi as well, he said it wasn't anything serious, but the fact that he, with Black, had minimal risk, pressing for nothing, was already a big success. And ultimately, black is a pawn up. It's not the healthiest pawn structure. We've mentioned that in the past. But if white's knight stays stranded on the edge of the board, unable to win a pawn back, then Vincent will long-term have problems. Black has 2-3 obvious moves up his sleeve. Black would love to unleash the dark squared bishop in the corner, for example. There's a big threat of g5, I should mention, in the position. And the black bishop is threatening to hit a pawn. So, yeah, Fabiano, I mean, some pessimism in terms of everyone's play this round, but some optimism in the fact that he has a nice, healthy position with black.
It's really great that you pointed out that threat, because I think that's exactly what's stopping Keymer from making the most natural move in the position, which is sliding your queen to double down on this pawn. Once the knight gets here, it's advantage white, right? You've got a great pawn formation, everything healthy, center of the board. But Fabi's idea, and I think this just shows what David was talking about, strike. A very unconventional way to do it, opening up your own king. But if white was to take this pawn, the black bishop jumps in and you're forking the knight and the queen. So really nicely set up there by Fabiano with his last move of bringing the queen one step forward.
Yeah, now Keymer does have the benefit of 10 extra minutes on his clock to give a good think, as he might be just ever so slightly worse in this position. And as he continues to think and the players all move into the back half of their overall time allotments, we are going to take another short break. Don't worry, we're going to take you back over to that marquee matchup, Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura, and we'll leave you there so that you can stay apprised of all of the chess action while we take a quick breather. We'll see you back here on the other side.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Magnus, Fabi just mentioned it was slightly frustrating for him to suddenly be on the defending side of this game. What were your thoughts?
Yeah, of course that was extremely unnecessary for him to get into that, seeing as he was slightly better the whole game. But yeah, I mean he dug in and defended it quite easily. So there was no particular drama there.
The accuracy was incredibly high, which for freestyle chess is especially impressive. Do you feel that overall everyone is improving their freestyle chess?
I think this was more of a case of a game that sort of simplified very, very quickly. And I will say, though, that I think he evaluated things a little bit better than I did, because I think mine were a little bit superficial. I was thinking more that this was going to be completely equal, which it was not. But after that, we get the kind of position where it's kind of easy to play with high accuracy. So I would take it a bit with a bit of a grain of salt, but I'm happy generally with the way that I approached the opening. I mean, compared to yesterday, for instance, today I was kind of more focused on trying to be solid, simplify, and yeah, I did a much better job than I've done in some other black games where I've been in trouble.
And generally, as a group, the elite of chess, do you feel that you are improving and getting more understanding?
I think we're getting a lot better, yeah. I think we especially saw that in the rapid phase here, where we're still clueless at times, obviously, but especially the openings, we're doing a lot better just in the span of a couple of tournaments. It's just honestly encouraging to see. It means that even tournaments with like faster freestyle tournaments can be quite playable.
Magnus, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
What is that? I got knocked out.
Chess 3, 2, 1.
Chess king.
French. 3, 2, 1.
Toast.
Time. 3, 2, 1.
Management. Wow.
Good. 3, 2, 1.
Good year.
Sun. 3, 2, 1.
Sunlight.
Hot. 3, 2, 1.
Hotter.
Free. 3, 2, 1.
Not a free. Ah, no, I got stuck. I wanted to say freestyle, but 3, not 3. Yes, exactly. You killed me with 3.
King. 3, 2, 1.
Kingpin. Huh? It's Kingpin. That's the chess magazine, no? The British chess magazine? There was. Well, I never read it, but I heard about it, yeah?
Oh, wow.
I don't know why everyone thinks I calculate well.
Because you actually calculate.
Yeah,
That's the difference.
yeah, exactly.
I'm just quitting the interview, okay, sorry. Minute of silence.
It's about time we had some player cards in chess. I've created some numbers featuring the players' key chess attributes based on the 2024 season across all time formats, classical, rapid, and blitz. What do the players think? Have I been too harsh?
Everything is harsh, come on.
Too generous?
I mean, this was the best picture.
Let's find out.
What is cal?
Calories.
That's
Calories.
90 calories?
Yeah. Daily dose of calories.
What does strength mean?
Strength, right?
Yeah, but what does it mean? Like, it's just an overall
strategy,
stat?
no?
Oh, that's strategy.
I mean, strategy is way too high.
No, stands for attitude? Or what?
Yeah, I mean, it should be.
Because it's only thing I can understand, like, why it's so low.
I think, overall it's okay. I think we're going to round out to about 95, which I think is reasonable. Or 94, 93.
I feel like time is low,
94.
isn't it? Like time management is low.
Time management should be higher, yeah, that's probably too low.
And strategy, I don't know how can
I mean, 99
perfect?
is bullshit. Like, obviously nobody can be close to perfect on anything.
But the attitude, it's correct, yeah.
I think it's going to be 94.
Probably, I'd say like 96.
Oh, 97?
Oh, that's high.
So should I reveal?
Oh, it was 94. Yeah, I'm quite happy.
If it's based on the previous year, I think any score for me more than 80, I would be happy. I would be absolutely happy.
Attack is 87?
They all think we suck at attack.
Time management, wow. Okay.
Yeah, 89 feels low. Like, why is attack and time management always the lowest by far?
Yeah, time management is strange. Defense is probably too high also.
Nah.
No, defense is fine. Defense is quite fine, yeah. Resourcefulness, yeah?
Yeah, okay, resourcefulness, true.
Time management feels oddly low.
Yeah, because you play so well with little time.
Yeah, that's true.
So then it obviously should be higher. Calculation should be a bit higher, I think.
Probably, yeah.
So you still calculate, yeah? Like
I didn't think so, but
so then yours should be like really high based on.
I don't think I calculate so well these days.
Yeah, but I mean based on the way they're grading us, they should grade you much higher on this. Yeah. Time management probably not great, but that's fine. Or overall, I'd be disappointed if it's below 90. Anything over 90 is good.
It's gonna be 92.
Yeah, it's fine. It's completely fine. Yeah, 92. I think 92 probably.
92.
I mean, it can't be 94. I mean, it can't be 94 or higher, so it has to be like 92.
91.
Oh wow!
Yeah, 91.
Yeah, that was.
We should take.
Remove it all.
Oh right, yeah.
Still 91.
The second one is harder to get off. There we go.
It's a bit harsh.
Yeah, I think it should have been 92 or 93.
That's fine. I also am confused where the picture is from. The picture is very strange. The shirt is weird. I feel like it's like almost AI or something. It really looks weird.
It is. Oh. Next up, it is
Ian. Well, everything that.
Moving fast means time management is very good, basically.
Okay, at this point, I'm just quitting the interview. Okay, sorry. Yeah, sad but true. Yeah.
I think strategy should be a lot higher.
Strategy is like 84. It's the only thing I'm doing. Yeah, like.
I think strategy is harsh.
Everything is harsh. Come on.
Calculation is
very harsh, I guess. Evaluate time management, like whatever, like surely below 90 because.
But time management is not just being fast; it's also.
Also knowing when to think, when to spend time.
If it was about being fast, it would be 99.
Yeah, that's
perhaps.
True.
And nobody attacks very well still.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, everybody attacks.
Yeah.
Well. Minute of silence.
Yeah.
It's like a memorial.
Well, I think it's pretty good though, actually. I would guess 90.
90?
No, surely below 80. Below 90. Maybe below 80 as well, by the way. Yeah. But hopefully still. I mean, okay, it's David's opinion, so we'll know. Okay.
Oh, wow.
David, thank you. As I said, like in the very beginning, anything more than 80, I'm grateful.
I mean, this was the best picture.
Yeah,
so
this
far.
is the best one, but
yeah.
So trying to compensate the worst score, yeah? With the best picture, right? And now we get the last player. I think it's gonna be MVL.
Try and guess before, right? On some
Okay,
of these.
yeah,
Let's try and just guess.
Mine?
Yeah,
But
on
it's
yours.
probably also going in descending order, so I guess mine are going to be.
Calculation should be very high.
Yeah, I would say like your calculation is going to give you like 9. I think they're going to put you in like 94,
as well.
94 for calculation. I'm guessing.
So intuition shouldn't be too high, I guess, yeah? The guy who likes to calculate.
Yeah.
I feel like strategy should go lower than intuition. I don't really know what strategy means.
You see? I also don't know what does intuition means.
Yeah.
Okay, so low 90s for attack.
Calculation.
Calculation
97.
was
okay.
Okay, so strategy around 90 was correct.
David, do you have the card of yours, David?
You should be higher for time management because it's really f***ing annoying for the opponent as well.
I think it's 90 though. I think
this
that's
is
my
90.
guess.
I mean, calculation is kind of saving me, I guess. I don't know why everyone thinks I calculate well.
Because you actually calculate.
Yeah,
That's the difference.
exactly.
Like-
All right, let's see. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe 90 or 89 is fair.
And
Oh wow.
89, of course.
89. I think it should have been 89.
No, nobody's
90.
happy.
I think David had a really bad day. David just like went through like games from the last 15 years and like, I don't like any of these guys.
Finally, someone is in a good mood at the picture. Unlike other three.
None of us were.
Where do you think you're most disappointed?
Time management should have been better.
Like the score or his time management?
But who gave this?
He's leaving.
There are a lot of stones, down.
David, run! Run for your life, David, run!
Anytime I try this, I just lose that pawn. It just steps too far forward, becomes weak.
Tremendous accuracy, at least with your hands.
Let's do an action replay.
Oh, actually, he apologized to the glass.
Yeah.
Not to Fabi.
Hikaru, congratulations. You're the first player through to the final after beating Vincent today. How does it feel to be the man to take him down?
Yeah, I mean, it feels good. It was a very interesting game. Of course, I don't know how the analysis went before the game, but in the white side, I think everyone listened to Magnus or something like this, and they all played c4. And when I was analyzing with Fabi and Nepo, we sort of were very unhappy with this d4, d5, b3, and then, of course, Vincent played it, so I had to figure it out at the board. I thought what I did with knight d6 and the c5 made sense, but it was very complex, and I think... I mean, at some point, Vincent tried too hard. He played this h4 move, which I think was bad to begin with. And then it kind of went downhill because I was able to queenside castle, and it was just a tough position to play. So, I mean, that's the danger is I think Vincent overestimated, but he thought he was better, and then it's kind of gone, and it's, like, very hard. Like, I did this yesterday where I thought I was better, I missed it, and then I kept trying to keep the game going. And I felt that Vincent did the same thing today, where he sort of lost a sense of danger, and then once I got to castle queenside, I mean, it was very hard to play. He was very resourceful, and he found this bishop takes f5. I already thought I was close to winning, but ultimately I was able to just play some good moves and get the win.
How much does it mean to you to be in the final?
Yeah, I mean, it's nice, of course, to be in the final, but the job isn't done, so I have to play Magnus next.
Yeah, I think we're hearing something behind us. The game did just end, so Magnus will be your opponent. Is that the dream final?
I mean, it's exciting to play Magnus. We've played a lot over our careers. We obviously played a Fischer Random match in 2018 in Norway, so I have a lot of experience against him. So yeah, just looking forward to it. Should be fun.
Can you tell us what happened the last time you faced him in a match in this format?
Well, I mean, that was 2018. I think I lost by 2 or 3 points. I don't remember the score. Trying to think if I've actually even played him anywhere recently. Since 2018, I don't think I've played Magnus actually in Fischer Random. I don't think. But whatever. It's a chance to play him and it'll be fun.
Will you change anything in your approach, your preparation, or just continue as you have so far?
No, I mean, I think it'll be more of the same. I think just keep analyzing with Fabi and Nepo, and hopefully good things happen.
Hikaru, congratulations once again, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
jumping right back into the action with all of you at home here in our marquee matchup between apologies, my mic was not on. We're back, jumping into the action with all of you at home between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru asking or hoping for good things in this matchup here against Magnus Carlsen. I'd say he's done wonders in terms of weathering the early storm from Magnus. Of course, a few moves have been made since the last time we ourselves saw this board, so perhaps we walk it back just a little bit, Tanya.
And Hikaru really justifying that 96 given by David to him, you know, just the way he's handled the pressure, the full all guns blazing attitude that Magnus has come on in this game. Bishop out, and I think, David, it's been pretty impressive for you as well to watch. Take us through the developments that have happened since.
Yeah, so here we were talking to our chat. We were asking what is the best move. Apparently it was to slide the white queen forward on the diagonal, just one square. Difficult one though, counterintuitive. It takes a square away from the white bishop, and it actually looks more logical to challenge that knight with a pawn. After all, Magnus didn't go for that, not finding the best move, but finding a good one. And I think finding a very solid way to just clarify the situation. Slightly more risk-free now for Magnus Carlsen, though still slightly tumultuous, the position. He captured in the center, the black knight took back. Remember, the white knight is pinned, so the black knight had to be taken with a bishop instead. And here, Hikaru, I thought he might trade rooks, to be honest. I thought he might try to eliminate white's rook at the bottom of the board, trade it off, and capture here. But instead, he took with a bishop. It feels like he's almost self-pinning here, and Magnus has just made a move this very second, I believe. Double exclamation mark. He
a brilliancy.
Plays a great move. He's giving up his knight on the edge of the board. That is why this move is praised by the computer. But ultimately, that knight should not be taken, because the white knight will jump out the way.
Deferred, but I'm still going to say it. Community chat 1, studio 0. This was an idea that was brought up by our chat. You know, give up the knight. You've got these beautiful jumps. In this, a very clear one. If you pick up the knight at the edge of the board, the white knight simply snaps the bishop back now that you've unpinned your queen, and this has got to be devastating for black.
Yeah, Magnus is still a pawn up in the position as well. I know counting isn't our forte. This is a potential checkmate that could land if Hikaru isn't careful. But yeah, it is important to remember that Magnus has the one extra pawn, so later he can use that fact to maybe bully Hikaru into an endgame that might favor white. For now, the black bishop in the center pretty much compelled to retreat, I would say.
Got 2 attackers, 1 defender, and I only see 1 good square. Actually, 2 good squares to retreat. You could move back from where you came or fall on the diagonal of your queen, you know, the long diagonal that is now empty now that Magnus's bishop has been traded off.
Yeah, and so as we kind of explored this idea earlier, of course, it was a slightly different looking board at the time that we had explored it. Don't have to take that knight, right? And so instead, we leave it there, kind of stuck on the edge of the board. And instead, we look for other options for Hikaru.
Yeah, let's say he does drop his bishop back. Magnus has 2 possible moves there. Let's say he chooses this square. He can now anchor that white knight with a pawn. A move James mentioned earlier, support it, and clamp down on the dark squares. I quite like the look of this visually, although the white king I'm still slightly nervous about here. The alternative would be to try and somehow get the other white knight out of the way, challenge the black dark square bishop immediately. I don't really see a good way to do that, though, instead of pushing this pawn. No good squares for that white knight on the left flank there to move out the way. I like where the black bishop has positioned himself. I think, actually, this is what Hikaru will choose next move.
The 2 square theory, right? You put your bishop 2 square distance away from a knight and you control all aggressive jumps. A knight would only have a retreating move, and in that case, even that's not possible because of the rook grabbing that white rook. So with trades off the eye, I agree with you. I think this is a very attractive option. The least attractive would be to go in for this knight and walk into some devastating checks along the long diagonal. Hikaru on the thing. Magnus locked in as well. Hands on head, hand on cheek.
Magnus low on the clock.
Low on the clock. Still going to exit his seat while Hikaru has a moment to think. Blocking our camera shot, though.
Yeah, it looks like the back of Magnus, if anything.
Yeah.
Back of Magnus
is
robbing us of the Hikaru thinking faces.
Come on, Hikaru, give him the look. Get out of the way, and there it is.
It was Magnus robbing us in that moment. Hikaru doesn't look too excited, but I do feel he should be very happy with developments on the last few moves. Just the fact that he's consolidated, stabilized. Interesting that stabilize is kind of one of his catchphrases on his stream. Hikaru Nakamura. Magnus said the same word in the confessional earlier. He said as soon as black is able to stabilize, it becomes a bit more complicated.
Logical.
Yeah, logical.
And just for those of you at home who are curious as to the state of the other boards that are all in play, we'll just zoom out real quick, take a look at the eval bars of the other three matchup as well as our top bout. Of course, you can see over there in the bottom left, Arjun Erigaisi has wrestled an advantage over Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. We've got balanced board states between Keymer and Caruana, Abdusattorov, and Jan Nepomniachtchi. But we're not going to leave that top of the ticket matchup between Carlsen and Nakamura because it is what we are here about. $200,000, 25 circuit points in play. And as we return to the studio, we're once again very happy to be joined by reinforcements here to break down the chess action on the board. Nemo's joining us once again. Welcome back to the studio. It's good to have you.
Thank you very much for having me again.
Now, have you been filming content all day, or have you been able to take a peek at these boards?
I have been filming content all day, but I also have had a chance to peek at the boards, and I just saw that Magnus made this brilliant move with Bishop E2.
Well, what do you make of it? We've been trying to reason a response here from Hikaru, obviously, first looking at ways to evacuate the bishop, but even beyond that, what do you make of Hikaru's chances in this one? It seems like Magnus has really been on the attack the entire game.
He absolutely has. I think it's a very difficult position, once again, to be playing defensively, with the clocks also, going to be running down a little bit. Defending is difficult, as we know, with shorter time. But the king on h8 is being directly hit with both the queen and the bishop, and you never really want that to happen to you with this long diagonal situation.
Who are you rooting for in this match? Do you have a favorite, Nemo?
I don't think I'm allowed. Are you guys allowed to?
We make our predictions all the time.
We make predictions.
Okay. So if I was going to have to predict from this exact position, Magnus. But only because of this exact position.
And who do you want to win?
What is your...
You are allowed. You are allowed.
No. I mean, it does feel like it's been going in Magnus's favor, but flow is so intangible in chess, and it does feel like Hikaru, things have flown in his direction the last couple of moves. It still looks in the balance according to the eval bar. Still feels like some twists and turns ahead. Would you want to see tiebreaks decide this one, or do you think it should be settled in the classical portion of this freestyle tournament?
Obviously, as a fan of freestyle chess, I would love for there to be tiebreaks because that means we get more games. But I definitely think that with how forceful it feels like Magnus has been approaching this very first game, he might be just trying to finish this in the classical format.
We actually spoke about that perhaps if it does go into a tiebreaker, if you've got those shorter time formats, maybe Hikaru's odds do go higher, right? He would be happy to take it there right now. The position that we have, we were expecting it to be a positional grind. It's anything but, by the way, James' idea on the board, defending that knight after Hikaru did fall back with the bishop to another square, opening up a potential trade. I was super impressed, Nemo, with the way Magnus went all out from the start. But I have to say, Hikaru's defenses in this one, how actively he sort of kept the position together, kept that dynamic balance going, equally impressive, right? Magnus comes out swinging, and Hikaru with the counter punches.
Absolutely. I definitely believe that, we talk a lot about how good of an attacker, how aggressive Hikaru can be. We also have to give him credit that he is indeed one of the best players in the world, and part of that reason is because he's perfectly able to defend some of these positions.
And Nemo, last time I saw you was in Singapore during the World Championship, Gukesh against Ding, and one of the content pieces you were filming there was kind of taking on members of the public, challenging them. You did the same in Paris, I believe, recently. I want to know, where do you think the strongest chess players live, Singapore or France?
Okay, for this question, I'm going to have to be specific.
Okay.
The best young players are in Singapore. I actually have not ran into many good younger French players. There has been one notable one at Blitz Society recently. But the stronger challenges came from Singapore.
Oh, very interesting. Very interesting. For those of our perceptive viewers, they might have seen it in the cameras just a moment ago, Fabiano lurking behind both Hikaru and Magnus. When he was in the confessional booth earlier, you could tell almost more attention being given to this game than his own game in a number of ways, saying he was very interested to see how this one played out in particular. Of course, he'll have to jump back to his board every so often to make some moves. Does this rook trade favor anybody? For me, it feels like Magnus wouldn't want to trade the rooks, if only to not let that queen get repositioned towards the center of the board and unlock her.
That would be a great idea, and I think there's another one on play here, right? We've been talking about trying to trade off the bishop, so perhaps the rook trade would give Magnus that tempo to recapture, surprisingly maybe with the knight retreat, but then sort of winning that moment where you can get rid of the bishops and maybe even reroute your knight then towards the right side of the board. So you want to trade, but not on your opponent's terms. Perhaps, David, keeping the tension would be something that I'd be tempted to do here, but how do you keep the tension?
Yeah, it's a bit of a standoff, and the black knight is the one piece I would be talking to, saying, okay, you don't look happy right now. The problem is if you do move that piece, then the black dark square bishop becomes undefended. There might be some tactics along the diagonal. Viewers at home also might be wondering why black doesn't deliver a check to the white king with the light square bishop. Yes, you force the white king to move towards the center. I don't know whether this is a good move or not, but you do lose a lot of time with your bishop, and the white king was unlikely to castle anyway. So taking away castling rights in Fischer random chess and freestyle chess, it's kind of a mixed sword. It's a mixed blessing. You don't necessarily need to invest 2 moves if the opponent's king is weak anyway. So I think the most obvious move in this case, giving a check, not necessarily the best one.
Tough choices, right? We're talking about the trade. That invites a further trade of the dark squared bishop. The check, as you mentioned, attractive, but from a long-term perspective, doesn't make sense. You're only helping Magnus's cause. So what does Hikaru Nakamura have in mind?
Maybe he moves his queen, arguing that if Magnus wants to trade rooks, then the black queen gets active anyway. It does look like a loss of time, though. So I could understand his reluctance to do this. At least now there would be a threat on a pawn. It feels like you might now force Magnus's hand to trade rooks on your terms. This would probably be my choice, but of course Hikaru doesn't need to rush with this. The black queen will get into the game sooner or later.
I think that was the first time, and I saw Magnus's heart rate jump up to 100. We haven't seen that, and then it goes down a little bit. Hikaru crossing the 100 mark.
I attribute that more to the fact that Hikaru takes laps around the arena every time it's not his turn, though.
Are you saying it's got nothing to do with the guy who's sitting opposite him?
Oh, I'm sure that will also elevate the heart rate. But in terms of that slight differential you're saying, I don't think Hikaru is necessarily in the, you know, in the dregs of the time controls yet, right? Again, talk to me in 10 minutes, then maybe we'll see both of their heart rates spiking a bit more.
Yeah, and sometimes it's just about whether you drink coffee or not during a game. I'm not sure if either of these 2 players are coffee drinkers. They just rely on natural power, natural energy.
Got tons of that, right? And Magnus as well. I mean, speaking of heart rate, we've seen him sort of around the 70 mark. Very rarely touch the 90, get close to 100. And I think that also speaks to the nature of the position that we have, right? Once again, extremely complicated. And this hasn't been played yet, so I'll just get us on the live board. If you had to make a prediction of a move here by Hikaru, which one do you think he'll go for? You had a lot of them on point yesterday, Nima.
I have to admit, defending this position looks a little bit painful. We've already rolled out queen to c8. I think I am hoping for an exchange of pieces just so I'm able to get some of these, like my knight off of the back rank. Maybe I want to get my queen more into the game. So if I had to make a move here, sometimes I'm just going to go for something safe. What's wrong with knight to c7?
Connect the rooks.
Yeah.
Bring the knight into the game.
Engine hates that.
Wow. I'm struggling. I mean, the amount it shot up, it felt like there should be a knockout. Do you spot one, David?
Knight to d5. Maybe.
Very fancy.
He was ready. It's a discovered attack.
Should we try it?
Let's try.
Let's go for it.
Nope.
Not an absolute disaster, though. Also very strong.
Yeah, still good.
Very strong.
But not the best.
But I actually really like it. I mean, you get the bishops off the board. You're threatening those checkmating ideas once the king moves, which it can't anyway because there's another knight here. This knight jumping onto here. I mean, I've got to show this checkmate, right? It's beautiful.
That's a freestyle checkmate if I've ever seen one.
Maybe black can drop the knight back to defend and it's not game over immediately.
Yeah. So what's better than knight to d5?
Might be the best move in the position. Get the knight from where it came from.
How about instead of knight to d5, rook to d6? Just trying to take advantage.
Slides all the way down. Okay, yeah, so still offering that rook trade, but now more on my own terms.
Exactly.
Where the pawn gets to move a step forward, continues to threaten that knight.
The theory of consequences. Every move has a consequence. The black knight no longer covering.
It looks like you found it too, based on the fact that the evaluation bar is still very much skewing in white's favor.
This could be it, or the knight jump. Both feel quite terrifying to let the knight sort of out of sight of this bishop. You need it as a defender to the black king. Wow, and Hikaru really burning the clock here. He's touching the 20-minute mark.
More importantly, jack it off. This last moment.
Jack it off means gloves off. And here we've got this position, right? I wonder, David, if he could also be thinking about trying to uncramp himself on that right side of the board. I don't know which is the right moment, but at some point, the idea of the French, and we are in Paris, you know, break with that f-pawn moving one step forward. Could we make that work for Hikaru?
Definitely on the radar. As you mentioned, if not now, then over the next half a dozen moves or so. He wants to get the black rook into the game, the other black rook, as these rooks get traded.
Okay.
I think we'll definitely see that come into play in the near future, Tanya. First, Magnus more likely to capture this rook with his knight than with his queen, perhaps.
Both very tempting, right? Pros and cons. You get that open D line with your queen if you capture. The knight then allows you to get rid of a key defender in the position. Is this a stylistic choice then?
Yes.
What's your style?
I hate tension in life and in chess. I would take with the knight, get the dark sword bishops off the board, try to milk the extra pawn advantage a bit later on.
Yes, we keep forgetting, you know, Magnus has this one pawn, 4 versus 3 on the right side of the board. So if everything came off, he wins the king pawn endgame. Far away from now. And he does go for keeping the tension.
Yeah.
So stylistically, Magnus and David are not the same.
Magnus and James more alike.
I
don't know about that.
I'm a Timu Magnus Carlsen, a budget version. But no, Magnus, I was going to say, yeah, the other part to my sentence is Magnus, especially in the mood he's in today, specifically. Yesterday, he was in more of a grindy mood against Fabiano. Today, it feels like he wants more pieces still on the board, more tension. So not surprising at all that he takes with the queen, gets an open line. And Hikaru, giving Magnus the eyeballs there. I think the black queen's going to join the action now. Finally.
You've got to bring it on, right? Because you keep that queen at the corner of the board for too long and you start regretting it. Right now, it hasn't made a single move. Actually, Magnus's last move was the first move by his own queen, but it's been pretty active, doing sort of a big job on the open diagonal. Meanwhile, Hikaru's queen out of play so far.
Well, and now that the queen is shifted, is it easier for us to get our knight involved?
That too. The knight moving for now might still vacate that same square we saw the white rook occupy, that the white queen might be able to jump into. So I'm still slightly reluctant to move the black knight, at least for this turn.
That feels awful because the knight is essentially stabling the rook. You know, like the rook is stuck behind the knight right now. It feels like we're playing down pieces.
What happens after knight to c7, queen to d6, and queen to d8?
Ooh, good question. Offering a queen exchange. Maybe there was something better for white, but...
it did appear.
This is a critical variation.
So still likes it for white. Not horrible, though.
Not horrible?
It maintains about a similar evaluation to where the game is at now.
Yeah. The big question is, what is black's next move? Like, trading queens now on white's terms would give white a very strong passed pawn.
Right.
Maybe white can just wait, improve the white rook, maybe. And unclear what black should be moving next.
And perhaps exchanges are also not great for black because of the being down a pawn.
Yeah, the deficit.
The end game, yeah.
So this is still the position. Hikaru, he's about to make a move. I mean, we are getting into time pressure territory as well. And he does...
Move his queen.
Has made a move.
Get the queen into the game.
Taking the jacket with him as he goes.
Back on. He only took it off 2 minutes ago. Maybe feeling brisk in the tournament hall there.
Maybe he's heading outside for a quick walk.
Yeah, among the blossom trees. quick marathon, quick 26
yeah,
miles.
just a quick marathon.
I don't really see a way for Magnus to happily defend this pawn. The deeper sort of I look into this position that we have in front of us, the white knight can't jump forward because there's a pin along the diagonal. Notice how all of the queen squares which connect itself to that pawn are under control by one of black's pieces. Is Magnus about to lose that extra pawn?
Yes, looks like the answer.
Or am I missing some tactics? As I usually do.
No, Tanya, you're sharp. But this is another reason I was surprised by taking back with the white queen, because now on this long diagonal that we've been talking about for most of the game, it's the white pieces that are pinned. Just when it looked like he was about to open up that diagonal, finally, something he's been trying for the last 10, 15 moves, suddenly it's harder to achieve that.
Do we have anything like queen to a1, queen takes c5, and then knight to, e4?
Whoa.
That possibly defend the pawn?
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. The only thing is the queen came from that square, so slightly surprising.
And the good news for Hikaru in this position is that he still has the knight that actually defends the bishop.
Right.
So that does help. But also so difficult, right, from a mind game perspective to put your queen back to that corner square, which means that Magnus has to find an active plan. He's got one move, and the one piece we've been talking about that needs to come into the game is the rook, right? So this might be the moment, actually, to try to make that rook lift a reality. And this time we saw the queen and the bishop line up. Eventually, the rook and the queen line up on the open line.
Very likely. I think process of elimination as well. The white queen did just move. The white knight and bishop on the left, they're kind of a bit stuck. The other white knight is stuck.
And combine Nemo's idea at some point. You jump with the knight to the center of the board. You don't even need the queen to be connecting itself with the bishop. Hit the queen, trade it off. Does this make sense?
Makes a lot more sense, I think, than some of the other stuff we've been looking at. So rook g3, definitely. And I think Magnus, that must be his plan, right? Clock's roughly level. This is going to get very, very interesting. It's still very imbalanced, the endgame. That even queens on, queens off, it's going to be a very difficult one to evaluate for both sides.
Body language read. Hikaru, to me, looks confident.
Seems comfortable, yeah.
Yeah.
Takes a seat, pours a glass of water, takes a sip, eyes up his opponent, back to analyzing.
Magnus, I'm going to say somewhere neutral. Doesn't look too excited.
Less playful than he started the day, huh?
Much less playful. I want all the players to be playing in playful moods every round.
Every time Hikaru hides his eyes, like the way he just does, it actually reminds me of the Sauron days. It's him just sort of warding off, Magnus's gaze. The all-knowing, the all-looking eyes of Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah. Which move to play? Oof, I want to know what chat thinks. Do they still believe Magnus has got 55% chance of winning this game, winning this first bout of the finals? The rook does move.
They played your move.
Yeah, great move. I think Tanya's suggestion there.
Makes me very proud. But I will say it was teamwork, us discussing this move for about the last 10 moves that we had, the idea of the rook lift, getting it into the game. So thank you for the assist.
The collective brain power of the studio here, just barely keeping pace with Magnus Carlsen. Of course, we also have the aid of engines and eval bars.
Even then, it's...
even then, we're still just barely nipping at his heels.
We have to exhaust all other moves before finding the right one.
Right.
Process of elimination feels like the name of the game when we're predicting moves. Go through all the blunders first and then realize, hey, there's one move left. That's got to be the right one.
Exactly.
That's also an undervalued kind of mode of calculation. I know that Ramesh talks about calculation a lot in the Indian school of chess, and often it is just process of elimination. You look at all forcing moves. If they don't work, then you kind of go down the list. Then it's the threats. Then it's kind of setting up the threats. Then it's just improving your worst place piece. And Magnus has, I think, gone down the list, nothing forceful to do. So he's just improved his worst piece. Also, the white king, I talked about that bishop check. It now feels much safer sliding towards the corner if any checks do occur. So I think multi-purpose in this last move.
Yes, one move, many grooves. Speaking of Ramesh's school of chess, I think the other idea that he always mentions and talks about is whenever your opponent makes a move, look for squares that have been left behind. And that reminds me of, a move that actually Hikaru really wants to make, the knight coming into the game, and perhaps that point that we were earlier alluding to of leaving a square behind is something that can help the players in complex battles like these.
Mm-hmm. Okay, will he take the pawn back? What do we think, Hikaru Nakamura?
I would take it. I mean, Magnus with an extra pawn, don't want to fight that for too long.
Yeah, at least in an endgame, it will be level material if you take that pawn back. But you do allow Magnus to jump the knight out the way, get the dart-squared bishops off the board. And the game continues.
Should we do a deep dive into the mind of Hikaru Nakamura right now? Because that's got to be the move he's calculating.
What else? Simply. No other obvious candidate moves here.
So Nemo's idea, jump in with the knight.
Mm-hmm. The black queen has to flee
somewhere.
Give me a square.
B6.
Good choice.
Let's do it. Attack the bishop
Good
twice.
choice. I get a little bit of... Oh, never mind.
I liked it.
Yeah, it felt all right to me because it retreats while also still, applying a double attack to the dark squared bishop.
Although the black rook is trapped here.
And that's the point. That now you just put your bishop, slide it one square up, and there's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. You lose material.
Okay, we've ruled out one square.
Okay. We got about 27 more to go.
Before we come to the right move.
Yeah. Maybe you have to hit the white knight, so queen c4 or queen c6. There's also the offer of a queen trade, sliding the black queen across one square. Although I'm not sure I want to trade queens while the
what about b4
black queen's in the center. Mm-hmm.
b4, unfortunately, there is bishop to a3. The rook has been moved up from g3 to defend the e square.
Okay. Although the white knight,
the knight's dropping though.
The knight is hanging in the center.
So that is not the move. That's a great spot, James.
Yeah.
Shout out to some of our chat as well, suggesting James moves. So definitely worth a look here.
I mean, this is exactly what's going through Hikaru's mind. Of course, he's going to analyze taking the pawn, but it's the next move that's the difficult one. 7 or 8 squares the black queen can use, but maybe only 1 or 2 of them are actually viable.
15 minutes to 19. This is our live position as Hikaru navigates his way through the calculation. What happens when he gets his queen out into the game?
Well, I've thrown out some ideas. Where are your guys' queen move ideas?
We're lacking. We're struggling. He's going to take the pawn.
Yeah.
Just the way his hand extended there.
You know, the one difference that I find of Hikaru of now compared to the Hikaru of the past is every time he would reach out for a move, and I believe he's not yet made one, every time he'd reach out for a move, he'd instantly play it. But now so many times we see him sort of almost make it and then pull back. That slight hesitancy, that indecisiveness creeping in.
It's the doubt and the wisdom of old age. You've seen everything that can go wrong. You start to kind of realize every move has such big consequences. When you're young, you believe any first instinct is just the right move. It's the best move. Nothing can go wrong. But Hikaru, he's seen it all. He's done it all.
But you know, you'd rather have that moment of second guessing before you make the move than after. So often, right? You make that move and then you realize there's the one thing I didn't think about.
Worst feeling in
staring me in the face.
The second your hand leaves the piece, you realize it's a blunder.
May I actually play the role of Twitch chatter and ask why after queen takes c5, knight to e4, bishop to queen to b4, bishop to a3 is, instead of bishop to a3, what can we play here with the white pieces?
Right. Magnus literally ran away there. We saw him in the background, running to the restroom, most likely. Bishop takes bishop, check.
2 pieces attack, that's the move that comes to my mind. And you have to, I think we have a decision.
It was.
And it was after the rook lift by Magnus. He does take the pawn. Nemo, we might be seeing this played out.
And to answer your question, what the engine likes, which interestingly enough, in that position is the only advantage for white. If not this move being made, though it might be fairly obvious for Magnus to find, it would be a 3-point advantage for black all of a sudden. It's bishop takes g7 with check. So it is to trade off the bishops.
And we should mention black has to take with the knight because
exactly.
A capture with the king would have allowed a check in the corner.
And then knight goes to f. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, it jumps
knight
in.
f6, yes. Oh, so now we're just overloading with knights at that point towards the corner of the board.
Oh, there's going to be so many smothered checkmate ideas.
Oh, that's just so messy.
Oof.
It is Messi versus Ronaldo of chess. Make a lot of sense to get into this. Right now, this is our live position. Knight hasn't jumped to the center of the board just yet.
I think you called it. We talked about rivalries earlier. I mean, Messi and Ronaldo did actually shout out these two players. The position they had in that iconic photo, it was a game between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura in front of them from Norway Chess, a draw in the end. So, yeah, someone had done their research there. Someone had Googled who the biggest two chess players in the world were.
And I wonder what's the commentary here going on in Hikaru's head. You know, he's like, wait a minute, chat. Isn't this absolutely fine for me? Take 6 takes. Where does he jump? I've got this.
Just took the juicer.
Yeah.
Stick a big juicer there.
So if knight to e4, what would you play, David?
I'd resign against both of these. I'd probably, I would want to attack the knight as well. So I would either drop my queen back 1 square or maybe bring it forward 1 square.
And maybe that's the point, you know, we saw the problem with the move of sliding the queen up because white gets this strong hold with jumping the knight forward eventually. Maybe this is the key square here, David, because eventually, in some ways, you're kind of pinning the knight to this point. Otherwise, the queen jumps in. So in this case, Magnus would not have the possibility to get this attacking setup. You get in with the knight, and then suddenly, look at that bar, go all the way down because there's a check on the board. This might be a key square.
Yeah, and the block is met by a bishop check if the white rook tries to retreat, and this is terminal. So Magnus returns to the board. We'll see him move his knight, I think, very, very quickly here. Try to get those bishops off the board. And note how Hikaru, he waited till Magnus ran off to the toilet, then instantly made his move. So he actually gained a couple of minutes on the clock there while Magnus was away from his seat.
Great strategy.
Yeah, I do that all the time as well. I must admit, any advantage, right?
As you should. As you should.
You know, there was this time in the chess world that you could either be a Magnus fan or a Hikaru fan. It was divided. And I think now there's a bit of a crossover. As we've seen these two players, you know, their rivalry develop. Somewhere their friendship, the bromance, has also happened along the way.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd go as far as bromance, but mutual respect and admiration.
Nemo, what do you think? What do you think is their relationship status? Just speculating here.
It's complicated.
Yeah, complicated is always probably the answer for a lot of these players. But I do think that there's a lot of respect in the chess world amongst these players because they play against each other so often. And you have to respect each other's chess. They both play amazing.
Yeah, if you don't, that's how you get bitten in the end. Disrespecting your opponent.
World number 1, world number 2. The two strongest players on the planet currently in a face-off for the ultimate title here. A Grand Slam, Magnus hungry for one. Hikaru wanting to triumph over his biggest, greatest rival. And what a fight we have. Couldn't have asked for more from this day one.
Less than 30 minutes between them. Only 3 minutes separates them. Hikaru with 13 minutes to his name. Just a little bit down on the clock. Still hasn't made a move.
And Nemo, who would you say your community, who do you think they're cheering for out of the two of these players? Or would that be split as well?
I would believe that would be very much split. I think there's fans of both players, as there should be. But obviously, a lot of people respect Magnus as the GOAT, and the public is probably, rooting more for Magnus just based on the name rather than necessarily their knowledge of the games or their style of play.
I met somebody in the airport on the way here. We connected over the fact that we both had the same backpack, very random. But then they asked where I was going. I said, I'm going to a chess tournament. And they said, oh my goodness, is Magnus Carlsen going to be there? And I was like, nice. Yes, he will. But it's amazing how his name just has reached every corner of the world at this point, right? Beyond just the chess world itself.
Absolutely. But Hikaru is very much catching up. And I believe a lot of people also, at this point, know Hikaru.
Yeah. great streamer, but also because he's just a phenomenal chess player. The number of times I've watched him for 6 hours on end, and he just hasn't lost a game the entire stream.
You know what's also crazy? The fact that he started streaming and became an even better player. Like, he was a great player for such a long time, and
And there was a big conversation around that, right? Like, what is the commitment to a streaming schedule like that going to do to his play overall? I think initially some questions, like this ultimately could hurt a top player's career if they invest that kind of time into being, you know, both an entertainer and a top player. And somehow he's managed to balance both, which is just ludicrous to me.
Half man, half everything else, they call him. How he does it, nobody knows. Everyone's still trying to figure out that other half. Only Hikaru can pull this off. By the way, a move that we didn't look at, a third option here. But once we did establish that there are ideas of the queen coming in, makes a lot of sense. You know, when under attack, you want to trade the majors off the board, hit that knight, hit the white queen. Is Hikaru essentially forcing a queen exchange here?
It does feel that way, unless Magnus really wants to put his queen in an awkward-looking square. I was actually going to suggest this move, and then I felt a bit ashamed because, Magnus likes to tease me that I take the queens off in every position, and he's like, why? You're attacking. Why are you taking the queens off the board? But ultimately, there's actually a concrete reason as well. Yes, the white queen can run. It's not forced. But if you do trade queens as white, I think there might be a problem with the black rook. We talked about how it was trapped. If the white knight moves now, I'm undecided whether to come forward or back. There's still this idea of sliding the bishop across, trapping the black rook at the top of the board. Next move, assuming that black reacts to the fact his bishop is hitting the corner. He doesn't necessarily need to react because there's still a pin on the long diagonal. This does seem to hold things together. Oof. It's hanging by a thread, though, for black.
Do you feel like we're now kind of in the state of the game where I'm curious, where your thoughts are on something we've talked about a couple days ago? 3-result game, 2-result game, and if it's a 2-result game, who's the one playing for the win? Is Hikaru starting to move into that state of the game where he feels like, maybe I don't have too many winning chances, it's time for me to look for ways to get out of this one, just on even footing?
I think that's a great call. Damage limitation mode. But if he can survive this next few moves, maybe then he feels a bit more ambitious.
Okay.
This next few moves, he just wants to consolidate, queens off the board, try and get rid of the most threatening of the white pieces, trade those off. Actually, long term, black is doing very well. On the left side alone, black has 2 versus 1 in terms of pawns. We call that an outside pawn majority. Once those start running, they're going to be very hard to stop. In any endgame, those are a big trump card. But yeah, it's just about getting to that stage.
And with the Magnus touch in endgames, I wonder how tempted he is to actually get the queens off the board and then try to squeeze something out in this position that we do land up in.
Okay, queens on or off? What are we predicting?
Off. I think he trades.
Endgame territory. Both of their fortes, both fantastic endgame players.
And the only other 2 moves that keep the tension on would be you either put the queen on this square or slide it behind the bishop to connect it to the knight. Maybe there's a 4th one, but somehow just not as attractive.
I'm going off as well, though.
The bishop hanging.
You're going for which one, James?
I'm going for queens come off.
Queens come off.
Yeah.
Nemo.
I have to agree. I just don't see many good choices here for Magnus's queen to avoid this trade.
We've all gone queens off, so he's definitely going to keep the queens on now.
Oh, no.
Guaranteed.
Discuss.
Guaranteed.
Will it strike again? Just a quick note, white actually can't move it to the square because it's not only the knight hanging, but the bishop hanging as well. So in fact, you do have to keep the queen connected to the bishop so that in case of a trade, you capture it with a check, giving Hikaru no time to pick up the knight. We do have a decision, and Magnus Carlsen decides to get the queens off the board.
There it is.
Yeah,
so none of us will be made liars this time around. And the knight jumps in immediately. Wow. Look at that, just absolutely clamping down on the black king's position. That black rook still so difficult to find a way to get it involved in the game.
Yeah, big threats to actually catch that rook with the white bishop in the near future if you're not careful.
But now Hikaru has the possibility to get a lot of pieces off the board, right? Most of the minors, in fact, with that last move, you could start with a trade, pick up that knight with your own knight, Magnus can't take it back with the pawn because the other knight is hanging, forcing essentially Magnus to trade off the bishops as well and then just get your rook into the game. How are we evaluating that position and that opportunity that Hikaru has right now to get so many pieces off the board? Takes.
Yeah, that position is still not safe for black entirely because the black king, let's put it on the board actually, just while Hikaru decides which pieces to trade or which not to. The black king is never moving. Look at that construction. That black king is totally caught. Any check is checkmate, but more importantly, you're playing without a piece. Yeah, if the white rook ever lands. So the black rook can move, but it's probably not moving off the back rank anytime ever. There is a pawn hanging as well, we should mention, in the corner. Black can grab a pawn. But if you take it, maybe the white rook just slides across.
Yeah, do you not bring your black rook out first and threaten the same kind of back rank checkmate?
Ooh.
Before sliding the light squared bishop down to pick up that pawn?
Nice spot.
Right, just bring it all the way out, boom. We both basically threatening the same thing at each other.
I forgot that was
right?
checkmate.
Yeah, we're cutting off that diagonal there.
That's an awesome spot. There's just one difference in this position, that Magnus's king has the chance to escape this back rank problem, but as highlighted before, the black king just can't get out of this mating net ever.
Slick little clean move. I guess you could also push the pawn in front of the king, the f pawn, just vacate the dark square, also cutting off the light squared bishop.
And just get your king out next.
Yeah, either of them, I guess, technically work.
Although now the pawn might be hanging on the edge of the board if you block that third rank, so definitely the king slide. And maybe we just show that when the black bishop takes that corner pawn, we might see a situation, let's say the bishops get exchanged, and then the pawn is captured, the white rook slides, the black bishop drops back to the c4 square, the white rook grabs a pawn on the edge of the board, and the black bishop drops back to lock it in. And we see a weird situation where the black king is trapped, the white rook is trapped, but white is totally winning because the black rook cannot move either. So white will just push a pawn maybe to stop black from moving any pawns on that right side of the board.
Or knight takes f7 then?
Yeah, even better. Maybe not yet.
Or not?
It's
not yet.
But I want to point out Nemo's idea, because you take this and that's a checkmate in one.
Too early.
But I think
threat is stronger than the execution.
Yes. The king slides over.
King just slides over. Those pesky kings.
And then you lose the f6 pawn.
You can drop back with a check, but then the king just slides back, and now there are all kinds of threats of hitting this pawn and no good way to defend it. If your knight comes back, you push the knight further away and sort of free yourself up.
Yeah, and if you push the pawn, the black king comes out. So, yeah, I didn't even spot that idea, I must admit. But
I was wrong, so good thing you didn't spot it.
No,
That's
but
why.
It's coming next move, or in the next few moves. First, white just builds up. White pushes all the pawns forward. Black is totally frozen. Black cannot move a single piece in that position. So, for example, just to push a pawn forward, I'm not sure H pawn, F pawn, move the king.
Start with the F pawn.
Yeah.
Get your
Sug's one.
Sug's one.
Yes.
I just wanted to put this on the board. Black cannot move a single piece without losing something.
Wow.
Yes. You move the bishop, you lose the pawn. You move the rook, you lose another pawn. The king absolutely trapped. This pawn also controls this square, no moves at all.
Okay, so most things, as we've worked through, look pretty ugly for black. But if we go all the way back to this live position here, are the initial trades that we worked through, where both knights and the bishops come off the board, is that all forced? Are we seeing that no matter what?
White does have a threat, right? You're also threatening to come in with your knight. We saw the bishop trapping the rook, but that knight jumps in, the rook is still trapped. So, not to mention your bishop hanging, so I don't think you have time to actually pick up the pawn. You'll end up losing material.
But can I ignore this? Because, yes, it's claustrophobic in the top right side, but there's no killing blow to the black king right now. So can I just ignore this and, I don't know, start throwing my pawns on the left side down the board? What are my other options as black?
Yeah,
Hikaru looked like he was almost about to make a move.
And we've seen this happen so many times, and he finally does.
Here he goes.
He does decide.
Oh.
What?
He goes for the pawn.
No. Did that happen? Yes, it did.
Well, like I said,
Whoa.
He's the one who has to initiate the trade, right? It's not up to Magnus to initiate the trade of all those minor pieces that we talked about. Now, the computer doesn't love the move.
Yeah. The big question is, what if Magnus just leaves it as well? What if Magnus doesn't do anything? As Tanya points out, he can go hunting now for material. He can probably win that black rook. But the thing is, do you want to win that black rook? It's so stuck anyway. I wonder what happens if the white rook swings across, just as we showed in that other variation, going pawn hunting, for example. Might we see a transposition?
Well, or we get that rook to a3 you were talking about, right? That's still an option too.
Yeah, bring it across, take that pawn.
But here, if you fall back with your bishop, the knight's still there, so the rook could slide up and actually line up on the 8th rank.
It looks like everything leads towards the same position. All roads lead to Rome right now.
This is what we had.
Exactly what we had. Yes, the bishops are still on the board, but that changes precisely nothing.
Perhaps bishop to d5 would be a more accurate defend of this b pawn because it also defends the f7 pawn.
That's true. Although long term, black is still very stuck.
Very stuck, for sure.
With this king at the corner of the board. Let's just get our live board up. This is where we are. Knowing how dangerous Magnus is in the end games, how do you think he's assessing his chances to convert this one? How hopeful is he?
Very.
There's that a3 move.
Your move, David, on the board.
I think if Magnus had time on the clock to go to the confessional, he would say he's close to winning.
Yeah.
I think he just believes that he's got total domination of this position. Just that construction, it's so rare to see those white knights sitting around a king like that, not giving checkmate, just caging the king for eternity.
Never trade queens against Magnus.
And we had talked c4, d5. How about e6 there for the light squared bishop to slide back to? But this is now giving up that a7 pawn if Magnus so decides to go and devour it.
I mean, these guys need to be listening to our commentary, you know. We've been telling everyone, don't get the queens off the board when you're playing this guy.
But who knows? That could have still been his best option, right? And that's the tough thing about it.
So rook takes pawn is what we're expecting right now. You hit another pawn. You're also lining the rook with a further infiltration. And it looks like Hikaru sort of calculated his way through the variation. Moves coming in fast and quick from black.
Well, he finally got his knight into the game. That thing had been locked away on the back rank.
Which means the rook comes out next.
Hadn't moved all game, not even once. And finally on move, I'm not sure what this is, 20-something.
I'll get
21.
you. 21.
21, the knight does move. There's a big trick here. So the knight is going to stay alive. The black knight is the only one that can actually move. We said everything else was paralyzed. But white shouldn't try and pin that knight right now with the bishop, because the black knight will jump, counterattack against the white rook, fork the white rook and bishop. This will lead to a rook exchange. And at the very end, without the rook for white, it's going to be very hard to break down black's formation. Black still with that very strong pass pawn potentially on the queen side on that left flank. Not
Such
easy.
a complicated position.
Yeah.
Queens are off the board, but still a lot of tactics to take care of.
That's a great move from Hikaru. I think best practical chance was to keep his knight on the board, not to rush with those trades, and Magnus just pushes the pawn.
Magnus just isn't that worried in this position, though. He has the knights on f6, h6. There's barely any moves that black can play without significantly worsening the position. So,
yeah, that's true. He just knows long term he has so many improvement moves, right, Magnus? He's going to start pushing his pawns forward, maybe move the white king forward. If black just can do nothing, it's going to be torture for Hikaru. 8 minutes as well.
Clock's ticking. And I think Magnus's plan is clear, right? Just get more space. And it's so much easier to be white when you've got this clear path ahead. Meanwhile, for Hikaru, all his pieces defending the pawns. Where do you make progress? Do you have time to bring your rook to perhaps an open line at least? Looking at some infiltration here.
Yeah, I'd love to find some counterplay if possible. It's just about whether or not you have time, right?
Okay, what do we think the odds are of him saving this game, Hikaru Nakamura?
Oof.
I think he saves it.
I think he saves it.
He saves it.
I think he saves it.
Not even odds. Not even odds. Just 100%. Calling it. All right, I guess, yeah, that is odds. It's 100-0. You're right.
100%.
I see the bar. I see the guy sitting across him. But I don't know. I feel like Hikaru, he saved so many of these positions where he needs a miracle. He doesn't look very bothered on camera to me. He's got about the same amount of time as Magnus. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think I should get very high odds on that bet. But I think Hikaru saves this one.
Yeah.
But from your reaction, I have a feeling that you don't believe in it.
I'd give you high odds. I don't know. I'm feeling like 75-25 right now.
Nemo, you're a great poker player. What do you make of Hikaru's poker face?
I think his poker face is pretty good. We've talked about his multiple expressions the other day. He's going through one of them right now where he's, scrunching the eyebrows together a little bit, perhaps in a very deep think about his position. I would say, Hikaru has very decent chances to defend this endgame, but, if I was Magnus Carlsen, I would also be very confident in myself in this endgame.
I'd be confident in life if I was Magnus Carlsen.
You'd be winning at life.
Definitely walk through the streets with a little bit of a different air about me if I was Magnus Carlsen.
Bit of a strut.
I saw the air that you two had walking into the playing hall with your fans swarming for autographs and pictures.
Don't tell yourself, sure, you were a part of that group.
Something about the air in Paris.
Yeah. And it has been beautiful here in Paris all week long. We got lucky.
David, you perhaps know Magnus the best. What do you think?
I think he's just going to win this. I think
Straight up.
Wow.
I don't know. He's just going to push some pawns, push the white central pawn forward. He's going to move the king, just going to do nothing for 10 moves. And then at some point, I can see a position. We talked about the Zugzwang, black unable to move. It just feels like that is coming inevitably sooner or later. The black rook is never leaving that back rank, we should mention, because of some checks.
And you can never play bishop takes f6 because of literal checkmate.
Yeah.
In one move. Let's show that, because it's pretty. You really want to get rid of this knight, but you take, and that's just game over on the spot. This knight, which Magnus planted so early on in the game, might be the MVP in the position for him, just stopping all counterplays, eyeing the f7 pawn. It kind of blocks the black king for the rest of the game. Checkmating ideas, all thanks to this stallion here.
Yeah, I landed there on move 9.
And one of the things that I believe coaches might have told all of us at some point is that knights on the rim are dim, or perhaps there's a nicer way to say it, but in this case, the knight is very much powerful and has been probably winning best piece of the game right now.
I can thank my YouTube coach, Gotham Chess, for that one.
That knight on the side, I do abide.
It's usually knight on the rim is very dim, but that's not the case for this one.
Or grim, But actually, I think the moral of the story is just put something on that square. Yesterday, against Fabiano Caruana, it was a pawn on the h6 square that did the work, trapped the enemy king, won Magnus the game against Fabi. Now it's a knight against Hikaru. He brings his bishop forward, given a question mark. Okay, I'm really...
All right, let's investigate.
I'm really surprised he's allowing a potential knight trade. Hikaru making a face as well. What's this about? Is there something tangible here?
And Hikaru almost looks like he's ready to make his move. By the way, I love this camera angle. When you see the players through the piece.
I would not have allowed an exchange of knights on the edge of the board. That white knight on h6 that we've just been praising, black can go and trade it off. It will come at the cost of a pawn. But I think that black pawn on the left side is doomed anyway.
So you're looking at knight jumping on to offer the trade?
Yeah. Feels like that option could have been taken away from Hikaru. I'm not sure it's the best move. The boss slightly slid up for white there, but he could have taken this option away by pushing his central pawn, Magnus. He chose not to. And now at least some pressure can be relieved. Probably still a horrible endgame to defend, but this would have been my choice at least. And then go with the bishop next move to kick away the black knight.
All right, could this be an opportunity for Hikaru to at least ease some of the pressure off then as he gets ready to make his move?
Yeah, that little question mark tells me that Hikaru's got his best chance that he's had in a while. Nemo, I know we can't keep you here forever, but what do you think? Is it just offering that knight trade, removing that powerful knight that was placed there so early on, move 9, and finally we're looking at maybe equalizing?
He plays it.
Well, he answered it before you could.
Yeah, but I was going to say, I think he was ready to play. He looked like he was itching to make a move, and he does play it, and it comes with an exclamation mark. I believe rightfully so, as this all-powerful knight on h6 is going to be traded off, and perhaps this is making his chances to draw this game much, much higher.
And before Nemo leaves, I mean, she's a witness. I was the only one to predict that Hikaru saves this one.
All right, okay.
We got a witness
There's still a ways to go, but you are right. You were the one who predicted that Hikaru weasels his way out of this one, and we do have a witness. So David, Hal, and I aren't going to get away with anything in this one. Nemo, it's been such a pleasure once again to have you joining us. Thank you so much, but we'll let you go so you can get down into the arena and maybe watch the thrilling conclusion to this one right by the boards.
Thank you very much for having me.
Appreciate you. And with that, we return to this matchup here, Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura. And just like that, when we were about to say it might be all done and dusted for Hikaru, it looks like a breath of new life. That knight gets to jump forward over here to the f5 square. It's just inviting the trade of knights. And so now it's a question of who wants to take the trade. Is it Magnus jumping back, or is it him inviting and pulling the pawn over to the right-hand side of the board?
Yeah, it looks like a big decision for Magnus. If he jumps back and avoids this trade, maybe black pushes the h-pawn forward just to create some squares for the black pieces. He does actually trade off those knights in the end. This would have given the black king some breathing space. Magnus is going to win a pawn, Tanya, but at least now Hikaru has the option to go into an opposite color bishop position a bit later. No longer will it be checkmate if the remaining white knight is removed later in the game.
He's going pawn hunting, and I just took a peek. You've got two ways to capture the knight. And for me, the most intuitive one was to pick it up with the bishop, you know, not to destroy your pawn formation. But the best move that Hikaru has here, and he must recapture the knight with his own pawn. How difficult is that decision to make?
That's forced? He needs to do it? Wow.
There's a bit of a difference.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's a 0.6 differential, so...
Wow. I would take with the bishop every time.
Right? That would have been my assumption. Yeah, I want to maintain my pawn structure entirely.
Hikaru needs to take the knight with the pawn. The bishop recapture would be a mistake, giving Magnus a bigger advantage than what he has right now.
This is counterintuitive. This is very difficult, especially with just 6 minutes on the clock. I guess taking with the pawn would allow black to later push the pawn in front of the black king and create even more escape squares. The black king still in a bit of trouble long term, still caged in the corner, pushing that pawn forward. Maybe later trading the white knight, you get the black king out of that horrible place it finds itself in.
It's not only fighting the fact that you're voluntarily destroying all your pawns, but also you're giving Magnus a free hand to further expand on the right side of the board. You lose the pawn anyway, and he does take a decision. It's the more human one. Hikaru Nakamura reaches out for the bishop, and with that, the bar rises up.
Well, this is where we go back to that conversation we had just the other day. How many chances do you get against Magnus Carlsen? We kind of questioned this earlier bishop move that allowed the knight trade in the end. But Hikaru kind of gives him one back, recapturing with the bishop of his own. And now, after dropping another pawn, Magnus is just a pawn up.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. This is going to be like hours of torture if Magnus Carlsen just wants to sit there and just create small threats. But it could also just be a fortress. Like computers, that's the one area they still slightly struggle, much less than they used to struggle. Like 10 years ago, computers would not recognize fortresses. I once played Hikaru. He prepared 42 moves using a computer before the game. He won my queen, but the computer saying +3 actually led the position to a dead drawn fortress.
Wow.
That he couldn't break through. Computers still struggle to evaluate it. Nowadays, computers do see fortresses, but a +1-ish advantage doesn't necessarily mean that this is objectively won for Magnus. He might still need a helping hand, as we see Hikaru calculating off to the left there, seeking inspiration from Kaisa, the chess goddess, maybe. Still going to be difficult. Still going to be very difficult to hold this, Tanya.
Kaisa, the goddess of chess, do you think she's also the goddess of freestyle chess?
Maybe.
Probably. Right now, Hikaru looking into the ceiling, calculating those lines, wondering if there's a way to break through. So what you're saying is essentially that Hikaru just keeps the rook where it is, controls the back rank, doesn't allow any checkmates in one, shuffles around with the rook, and says, Magnus, show me the progress, and it's not that easy for Magnus to break through.
So while it looks like we're moving into quite the end game battle here between Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen, we're going to zoom out real quick just to give you a quick picture of all four boards, because it's not just these two who are fighting it out over the board at the current moment. And as you can see there in our third place matchup, Vincent Keymer is in a balanced position up against Fabiano Caruana, but both players with the black pieces are massively better in our battles for 5th and 7th place. Let's go first to our 7th place matchup between Abdusattorov and Jan Nepomniachtchi, just so we can take a quick view of both this board and how we got here. We'll maybe walk it back just a little bit. We'll play through the moves up until the point that we're at, get a sense of how it is that Jan Nepomniachtchi, and in that moment, we get there just in time to see the game come to its conclusion. He will take the win with the black pieces here. He's up 1-0 going into day 2.
Jan Nepomniachtchi was about to deliver checkmate on the board. The powerful attack breaking through as we see the players analyzing.
Yeah, and
I think perhaps we should show that. Let's, for viewers at home, let's see, how we got to maybe this decisive an advantage, but maybe what the threat was here at the end that caused Nodirbek to extend the hand.
And right here, this is the final position that we have on our bottom right, where Nodirbek did resign, throw in the towel. There's nothing to be done. A big idea of the bishop coming in with a check. The king has got no squares. The only way that Nodirbek could have kept the fight going was give a check of his own. Jan would have put his king one step forward, taking away the escape square, which would result in either a checkmate or Nodirbek losing further material. Resigns and a beautiful finish there, using the queen, bishop, and the king to deliver checkmate to Nodirbek.
Yeah, beautiful mating net. And Jan playing very, very quickly, we should mention this game. Still had nearly half an hour left on the clock when it ended.
Yeah, that's wild. He still had 29 minutes to his name. Playing quick, and what a rebound for him. Again, from first place in the round robin, getting knocked down by Vincent Keymer and unfortunately falling all the way to the 7th place matchup. But here he gets it done today and sets himself up going well into tomorrow. Over to the 5th place matchup, Arjun Erigaisi versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. We'll check in with that one as quickly as we possibly can. Here as well, Arjun Erigaisi has found an advantage with the black pieces. This seems to be kind of a trend for him all tournament long. I feel like more often than any player, I'm flipping to his board and seeing what seems like a massive advantage in his favor. It's just about whether or not he can get it over the line. Sometimes playing with maybe a little bit of imprecision towards the end and giving things back, but it looks good for him right now.
A classic example of a 2-result game, right? You're up material here, you've got that extra exchange, and Maxime's got a pawn to boot for that exchange, but this is a 4 versus 3, and I think Arjun's going to play this out, grind this out forever, slowly make progress with his own king, get it into the game, advance on the right side of the board, keep his pressure on the weakness here, dominate the white knight from coming into the game. It's a long one, but I think quite a sizable advantage here, David, for Arjun.
Yeah, and earlier we talked about Hikaru Nakamura being totally frozen. Here, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave can barely move anything. He moves a pawn. If he'd moved the king back, he would have walked into a check from the black rook on the bottom rank, and the white knight would have dropped. If you move the white rook anywhere off the b file, your pawn drops on that side of the board, and the white knight, if that ever moves, only one safe square, then that would also walk into a pin. The black pawn would step forward, and essentially Maxime's just sitting, waiting, doing nothing, and the black king is going to come. He's going to add one more piece to this party. Arjun Erigaisi, I think, actually is quite straightforward. The winning concept here, the black king's just going to march over, kick away the white rook, and it will all collapse on that left side. Yeah, Arjun, as you mentioned, James, just dominant. When he wins, it's very convincing.
Yeah, one more table to check in on before we get to Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru once again. That's our 3rd place matchup between Vincent Keymer and Fabiano Caruana. This one here looks a little bit more stable. If anything, it's really just held the same evaluation that we've seen almost from the beginning. Fabiano with just the tiniest of advantages as seen by the computer, but for all intents and purposes, feels quite balanced.
Fabi's handled this really well. He's given back that material, that extra pawn that he had for the bishop pair. It's still an open position. The queen in a beautiful spot. You've got a weakness that's easy to get to. Yes, black has got a counter weakness, but you can defend it with the rook joining the party. And right now we do see a double attack there by Keymer. I'm expecting Fabi to simply handle that threat by sliding his own rook eventually. I don't know if it's enough, David, but more pleasant to be black. Open position, long-range pieces are what you prefer?
Yeah, there's a reason I want a tattoo, and I want it of a bishop pair, because here the bishop pair fantastically strong. And yeah, Fabiano Caruana, I think most of the top players in the world understand the power of the bishop pair. Here, it should be a draw with the best play. We should mention Vincent, though, is the one on the defensive.
Well, a bishop pair here. No bishop pairs in play, though, over on our top ticket table. That is Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura. Back over to that one we go to make sure we don't miss too much here as it moves towards a thrilling conclusion. Not too many moves have been made, just a little bit of posturing here from both players, but I do see kings starting to get activated and involved into this game.
And we're going to get to the live board, but let's do a quick action replay. We left it here. We thought Hikaru's found this move, which eases the pressure off. The bishop recaptured, a slight inaccuracy. Magnus won a pawn, attacking another. Bishop falls back, defending that pawn. Magnus rerouting his rook to greener pastures, targeting that king that's stuck in the corner of the board. You can't let that knight live forever. We've got the opposite color bishops now. Magnus up a pawn, dominating bishop in the position. The rook slides up. If there's a check at the back rank, the rook can always go back to defend it. So Hikaru trying to get active, eventually setting his own king free, as we've got the board right here, right now, attacking that white pawn. Is this enough for Magnus? Currently up 2 pawns, a dominating bishop on the board.
Wow, big committal decision by Magnus to win the second pawn, because now his bishop will be tied down, defending it for the near future. Maybe he just felt it was too much of a fortress, if no way to break through if he hadn't grabbed that second pawn. Although it's 4 versus 2, Magnus needs to keep the rooks on. Opposite color bishops, it's a dead draw. Black will blockade on the light squares.
Is it just that one square as an option for defense of the pawn? I realize if you were to drop the bishop back, we could attack it. Okay, well, he answers my question. He's going there regardless.
It's also with the idea that you're still boxing the king up, eventually wanting to give a mate. And look at that, Hikaru immediately creating a space, an escape route for the king to come out if needed.
Ooh, still feels like Magnus should have a big advantage here. He can still trade a set of pawns and then push his 2 central pawns forward against one of black's. 2 pawns, normally in an opposite color bishop game, they say it's always halfway between a win and a draw. 2 pawns in any other endgame, you're just winning. Opposite color bishops, that's the one thing saving Hikaru here. He needs to somehow trick Magnus into exchanging rooks. Otherwise, I think Magnus is going to win this game long term.
Rooks off the board, that's an instant draw in this position. You hold this. But Magnus isn't going to let that happen.
Magnus would rather give away all 4 pawns of his own than trade rooks in this position. You need those rooks in order to kick away the black king, in order to force your own pawns through to the other side of the board.
So the dream for Magnus would be to get the rook to the square, dislodge the king, and then try to push his own pawn. But anytime he falls back with the rook, the defensive resource that Hikaru has is sliding his own rook down, challenging it on that last rank.
Do you think we'll see rook and bishop versus rook? If Hikaru is able to give up his bishop and his 2 pawns for all of white's remaining pawns, rook and bishop versus rook is a draw with best play, although a dangerous one.
A dangerous one, but I think Hikaru holds that. At this level, the technique required, to know the defensive setups, Hikaru's got to know it. He's had to have practiced it so many times in his life, and there are certain positions that you have to be extremely accurate to avoid getting checkmated. But David, that's still a far way off. Magnus is going to try every single trick in the book before he allows that to happen. And then he'll play on for another 50 moves.
True, and we sit here for another 6 hours. That would be fun.
Love it.
But 5 minutes for Magnus, 5 minutes for Hikaru. Positions like this, I will say, far harder to defend than they are to attack. Magnus can just move his rook around for 5 moves, gain a few minutes on the clock. And without ruining his chances, Hikaru will need to be accurate.
And take a look at that split camera shot that we had just a moment ago. 3rd place matchup happening just on the other side of that wall there. I wonder if Fabiano and Vincent can feel the intensity through that wall. They're a bit more in a drawn position right now, or at least, again, more of an even game state. I wonder if they have a sense that Hikaru and Carlsen, at this point, the gloves are off, and Carlsen's looking for the finishing touches.
I wonder if Fabi is still interested more in what is happening on the Magnus board, or is he finally focusing on that 3rd place fight that he had? Understandable with the way this game developed at the start, the fireworks that we saw early on. But right now, this looks like it's headed towards a vintage grind. Magnus trying to sort of squeeze some sense out of a dried up bottle. But here it's not so dried up. You've still got a lot to play for. The 2 extra pawns, the rook's alive, and Magnus, he does take the decision to advance the central pawn, eventually hoping to trade the flank pawn and then push them in tandem.
Yeah, given a question mark, his last move, I was going to say actually all moves look roughly of the same value here, but maybe there's something concrete wrong with Magnus's last move. Maybe black's going to push his own pawn forward, I say hesitantly. It starts to get a bit chaotic. The one thing I will say about this position in general is that it plays into both of their strengths. Magnus, endgame grinder. I know that. He's written books on it. He's done it all, endgame grinds. But Hikaru, the best defender. So both of them playing to their strengths here.
more pawns traded, the better it is for Hikaru, right? And he's trying to get one of them off the board already. Keeping that sort of philosophy in mind, for Magnus, does he keep the tension? Does he trade? Or perhaps try to get a passer of his own in this position by advancing that pawn one step forward?
Yeah, I would love to step one square forward, but the white king is in some trouble. The white king suddenly could get checked by a black pawn, be forced all the way back to the back rank. Let's put that on the board. These are not the moves. We're just showing everyone at home. Now the black rook would come in. Suddenly the white king, not so happy, would have to abandon some of its own pawns. And maybe some counterplay for Hikaru Nakamura here.
Wow.
Yeah, and peculiarly, that e4 move by Magnus, more accurate would have just been a less committal move of e3.
Just to keep pawns on the board.
Yeah.
Just to stop the white king from getting pushed back. Makes a lot of sense.
There's no way now that he's gone all the way with the pawn moving 2 steps forward that you can actually avoid trades. The rook lines up against the black king. Don't have the time to pick up this pawn. There's a deadly check that's being threatened on the board. Let me just put that. You fall back with the bishop. You win the rook on the next move. So Magnus still delaying the pawn trade. And I also want to point out, David, that if you try to sidestep, I think white can just jump in with a check, force the king to that square, and then fall back with the bishop and win the rook.
Yeah, discover check. And what happens if Hikaru goes for that variation we just mentioned? He's about to reach for his pawn. I think he's going to give a check.
That did not happen. This is the check that we were talking about.
This is the live board. Hikaru yet to move. He's looking away. Process of elimination. I think he's got to give a check.
Just
the
check.
white king back.
Best move in the position.
There are 2 non-losing moves, but the best one is this f4 check.
I think unsurprisingly here, you need to kick the white king back. You also gain time to put the black rook on a light square. The black rook needs to be on a light square to avoid all of those discover checks that Tanya was showing there. Otherwise, you just lose your rook. Oh, wow. This feels like a critical moment.
I was going to say, in some ways, this feels like that second chance that Magnus is giving you to get out of this game. And if you don't take this one, if you don't find it here and now, you're never going to get that third chance.
And he finds it.
Wow.
He plays it.
He finds the first one.
Such a critical moment. The king will drop back now.
And now you could get out of the way, place that rook on a light square by giving a check, and that's momentum, forcing Magnus's king to the back rank.
Wow. Wow. We've got a game again.
It's game on. Is Hikaru going to at least partially neutralize the material deficit and be brave enough to capture this side pawn?
I don't understand why Magnus went for something so forcing like this. I think Magnus in tip-top form would have just not allowed any counterplay, would have found a way to press slowly. But suddenly, rook takes pawn. That's a very important one, Tanya. It's not about the pawn itself. It's also about the fact that you, from behind, stop white's pawn from marching forward. Suddenly, white's got 2 pawns on light squares, easy targets. I'm really confused.
What do you guys think about our prediction now?
All right.
Got anything to say
you're just gonna
about
keep
that?
bringing it back to that,
Not
aren't you?
letting go until Vegas now.
That's fair, actually. That's reasonable.
2 months of bragging.
Bragging rights.
It'll be well earned, I would say.
You gotta give me that.
It'll be
It was
well
a very bold prediction at the moment.
I think it was at the moment. I think the majority of the world in that moment
Was
had
against me.
the faith, yes, in Magnus Carlsen to get it done. And yet here it is. The defensive mastery on display, of course, had to be given an opening. No! I said it at just the wrong moment.
Oh my goodness.
He moves his bishop away. It's very unclear the point of that move.
What?
Does Magnus have an immediate knockout? Does Magnus Carlsen have a win right now?
What? He's got many
wins.
That 2 that give a 6-point advantage, and then a third option that still gives him a 2-point advantage, all better than what he just had a moment ago.
Why would he not pick up that pawn? Why would Hikaru let this slip like this? And this was the moment. Everything under control. Just get greedy with it. Bishop to a2, the bar shoots up. This is lost. What's the move?
The first, I think, might feel fairly obvious to some people, right? That h-pawn was attacked. We were asking Hikaru to pick it up. Okay, naturally, let's just get that pawn out of trouble. Move it to h4. The second option, bishop move with discovered check.
Wow. Pawn to h4 is really clever. It stops the black rook from going behind as well. You're asking black to block that line from behind. I think you can win by force in that variation.
He's reaching out for the bishop. He gives the check. Is this the check that you were talking about as the second
That's the second best, but just by the tiniest margin. It's still a 6-point advantage here for Magnus Carlsen.
It's the same idea. The black king now, if it goes back, white will be able to push the pawn forward with gain of time. The white bishop is coming around to control that corner square. Hikaru realizing now, he shook his head. The bishop is coming around. It's unstoppable. That bishop getting to the long diagonal, covering the promotion square of that pawn.
Oh my goodness.
And he realizes, it dawns on him.
No.
That was the moment. That was the moment. It was in his hands.
There was no reason to move that bishop.
It
that
wasn't
makes
even
no sense.
This game, I mean, he literally...
Oh my goodness.
He was in such a tough spot the entire way. He held, he found his way back into it. He was right there.
And he's about to resign.
And realization sets in.
It's the Nepo, look to the right, just before you resign. That white H-pawn is just going to promote.
And he knows it, and Magnus knows it as well. That it's all turned around in a matter of one move. What made Hikaru move that bishop? Not under threat.
And there are some tactical details here. Magnus can actually win in a variety of ways. If the king steps up the board, I think he should move it next to the pawn. I think this is the best bet, and Magnus can win this in so many ways already. At the very least, you can play this move that James mentioned, pawn to h4, just to block the h-file, stop the black rook from coming in from behind. There might be other ways. You can give a check with the white rook first, as Tanya was pointing out.
Then just push the pawn, and nothing stopping it from queening, now that the h-file is under white's control.
Yeah, same idea. I think even in a different order would work. Giving a check first with the white rook. The black king cannot hold things. Look at Hikaru. He knows he's just self-destructed on this last move. The most obvious move there was to take the pawn. It was by far the best move, the most logical move. And yet he didn't see it, maybe.
And the most heartbreaking part is that he had done everything right until that point. You know, got the knights off the board, holding on a difficult position. And he realizes that this is gone.
Oh. My heart breaks for him in this moment.
One move. One move. So close.
Yeah.
The kind of move you'll think about for a very long time as well. You're going to want that one back. Hikaru wants it back right now. It's not an option for him, obviously, so he's using that last minute and 30 seconds on the clock to see if there's any other resources available to him.
I don't even know if his mind is there. I think he's just thinking about what he missed. It was so important for him to use this moment, to grab this pawn, to get the rook behind Magnus's queening pawn. All of the winning ideas are based on the white pawn moving 2 steps forward and then eventually queening, regardless where Hikaru moves his king. And both of them know that's what's coming up next.
Yeah, the rook would have been actually very safe as well behind that white pawn, safe from all these discovered checks that we might be about to see. Just hard to explain from Hikaru. He had nearly 5 minutes when he made that move. He should have spent all of those 5 minutes then and there, because the rest would have been quite straightforward. But hard to explain, hard to fathom.
It tells me he felt there was something in that move.
Magnus Carlsen is seconds away from getting his first win here of this big finals clash. And just when it felt like it was slipping away.
He never gives you a third chance. And unfortunately for Hikaru, though, it comes at a mistake of his own here, giving it back in the end. 20 more seconds.
He could have an hour on the clock and it wouldn't help.
No, I'm just saying 20 seconds until we see that handshake extended. He's going to let the time run out here.
10 seconds.
Thinking on what could have been.
He's just going to let this run out.
Could have bought himself a draw, could have entered day 2 on even footing. There's the handshake. Magnus Carlsen, the world #1, takes down Hikaru Nakamura in day 1 of our finals here in Paris, France. You can see the disgust for Hikaru, disgust in his own play.
Magnus asking him why he didn't take the pawn. Magnus said, I missed it as well. You could just take the pawn. And Hikaru just shaking his head. I think he just missed it. A mutual blind spot there.
And he's still looking at it. He can't believe it. He's still figuring out why didn't he do it so close to actually wrapping this one up, to saving this critical half point. Hikaru Nakamura still can't believe it.
And I can't blame him. I can't blame him. You're moments away from earning that draw. After what was a defensive battle the entire way, Magnus Carlsen advantaged nearly every step of the way. And yet Hikaru will fall down in the end. I can report for those at home that there was one more result while we were on this final board. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave dropping down to Arjun Erigaisi as we expected. But all eyes were on this matchup, Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura. It was a battle between two of the greats, and it's not over just yet. Hikaru will have his opportunity with the white pieces tomorrow to bring it back to even footing and maybe buy himself a tiebreaker in those faster time controls.
Still speechless. That was such a bizarre end, such an odd end to that game. Such a great fight for both of them. And Hikaru, it just must have been that prolonged pressure, 4 hours of defending, and to collapse like that at the end. He'll need something very special to have the mental fortitude to bounce back tomorrow.
Well, chess blunders don't come out of vacuums, right? They don't come out of nowhere. And Magnus Carlsen putting the pressure on from the start of the game, eventually, just when Hikaru had everything under control. And that's the most heartbreaking part about it, the crack that happened. One move. It reminds me of the World Championship match, you know, Dingler and losing it in one move. And here we had a similar concept, just when everything's under control. Hikaru with a huge blunder, and you could see the pain in his face.
And just a little bit more chess to be played here today. It's our third place match between Vincent Keymer and Fabiano Caruana. Fabiano, he looks to have secured a bit more of an advantage than the last time we checked in. For Vincent, wondering maybe where it all went wrong. Doing a quick count. Ooh. And if anything, it's an extra pawn for Vincent, no? Oh, a minor piece.
Yeah, he's got one fewer bishop. Unfortunately, Vincent Keymer, at least he will on this next move. Fabiano needs to decide to take back this bishop with his queen or rook. And yeah, last time we were here, it was a positional disadvantage. Now it's just material.
Oh, wow. Material's flying off the board right now.
He's got a huge bishop on the board and a big target to play against. There's still some work to be done, some technique to be shown here by Fabi, but I think a very controlled performance by the American Grandmaster from the start. He got that extra pawn, gave it back for positional gains of the bishop pair, and that bishop might be the one deciding the game.
Yeah, I think a very important moment to keep the queens on the board. There's no reason to seek simplicity here. White might have had a fortress-like defense if the queens have come off the board here. Very hard for black to create a pass pawn. In the end, black will aim to utilize his three pieces together, team up against one of the pawns near the white king, which all sit on dark squares. Fabi's king, the black king, pretty safe now, guarded by its own bishop.
I still can't believe what just happened between Hikaru and Magnus.
Yeah.
That abrupt, sudden end, just when it looked like it was completely in control. And, you know, with everything on the line, $200,000, tour points, just the fact that, you know, you're playing against your greatest rival of all times, and this is how you let it slip. It's going to be a sleepless night for Hikaru.
Yeah, still a bit beside ourselves on that one.
It's insane. Absolutely insane.
These two players fighting for $100,000.
Wow.
And Vincent, yesterday wasn't his best performance, losing to Hikaru. But to back it up today with another loss would be heartbreaking for him. We talked about the fairy tale, the idea of a repeat performance. But here he will need a bit of luck along the way to hold this. Still not going to be easy, Fabiano's conversion. It's what we call the two-result game earlier. With Magnus here, it's another two-result. If Vincent defends very, very well, he might hold a draw on a good day.
I think it comes down to the question, right? What are the pieces that you want on the board and what you want to trade in this one if you are playing for the win? In this case, it's Fabiano Caruana. If all the majors come off the board, the queens and the rook, would that still be an easy endgame to convert is what I ask myself. Because one of the chess concepts is that you look at the queening square of your flank pawn. And here we see the queening square for Fabi would be the opposite color as his own bishop. And usually that leads to some drawing tendencies. So, David, I'm going to throw that question to you. What would you trade in this position if you were Fabi?
Nothing. I mean, my biggest weakness is knowing actually when to trade. I just have this natural inclination to trade too much because I really like my endgames. I just seek simplicity intuitively. But yeah, as you point out there, Tanya, Vincent's best hope actually is to trade off the queens, is to trade off the rooks and hope that he leaves his opponent with not enough material to land a checkmate. Vincent still has decent drawing chances. I'm not going to write him off. I think it's somewhere between that win and a draw. But yeah, for Fabi, this last move, nice exclamation point given to it because it's preparing to slide the black rook across. The clear weakness is the base of the white pawn chain. It sits on a dark square as well, so all of the remaining black pieces can target it. Nice arrows there, Tanya. Highlighting
Got them right, finally.
Highlighting the pawn that will come under fire next.
Well, the concept of right angles, right? Or right angles and 45-degree angles are pretty common here. Diagonals, of course. So setting up a queen where she can both defend the base of her own pawn chain or the square just below it, as well as attack the base of the white pawn chain as well.
And you could slide over, and I think what Vincent's relying on is a block on the second rank, which you've just defended. The rook slides up, hits the queen, dislodges it, defends his own king. It's all about the geometry in the position. That had to be my major. That's where I missed out on.
Oh, yeah?
The angles, yes.
More geometry. How'd you do in geometry?
I skipped that day at school.
What?
I was busy playing.
Well, I guess you had a different teacher. Your geometry teacher was the chessboard.
Exactly. Something about isosceles triangles. That's all I remember.
Well, another geometry here, the rook and the queen lining up now from the second rank, so making sure that Keymer doesn't have the time to put his own defenses, falls back with the queen, connecting itself to that tender spot next to the white king. Jumping around.
Nice move by Fabi, though. He controls the line that the black king sits on. No infiltration for the white rook. And the black bishop's getting ready to join the party. Nice preparatory move there. Yeah. Will Vincent still look at this tournament as a success if he loses this match? What do you think?
Oh,
if he
100%.
fails to book his spot, if he fails to guarantee that spot in Vegas?
He just added another big giant to his resume of players he's taken down in freestyle chess, starting from Alireza to Magnus to Fabi and Jan Nepomniachtchi here. Lots of reason to be proud with his performance.
I would believe that he should still view it very much as a success. I mean, again, to finish first, fourth in successive events, let's just even take the aggregate placements of any other player, right, from one tournament to the next, and I'd say he's still very much in the mix. I have a feeling, though, that he expects kind of better of himself, right, and he's always going to strive for a little bit better. So he's going to want for third for sure here, and maybe be slightly disappointed with a fourth.
And along the way, also picking up the most stylish player award. Let's not forget that. We're in Paris. It's an important one.
Style award. Do you think Vincent Keymer this time?
I thought that was it, right? In fact, wasn't it this turtleneck exactly the one that he wore against Jan Nepomniachtchi? Which makes me think superstition there.
Ah, you think superstition is creeping back in, huh?
He didn't wear it in his last match against Hikaru Nakamura.
This is true. Exactly.
Got punished there. But it's only because Levon Aronian's not playing right that the fashion award.
Yeah.
He had a dark colored shirt on in his loss.
Oh.
Does he wear white shirts when he plays the white pieces and black shirts when he plays the black pieces? I'm just now realizing.
That's what I do. I don't know. I didn't know it was a trend.
We're going to have to keep our eyes out for that in the future.
Okay, Fabiano, meanwhile, great end to the tournament for him, at least if he wins this match. But this one, I'm predicting it goes another 50 moves, at least.
Some work to be done here.
Well, once the bishop comes out and adds a third attacker, what really can Vincent do? Does he not just become paralyzed in defense of that singular pawn?
Pretty much. He'll be frozen defending it. The white rook can slide up to try and control the second rank, but then you vacate your bottom rank, your first rank, that the black pieces might suddenly jump down to, come in and behind. You've got to calculate that. Maybe that's nothing to be worried about, but at least it's something to fear. Defending these positions is hard. 30 seconds on the clock as well. Not going to be easy at all. And the hardest thing to do in chess is to do nothing. And maybe that's the best thing. Just sit still, put your rook passive, and hope there's no way through for black.
Keymer's really hoping to get in some trades in this to just ease off the pressure that will make it easier, the task of defense. The clock keeps ticking, make a move, and he does offer that rook trade immediately, not waiting for the bishop to land there. And again, the consequences of the move, right? Look for the squares that have been left behind now that the back rank's vacant. David's idea coming up, line up the queen and the rook and start threatening the white king.
Trade offered, trade denied.
Yeah, still not the scariest thing. If the black queen comes down, you just slide the white king one square to the right. You say, haha, you got behind me, but no threats. That being said, it is slightly scary when you only have 15 seconds on your clock.
And he doesn't care. He literally doesn't care about that threat. And I think it is because of what you're saying, right? The queen comes in, it's only a check. There are no ways to actually deliver a killer blow or a checkmate. Notice how the white queen controls a key square in the position. So the white king would be extremely safe in this spot. Keymer centralizes his own queen. Would be funny, right? If your opponent gets all hopeful, comes in with the queen, starts threatening checkmate. You don't care. You look at him, give a smile, go ha-ha. Has that ever happened with you, David?
I've smiled at opponents when I just want to tease them or want them to want to get inside their minds. But yeah, here I don't think the players are fussed about mind games.
I know one player who'd do it. I think Hikaru would do it. You know, you come in, you think you've almost got him, and then he plays this one little move, literally doesn't care, looks up and goes, haha, I got you.
Okay, big threat on the board. Not to actually give a check with the black rook, maybe even to slide the whole way to the corner, just to ensure the white king cannot hide. So I'm expecting Vincent to slide his king across one square, cover that square with his queen.
Let's just show that. The king comes here. It looks like you're about to get checkmated, but the queen, again, the centralized queen, keeps everything under control. And we've got a decision. In fact, he does slide over and an inaccuracy.
Of course, the move I suggest, given a question mark. How can the most natural move in the world be a mistake?
I'm on Team David in this one. I don't care what Mr. Stockfish says here. This has to be the most human move in the position, taking care of all the threats that Fabi was setting up.
He needs to somehow swap around his pieces. He needs to like cough, make sure Vincent looks away, and then switch the black queen and rook around. You need the queen first, the rook second. Fabi moves his rook.
I'm not even sure.
So a construction where you'd have something like this, so that you can actually deliver a checkmate on the square.
Or at least some much more scary checks than a rook could deliver. Okay, Fabiano, it feels like he's recovered from his cold from the last couple of days. It feels like he's played really, really well today. Small positional advantage, transformed it into something bigger. But always the killer blow in any chess game is the hardest.
I've always wondered if it's a bit of a chicken and the egg, right? Where if you've got a winning position, you automatically start feeling better about your health. Or is it the other way around? You start feeling better first.
Now, the computer did give that last move from Fabiano a miss. But is there really a miss? And to me, that indicates like, there was a full winning chance here. Was that really the case?
I've long given up trying to understand the subtleties of computer chess. But maybe there was a way to just paralyze white slightly more, or kind of set up the right exchange if there was one, or set up this mating attack.
Yeah, there was one move. I'm taking a look at it. It's rook b8.
What moment? Let's bring that up.
Where it gave him the miss. So just 2 moves or 1 move back here for Fabiano. Yeah, so instead of sliding the rook over like he did, he wants rook b8.
Yeah, that's too mysterious for me.
And then you know what?
The idea of sliding the queen over and the rook down.
Yeah, and then it reaches depth 35 and it ignores its own suggestion. So, okay, there really wasn't a missed win there.
Quick question. Do you think Hikaru gave an interview after that game?
Ooh, I think no.
Yeah.
I think he was too distraught by his own mistake there towards the end after having fought so hard. If he just lost fair and square, I mean, which he did, but if he lost because of his opponent's genius and it was just Magnus at the top of his game, then I think he might step in for a word. Yeah. Prove me wrong. I hope he did give some words to
start out there. Well, I know the answer.
Ooh. Oh, my goodness.
You hold the power. He did.
Whoa.
He did.
Oh, that's great on Hikaru.
That's a little nugget for y'all to hold on to. Maybe after this game, we'll eventually get to hear that word from Magnus, or from Hikaru Nakamura. Yeah, it was a tough loss, but respect to him then to even stop and give a quick word.
That's fantastic sportsmanship, because I would have thought that he was so upset and heartbroken with everything that happened that you just immediately leave the building. But he's classy, Hikaru.
Big respect.
Magnus still here? Oh. Yeah.
In the meantime, the white queen comes to the center of the board. We see lots of question marks. We're going to ignore those for now. This is just our computer glitching at low depth, but the position not changing in nature too much. We should check, Tanya, when the last capture happened. Not necessarily because we're near the 50 move rule, but just to keep an eye on it a bit later. Fabiano will need to make progress or make an exchange at some point in the future.
Yeah, long way to go, David. The last capture happened on move 37. We are at 49. So that's, again, I don't want to get my math wrong, but I'll take a shot. It's 12 moves, I want to say, in.
12 moves deep.
12 moves in, 50 move rule, so still a long way to go.
Very much so. Very much so.
But the countdown's on. 38 moves might quickly become 20 moves and 10 moves, and Fabiano will suddenly feel urgency to actually do something. He brings his rook back. Big threat on the board. The black rook threatening to slide over to skewer the white queen and rook.
And win that rook.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something that you need to stop. You need to stop immediately.
Not 100% easy to do so, actually. Maybe the white rook will need to move. The white queen moving, she gets hit again. This is very geometrically clever by Caruana.
I mean, something's got to be wrong with my computer because I took a peek and the best stop move is ignoring that threat with the king move. Can you sacrifice your queen and then say it's a fortress? Oh my, can we show that really quickly, David?
Let's show it.
Do it.
Unbelievable. The best move, slide over. And the problem was, what happens if black tries to win the queen and you say, that's fine, I'll give up the queen, get the bishop, and you hold this position.
Wow. Black cannot create a pass pawn. Black's king probably cannot enter the position. The white king will, the white rook will cut it off in a variety of ways.
Yeah, but is that something you can see with 44 seconds on the clock, right?
No. And you need 5 minutes to evaluate that just to double check. You'll feel like a fool if you give up your queen and it's not a fortress.
Right. Yeah, that would be blunder of all blunders right there.
Let's catch up with the game. There have been a couple of moves since this moment. Vincent sidestepped his rook and the queen also retreating.
But that is a huge defensive resource then in this position that Keymer has and perhaps has to be aware of in his mind somewhere that, you know, push comes to shove, you've got this option that you can give up your queen and set up this fortress.
And you're right that maybe he wouldn't have found it in those 44 seconds, but if we keep returning to similar positions, right, where that opportunity presents itself again and again, maybe he will eventually realize, yeah, there is a fortress set up here if I can at least get both the bishop and the rook off in return for my queen.
And now both players are around the 1 minute mark, so it's really not trivial to actually win this position. You're up an entire minor piece for just a single pawn, and yet technique conversion, not as easy as it might have appeared at first sight.
Yeah, I do wonder, just as a social experiment, as a chess experiment, if we left a very strong engine on this position, just let it run for hours and hours, and whether this position is actually objectively still a draw, just because it's impossible to break through for black.
It might be one of those cases, right, David, what you were talking about in the Hikaru-Magnus matchup, that very often what computers misevaluate and misjudge is the ability to get a fortress where you're down material, so in points, but there's no way to actually make progress. So the evaluation kind of sticks to 1 point and doesn't fluctuate, regardless of the fact that it gives one player a big advantage. It might be the case here.
Yeah, and there will be one-move threats, don't get me wrong. We saw one, or we thought we saw one, but ultimately this position is about planning. Black needs the right plan, the right setup, where to put the rook, where to put the queen, where to put the bishop. If there isn't a concrete plan, it's just move by move, and the evaluation might fluctuate.
We do have help at hand, and I'm going to trust you, chat, so don't let me down, my community. They're saying Sase, which is the chess supercomputer, at a high depth, gives minus 30.
It's winning for black. Apparently.
Thank you, chat.
Apparently.
I'll take a minus 30.
I mean, that wouldn't be the first time we've been gullible, though.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be the first time we've fallen into a trap.
All right. But now, how do we confirm that, right? It's like we ask a different Twitch chatter to double-check their work.
Everyone has access to Ceci, luckily. I can try and put it up.
Get in there.
Let's do it. David in his fancy jacket. Checking out the Sese evaluation.
Minus 4.58. So more people jumping in with the minus.
But that's also quite big.
Still, yeah, that's more significant as well than what our evaluation bar is showing.
It's not a fortress if it's minus 4 point.
There's nearly 500 people just watching the game on Ceci alone.
Wow.
Ceci.net, if anyone is interested. And I can confirm it's under minus 5, but not that much under. Minus 4.75. So it is winning. To understand why, though.
Right, but where? How?
To understand why is a totally different matter. I think the black bishop might need to switch diagonals. If a superficial glance here is enough. The black bishop might need to just eye up the base of this white pawn chain. We did predict it's not going to change much for a while. And Vincent Keymer looking away here. He's going to be pretty confident how the last 15 moves have gone. No progress made by Fabiano.
Let's zoom out then of the concrete play that's going on and talk in terms of general plans in this position. So you mentioned you want to reroute the bishop to the diagonal where it starts attacking the base of the pawn chain, right? But to be able to do that, you need to keep your 7th rank under check. For example, falling back with the bishop might lead to the white queen and the rook penetrating. So how do you actually set that plan up, and what is the progress? In strategic terms, I think what I'm trying to ask is, how does Fabi go from here?
Well,
repetition.
Oh, yeah, right now.
All right, he's setting it up. He takes control of the 7th rank. Maybe next, coming up, it's Hikaru Caruana with the idea of getting the bishop to the right square.
That would be a strong chess player. Fabiano will bring his bishop round. Are you guys surprised by the other results in the battles for 5th and 7th? Jan Nepomniachtchi playing super speedy the whole game. We actually heard Fabiano say that Jan was on tilt in the confessional box, but actually it looked like Jan played a pretty smooth game once he got the advantage. It was a bit shaky in the early stages, it looked like. Jan Nepomniachtchi bouncing back from a few disappointing days in a row.
I think if there was a result, I would say I was surprised by it would be that, but I wouldn't even necessarily say that that's so surprising. I mean, again, he's shown from the beginning of the tournament some pretty incredible form while just misstepping occasionally here or there. And yeah, sure, maybe getting affected by tilt here or there. But as we know, he's still an incredibly strong player. And so seemed like he got an advantage pretty early on and just kind of carried it through. I think Arjun has played exactly to his form throughout the tournament. And so really no surprises for me there. MVL usually taking a more stable approach, but maybe you don't have that kind of opportunity afforded to you when you're playing against someone like Arjun, who's just really going to bring the fight time and time again.
Yeah, Arjun absolutely loves being here. You know, we were talking about it, just this format that he has, this opportunity that he has to play against the absolute best in the world. It just means so much to the Indian youngsters who sometimes, despite climbing to world number 4, despite crossing the 2,800 mark, has sort of struggled with those invitations. So this just means so much to him. And yes, he lost out earlier and got knocked to a lower bracket, but still, you know, playing against Jan today, I think getting that win in, it's a big deal. He's motivated, and so much of freestyle chess is about the mind space that you're in. And we've got a big move here.
That was a move I never expected to see.
And there was no need for him to go for this.
I'm going to say it's very impractical to totally change things. The opponent's made 0 progress. By the way, Fabiano only had about 30 moves to break through. Why not just sit still? The fortress was the main drawing idea there.
Yeah, but I wonder if that rook dropping back to guard the 7th rank along with the queen kind of indicated to Keymer that the bishop was finally going to become more a part of the game, and maybe that's what scared him. The idea that, okay, this pawn chain really is about to be under attack, and you know, maybe I now need to be the first to make the initiative.
Oh, but he'll always regret this move. Like, if he forces a draw now, that's the only way he doesn't regret this. Like, if he loses this game, he'll be like, oh, what if I just sat still?
Yeah.
Did nothing. Okay, black queen comes up now.
And he could have just kept the defenses going, right? You get 3 attackers, and Vincent could have gotten his queen back, retreated, kept things under control. This is a very big committal decision by him.
He's getting pawns off the board, but the white king is so much weaker than it otherwise would have been.
A great move if it was the endgame, if you've got no majors on the board. But with the queens and the rooks still alive, you're just making your king extremely unsafe.
Oof. I hate that move. I normally praise Vincent a lot for being mature beyond his years, but that's the kind of move I would have played maybe when I was a teenager, when I was impetuous and I hated.
Is that just impatience?
Yeah, it just feels impatient. Like, maybe he'll be rewarded, but we see the bar collapse as well. It just feels objectively wrong. Fabi still has 1 pawn left. That wasn't the pawn you wanted to exchange, by the way. We talked about bishop endgames, bishop versus pawns maybe being a draw. The black h pawn was the one that promoted on a light square. Fabi's still left with the more important pawn. And now white's pawns are split. Both of white's pawns are weak. White's king is weak. That feels, just smells wrong. I feel that is inexperience from Vincent Keymer.
And patience has been something that's been his forte, right? Slowly navigating position. So a very uncharacteristic move right there. And one that's going to cost him dearly in this one. And I think he realizes it, that this really wasn't the trade he wanted. He's kind of just doubled up his own problems here.
Peter Lecco is going to be going crazy next door. That's the one thing I can guarantee. He will be like, no, Vincent.
Just down the hall, by the way.
I can almost hear him. Cemento, Fortress, just sit still, do nothing.
The Cemento is gone.
No Cemento for this position. Wow, Peter Lecco is going to be having stern words with his protege here.
I think if we can listen closely, we might just be able to hear him right now. I mean, this had to be a shocker, not just for us, but I think for Peter especially. Just not something you'd expect Vincent to play ever. And Fabi came down to 7 seconds before making that move.
And the thing is,
Right.
now White's pawns are so weak, you can't trade queens anymore. You can't trade rooks anymore and queens. If it's just king, bishop, and pawns, Black wins.
Yeah, I mean, I got to wonder how confused Fabiano himself was in seeing that move made. It completely warps the landscape of this endgame all of a sudden, and now his approach will likely shift. Does the dark squared bishop now even need to dislodge itself from the 7th rank? Can you get it done with just the queen and the rook now and the disconnected pawns of your opponent?
Maybe if you make the white pieces so passive that they can barely move, and then you jump the bishop in. But it's still...
Whoa, no, that did not happen.
Oh, okay.
And there we see a check on the board. And to your point, if the queen's offered for trade, I think Fabi just takes it now.
Yeah.
No reason not to.
Like earlier with the pawn still on the board before he pushed, he might be able to offer queen trade here. He might have just been able to lock in a draw with the queens off the board.
Again, such a strange decision, just why it wasn't required. It makes me think of Hikaru's bishop move at the end of the game, just costing him a point. You know, just when everything's under control, let your opponent do the hard work. Why help?
Yeah, still wanting to understand that bishop move.
Yeah.
And later going to want to understand more of this pawn move here from Vincent Keymer. Definitely some peculiarities at play here today. Does slide his own pawn up now to block the check delivered by the queen. That's now centralized.
Fabi wins this like 99 times out of 100. Like the white king now is so vulnerable on the 2nd rank. The white rook is just fixed, kind of laterally, just defending its own king. This is, bizarre play from Vincent Keymer. Feels like there's just one rush of blood to the head. He saw he could push a pawn, trade a pawn. He didn't think about the consequences enough. Wow, Fabiano, this is going to be such a confidence boost. He looked out of it almost after yesterday's loss. In the confessional, he said he didn't even care about his own game so much. But it looks like he's being gifted a decisive advantage here.
He reroutes his rook to greener pastures, eyeing that perhaps 2nd rank attack if he's allowed to get it in. Right now defended by the white rook, but tying it down to the king. Fabi's got to be super happy seeing that move on the board. You know, he was struggling to find a way to make progress. Just shuffling his queen, his rook, his bishop, trying this, trying that.
Right.
Nothing was working.
No, Vincent did it for him.
And again, it's the difference between age, experience, all those things. If you gave Magnus or Hikaru that position, they would never even dream of pushing that pawn forward. They would tell you off. They would say that only weakens your own king. Now he offers a queen trade, but even taking those queens off is, I think that just wins for black. White's pawns are just so weak. Maybe Fabi won't even rush.
But it would be a very David Howell decision to get the queens off the board right now. You take it instantly.
And then I'd probably walk into some accidental draw. Rook and bishop versus rook.
But a decision, stylistic decision here. I think both attractive options. He goes for more.
He knows he can trade them off later, most likely Fabiano anyway. So that's a good practical decision. Why rush? The black rook is actually coming down to the 4th rank to skewer the white queen to its pawn. Yeah. This is going to be over within a few moves, I think. No reason to grind out an endgame. Why trade queens when you can go direct on the attack?
Right, so what's the defensive move here? Does the king just have to slide up now to stay connected to that pawn?
In a bad position, there are no good moves, James, as we've learned during the course of this broadcast. And I think wherever you go, the problems just continue. You know, there are these big threats on the board, but even if, as black, if you play slowly, you're putting on immense pressure. He does move the king to the side of the board, and now David's idea, get that rook up, hit the queen, X-ray a key pawn.
There may be no good moves, but you still have to make one, otherwise extend that hand. And so Keymer moves the king towards the edge of the board. Here comes the rook, looking to win a pawn.
Who said that? Wasn't it a grandmaster who said that there are no good moves in a bad position?
I don't know, Hikaru had a bad position, but there was a good move in his game. So I'm not sure exactly who to attribute that quote to.
Can't snag it just yet with the queen.
Well, if no one's got dibs on it, I'll take it.
That's a good quote, Tanya.
All right, sure, I'll start crediting you with it from here on out.
Yes, please.
We'll see if we can do a little revisionist history here.
All right, so he does move the queen to a square that it stays connected to the pawn, and now it might be time for Fabi to bring the queen to the other side of the board, closer to the attack. Some very key tempting squares, hitting on the weakened pawns.
Oh, they're just so weak, those pawns, and the black bishop still, I mean, it guards the king alone, while the black queen and rook can just do anything they want. This is a good tip for everyone at home, a good tip. If you're in defensive mode, like normally you want to attack, the best form of defense is attack. But if it's just pure defense, if you're aiming for a fortress, don't touch anything. Just maintain the integrity of your pawn structure. That is the key. Pawns protect each other, pieces do the rest. And here Fabi's closing in for the kill.
He is, step by step. One small step by the queen, but a big one towards the white king. There's a check coming in, a pawn hanging. Stays connected to the white rook as well. And if you move up with your rook, then once again the pieces land on the second rank. I don't think you have this option. You go in, first you come in with a check, forcing the white king up the board, and then you slide your queen all the way, and this would end in disaster for white.
And don't forget, this is a rematch of our finals from 2025. The Weisenhaus back in February, where Vincent was the one who came out on top. So Fabi getting a little revenge here in game number 1.
Yeah, revenge is a dish best served Caruana?
Fabulously.
Fabulously, exactly.
A dish best served fabulously.
That whole variation you showed, Tanya, is about to land on the board. Like earlier, when we saw the black queen and rook sneak behind, it wasn't even checkmate because the queen and the pawns could defend the king. Now the white queen is so far away, now there's no pawns to defend the white king.
Come in with the queen, 2 attractive squares, take your pick.
I'm just shocked because Vincent Keymer, he's like the one young player I would say would never touch that pawn. The others, I would say, oh, they like to do stuff, but he's so strategically clued in. But somehow, something just happened. Something went wrong there, and he knows it. He's about to get checkmated.
He's been the one guy to break kind of the generational trends that we've seen in freestyle chess. And as I reminded you all that this was the finals at Weisenhaus, I'll just remind you as well how it played out. It was Vincent Keymer taking the win in game 1 and then forcing a draw in game 2 to take the victory 1.5 to half. So shoes on the other foot here. Looks like Caruana is going to go into the second day with a point up himself and only needing a draw or better for the win. There it is. Vincent Keymer knows there's no way to hold this one. And so the handshake is extended. Fabiano accepts and he goes up 1-0 here in our 3rd place match.
And there was a checkmate in 2 being threatened, no way to fight that. And Fabi, in cruising manner, never in trouble with the black pieces, kept the slide edge and then converting it flawlessly, gets the first win, which means Vincent, to force a playoff, must win tomorrow with the black pieces.
Yeah, he won with white last time in Weisenhaus, lost with white this time. And no words between the players. Vincent keen to get out of there. Fabiano, great day. From the confessional earlier, spot on with his evaluation to converting the advantage. Really, really impressive performance.
Yeah, this one was a grind for Fabiano Caruana. Definitely the game that went the distance in our 3rd place battle, but across all 4 of our boards, there was tons of action today. Marquee matchup being Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura. It's El Clasico, world number 1 versus world number 2. We had Nepomniachtchi up against Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Arjun Erigaisi taking down MVL as well. A lot of decisive games here on our first day of our 2-day final.
An absolute bloodbath of a day that we've had here, right? It feels as if the players, no fatigue, no lack of energy. They're coming in, all guns blazing on this one. And some heartbreaks along the way as well, James, there. You know, positions under control, but lost with just a 1-move mistake.
Yeah, definite heartbreak for a number of players, but it sets us up for what will be a thrilling conclusion to our event tomorrow in our final day of chess action. But as you rejoin us here in the studio, we are once again joined by none other than Jan-Henrik Buettner, as well as a special guest, Dylan Loeb McLean, FIDE master, journalist for the New York Times, Thank you so much for joining us. You guys came in just in the moment where that bishop move was made on the Hikaru board. I mean, your reaction as you stepped through the threshold and saw that played.
Yeah, honestly, we were just getting ready to go in here, and then we heard you scream. So could you please take us back to that and explain what happened, because we actually missed it because we were there. So what really happened? What was the mistake that Hikaru
Absolutely.
did?
We will get an analysis board up as quickly as we possibly can, and we will flip over to that game. We are going to have to shuffle through here. The game's over on the side of our laptop over here, so Tanya will find it in just a moment, and then
I'll
we
need
can
a
backtrack.
second to bring this up.
Yeah, and while Tanya finds this game, how much of a shock was that to you? Do you think Magnus, I mean, he was better the whole day, but do you feel he deserved it? Was that just a logical end to the game, that the pressure would eventually tell?
My impression always of Magnus is that he thrives on just continually, applying the pressure. And I think that, I mean, if you're sitting across from him, it's just, when it's so relentless that eventually you just kind of, the danger is you'll crack. And that's been sort of the characteristic, I think, of his game since the beginning. I mean, I looked at his games in 2007, 2008. It was just, he's always been like this. And I think that's why he's been so successful. And that's my impression, at least. I don't know what yours is, but that's, I just don't think that anybody else applies the kind of relentless pressure that he has, that always finds, just one other idea, one other idea, one other idea. And that has got to be just awful to play against.
Yeah, we kind of talk about how you get a maximum 2 chances in a game against Magnus Carlsen and never a third to find a way out of it. And so unfortunately for Hikaru, he does fall down. We did finally get this board up, so here it is on our screens. We can walk it back, or here we are, I guess, in the moment.
This was a big moment.
Where the bishop move will be made.
And Hikaru had done everything right to this point, right, to hold the position with a very difficult defense, despite Magnus having 2 extra pawns on the board. The fact that the bishops are of opposite color, it gives a lot of drawing dynamics to this position. And all Hikaru had to do, after making some incredible moves that led him up to this point, is pick up the rook and grab the pawn that's hanging. More importantly than the fact that you pick up a pawn is that you line up your rook, which is a key defender against Magnus's very advanced pawn. This would have kept the balance. I think it's an incredibly hard game now for Magnus to actually get the win in this one, and most likely would have ended in a draw. And it felt like he was about to do just that, and this is where it all turned around, the moment, David.
Yeah, I mean, that natural move, I would say the most natural move in the position, taking a pawn, would have most likely held the draw. It's not the fact that he missed it, it's the fact he played a bizarre move. He brought the black bishop to the edge of the board. What that does is hard to explain. I think we'll need to ask Hikaru himself. Yes, the bishop is protected now, but it wasn't really under threat. And more importantly, it loses a whole tempo to stop the white pawn.
If they weren't playing face-to-face, you would say that was maybe a mouse flip.
Right, yeah, it almost feels like that in some ways, and it's still hard for any of us to justify.
Magnus just gave a check, and the key idea in this position was, which would not have been possible had Hikaru simply picked up this pawn, is that, in fact, after, I think, bishop f8, he just resigned here because there was nothing to be done. Regardless of where you move the king, eventually white gives a check, drives the king. You can't actually pick up this pawn anymore because there's a discovered check. But the main point of the idea is that you drive the king away and eventually strike with the pawn moving forward. Once that the line is blocked, giving Hikaru no chance to get his rook into the defense, you take it, nothing stopping this pawn from queening. And that would have just won the game. And Hikaru realized it immediately. You could see it on his face, him shaking his head, looking at the side, that everything had just slipped out of his fingers in just one move. The other point is this move that had us screaming, what had you guys coming in here, Jan. It's so hard to explain because the bishop, it's not even attacking anything. What is it doing at the side of the board?
I think that's the weirdest thing about it, is usually even if we see, what the computer claims is an inaccuracy, we can typically see the idea, that the GM themselves was seeing. But here, we're all still left completely...
I have one explanation. And I want David, do you think this could be the reason? Just trying to understand why he made this move, right? Could it possibly be because he was trying to avoid, this is the position, we are looking at rook takes pawn, some kind of pins along the sixth rank? Did Hikaru feel that he really wanted to step up with his king, but if he did so, it might end up with the bishop perhaps being in a very awkward spot here?
Yeah, or for example, now white could give a check with the rook across the board, and if king takes pawn, the rook can hit the bishop. The bishop would be undefended. This actually continues, by the way. If the black king moves, you take the bishop, the black king goes back, double attack. And white, I think, emerges with a winning endgame after the rook slides across.
Didn't you say that Hikaru gave an interview afterwards?
He did.
Maybe we can bring it up and
We
see what
absolutely
he
can.
said.
You guys want to hear what he had to say?
Yes.
All right,
let's do it.
Well, let's waste no time. Let's hear from the man after he took an unfortunate blunder to lose the game here to Magnus Carlsen.
Hikaru, you seem to save a lot of difficult situation today, and then you ran into some trouble at the end. How would you describe it yourself?
Yeah, it was an exciting game. Basically, I just missed this knight f6 idea. I saw knight c3. It was probably bad after that. I mean, I think, okay, it's hard to judge without looking, but I suspect I was probably much better, if not winning at some point early in the game. I could be lacking in objectivity, but I had this feeling when this knight was on h6, it should be very, very good for me somehow. I think I should have played bishop c6 probably instead of bishop e6. But yeah, basically, I mean, we're getting around like 10, 15 minutes, and I played this queen d5 move, which was just a very, very bad decision. But then at the end, I think Magnus blundered, and then I blundered right back. I mean, it was just very sloppy. In the final position, rook takes h2 instead of bishop a2 is probably just a draw. I mean, maybe not a draw. Okay, he probably has ways to play on, but I mean, it's just insane to go bishop a2. So, yeah, I mean, to go from a position which I thought was better to worse and then just blundering is unfortunate, but that's how it goes sometimes.
How's your chances to strike back tomorrow, do you think?
I mean, the good thing is you can play anywhere and you just play the game. But yeah, it's disappointing because I really was happy with my position out of the opening today. I thought I had great chances. So yeah, I mean, tomorrow just do something. How it goes, but it's chess.
Good luck. We look forward to it.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, by all accounts, I'd say better attitude out of Hikaru than I maybe would have expected, considering the fashion in which it ended. But also, interestingly, David, he's kind of acknowledging that he feels he had even winning chances at some times there, or felt better.
Yeah, I think his evaluation was off because Magnus was doing most of the running. Magnus was doing the creating. Objectively, I mean, we see the engine, we see the bar. We knew Magnus was better from start to finish the whole game. But I think for his chances overall in the match for tomorrow, it's good that Hikaru still feels positive, still feels like he had a chance, and he's not fearing the Magnus factor as much as he used to when he was younger.
Yeah, definitely some surprising takes. I mean, I thought all the shocks in this game were the moves, but that interview, I mean, Hikaru evaluating it as perhaps better for him. But yeah, and then he says from better to worse to lost, it's fine. He did recognize that rook takes pawn is what held the game. So he perhaps saw it immediately after it finished.
So did he explain why he did this? I didn't hear what he was saying.
We didn't have a take on that, of what made him play that move.
Yeah.
Someone needs to get that question to him.
He called it insane, but he didn't say why. It was just a moment of madness, I think.
Yeah, didn't say what the intention was. Did obviously recognize that it was losing. But by all accounts, yeah, actually going into tomorrow looks like with a fairly good attitude, saying that he still thinks he's got good chances.
Amazing, yeah. But maybe just taking the chance because that was the intention of us coming here anyway. It was very bit. So I'm really happy that we have Dylan here. You know, of course, as you know, he's a very experienced chess expert and commentator, even FIDE master. So I was thinking, like, as we have New York Times here, we have Financial Times here, we have like great journalists of all over the world here physically showing. Maybe asking him a little bit what your experience is here.
Well, just real quick, you mentioned that you've covered Magnus throughout his career at different times, but freestyle chess is a completely new world of chess. And so as you step foot, onto the grounds here in Paris, I mean, how does this alone just compare to how you've seen him play throughout his career?
Well, I think actually probably this suits his style because again, he told me back in 2008 that he was lazy and he didn't like to study. And I think he was being honest, but I think that, the whole way that chess has evolved with engines and artificial intelligence, he also mentioned to me at one point the creation of neural networks in 2018 and 2019 just had a profound impact upon how much people know and can memorize essentially for classical chess. Really, for him, that was kind of a breaking point. And he just doesn't want to do that. He prefers to just sit at the board and figure it out. And it plays to his strengths, I think, because he's really good at finding ideas and perhaps better than anybody else.
Wow, that's so fascinating that you've been covering Hikaru even since 2008, and we're in 2025. And I want to ask you, in your experience, Dylan, the Hikaru of 2008 and up to now, not just become an absolute beast over the chessboard, but what has been the biggest sort of growth in his career and sort of a personal approach that you've seen in Hikaru Nakamura over the years?
Well, I think he was very aggressive. And I mean, I think even in that interview, you still see his sense of how strong he is. I think that his chances are always very, very good. And I think he went through a maturation process, especially in around his mid-20s, because he stopped thinking that he's always going to win and started recognizing, hey, the other players are actually pretty good as well. And then I think recently, in the last few years, I think especially he's gotten into streaming, he's really kind of relaxed. Now it's not life or death for him if he wins or loses, but 10 years ago, I felt like he really was putting an enormous amount of pressure on himself because he felt like he should be winning. And it's maybe not objectively fair to say that, because of course these other guys are very, very good. So I think he's matured quite a bit in the last few years. At least that's my impression from afar.
Well, what about the way in which the chess world has developed in the sense of broadcast and delivering the content to the masses, right? I mean, everything from, new variants to DGT chess boards, right? Digital boards, the ability to, show lines and deeper thinking. I mean, obviously, you are a strong player, so you've probably struggled less than many to understand, older versions of chess broadcasts. But I think getting this game to the masses, which has such universal appeal, has been a difficult task.
It's always, it's a tough sell because, there's a bar you have to kind of clear to understand what's going on, obviously. And the computers and all that kind of stuff does make it much easier to understand. And you don't need to be a grandmaster or a master or whatever to, especially with your commentary that makes it more accessible. I think that there's reasons why chess has grown so quickly in the last few years, which is because more people can understand it. They don't need to struggle.
Well, let me ask you a follow-up on that, because you and Jan were sitting here for quite a bit of the show, while we were doing our commentary. And one of the visions that you had, Jan, was how to make this a people-friendly, a community-friendly broadcast, to take chess to the masses, to open the doors, to sort of break that barrier. And that's been something that we've been wanting to do. Be honest, how have you enjoyed the last 45 minutes on our studio?
Well, I'll let Jan talk first.
As I said, I have answered this quite often, but again, I'm so impressed with what you're doing, and obviously we have a deep connection, and we are talking about everything every day, about the feedback and so on. And so the development that you have been taking, especially because you, Tanya, especially, and you, David, are really, really strong chess players, that you are able to now communicate it to us, a kind of non-professional chess players, so to speak, in a way that we can understand and we don't feel dumb because you do other people do an R2D2 talk, as I always says, like when we are just when these squares are mentioned, because we don't have the grid in our mind like from the childhood, we always say, there's something on E6, it's like, oh, it's E6, and there's somebody's like saying something there, so you lose it. And I think this is really great. And we even have, like, for example, Derek Rose, like one of our investors, like one of the best basketball players of all time, and he's like he just mentioned the other tournament like 2 months ago. He just mentioned on the stream, like, couldn't believe that I followed it for 4.5 hours, right? So you really, and you are bringing in constantly new people here that have nothing to do with chess, and they basically said, okay, let's go. And the one lady that she was in here is like, let me just wait. It's so interesting. I really want to continue listening. And so you see, you're on the right track. Yeah.
The struggle is for a long time has been how to explain chess to people who don't really understand it, but also not, dumb it down so much that people who do understand it are sitting there going, oh yeah, I already know this. You're not telling me anything new. So, I mean, obviously there's 2 streams here. There's your one, which is generally for a more broader audience, and there's one which has Judith and Peter and so on in there who are explaining the more complicated things. And that's, I guess, one way to attack the problem. But it always has been a problem because you really have to find some way to make it interesting for the masses and also at the same time informational for the people who are already know a lot.
Yeah, so also Sverre said something, Sverre from TV2, he said something great. It's like the pro stream, you know, the viewers really want to know their moves of the players, right? And here, they really want to know their feelings, right? So it's like...
Good way to put it.
I'll add something else, which is that one of the things that I try to do, and I think that's always really important, is to, if you're going to talk about this, to talk about how it actually crosses over. I mean, sociology, you know, questions of gender, questions of training, education. I mean, there's a million different ways, how the mind develops. You're always kind of, especially when you're talking for a general audience, trying to find those ways to connect it to something which is not just what's happening on the board, because that also makes it, I think, more interesting for people. They're not just limited to, oh, you know, knight this or whatever, bishop that. It's like, oh, this actually has something to do with how children learn to master a skill or something like that. And that also, I think, helps.
And Dylan, I want to learn from the best. I write for the Times these days, but you're very experienced with the journalism. What's your approach to covering chess? Are you focused on the games, the moves, the players, the stories?
I think it depends on what the objective is. I mean, if you're writing about the World Chess Championship, you're going to write about what happened. But if you're trying to find trends, you're trying to find things which, again, are cast a new eye on things, or, you know, give you an insight to something you didn't otherwise know. One of my favorite stories I ever did was actually for the Science Times, because they had just been a couple of studies that had come out talking about how they had actually wired up, you know, because now with the technology they now have today, you can see what's happening inside the brain. And they had done 2 studies, one with chess players and actually one with shogi players, where they wired up experts and amateurs to see how their brains reacted. And with the chess players, they got a sort of a not surprising result, which was that there were synapses firing on both sides of the brain. Well, that's interesting. The one that really fascinated me is with the shogi players, because the shogi players, they found that, of course, they were doing a lot of calculation in the prefrontal lobe, which is where we all use our conscious and where we do our higher thinking. But with the experts, they were getting a lot of activity in the hypothalamus, or it's a part of the brain which
hypothalamus.
Is in the back, and that is where instinct is actually centered. So what happens with expertise is you develop this, it's the fight or fright thing. It's like fight or flight thing, where you actually develop a reaction in the part of your brain which is entirely wired for instinct. So, and therefore, for an expert, when they see the board, boom, they have an immediate reaction that gives them a head start, and then they can draw on other things that the amateurs can't. Well, that's totally fascinating beyond the game, because it tells you something about how our brains develop and acquire skill. And that, to me, is much more broad.
I love that. Just earlier in the broadcast today, David said a lot of times people discuss the difference between a 2500 or a 2600 GM and then the 27, 2800s. And it's just, if you give a 25 or 2600 rated GM enough time, they will find the same things as that 27, 28.
But the 27, 2800 is, you know, their brain is already wired to such a point that, you know, they're going to get it like boom. And they're going to get things that even the 2500 is going to struggle for half an hour to understand.
Right.
And then, of course, you go down the scale. So, and then there's also the educational thing. I mean, everybody learns in steps and stages. It's on a linear progression. That's what happens in, again, everything. It happens in music. It happens in anything where you're trying to develop a competence or skill. Well, when you see kids trying to learn the game, you know, they're stuck. Everybody gets stuck at some point, right? And then, of course, there's a leap one day. And like, well, what happened? Well, the answer is you synthesized everything, and now you've actually developed that greater understanding, and now you can build on it.
Right, plateauing, then improvement, plateauing.
It's always fascinating. This to me.
I think it's particularly interesting, like in the context of freestyle chess, where now the openings all disappear, right? It feels even more based on intuition and that immediate recognition of something.
Magnus talked about how he's having, and I think this is happening, not just him, but they're having to sort of almost regroup and relearn certain things about how to organize their pieces and the patterns that they must know going in, because this is creating an entire new set of circumstances that they need to learn. So they can't draw on the classical stuff that they've always learned. Now they have to develop new tools or new pattern recognition tools.
We've already got heart rate monitors. Jan, maybe we wire up the players' brains next time, study them during the games.
Well, I don't know. I think we shouldn't be that intrusive.
I've been wondering about eye tracking technology. I wonder, have you ever explored much of that? It's something that they've looked at in esports a lot. Obviously, to a screen, they could kind of see where, the eye movement of top esports athletes go. Even that, I'd be curious to track, player eyes on the board.
We talked about that because, I talked already that we're going to do huge changes for the next event in 3 months in Las Vegas. We're going to have audience. The players will wear noise cancelling, and so we even said, okay, now as we are shortening the time from 90-30 to 45-15 for the long games, it's going to be nearly impossible for the players to go to the confession booth. So we are also adding something there. We're going to make like a mandatory confession booth thing for each player with the clock stopping, something like that. So, but then we even talked about maybe we have like confession like during their playing, but then we said no, we can't, because even the way that the chess player looks at the board, the other opponent will know what he is like thinking about. So we don't do that. Instead, we're going to have 3 confession booths next time, so that they can also go at the same time to so it's going to be some significant changes, and we're learning all the time, all the way, and we're going to have an exciting. I don't know whether you heard, we extended an invitation to Happy Birthday, Garry Kasparov.
Oh yes,
again, and another invitation, a wild card. So maybe he wants to come to Las Vegas, maybe as a player, ideally, maybe as a guest or something. But we also have another thing, but that's for another time. We have another player that we are inviting, and we'll see if it's Las Vegas or maybe thereafter. It's going to be some exciting new stuff coming.
Nice. We'll spread those announcements out. We got to leave something in the tank, right? Leave people wanting for
I know it's
more.
difficult for me to keep something in any tank, but I try my best.
We love it. Chat loves it.
Right, and the longer you're here, the more I'm going to want to pull information out of you.
Yeah.
All righty. Well, it was an incredible day of play today. Do you think Hikaru strikes back tomorrow and gives us a tie break? I know so many people want to see more battles.
Absolutely. We are all rooting for it. It's like we want him to come back. We want to have an epic fight and a rapid and whatever, and so that they really go at it as much as possible.
All righty. Well, Dylan Lowe-McClain, thank you so much for joining us from the New York Jan Hengler-Buechner, it's always a pleasure. We appreciate you. Go enjoy the rest of your day while we shut this show down and prepare for our final day of chess action. As they take their leave from the studio here, we just have a couple of things, or business rather, to settle here in the studio. Of course, usually we pick a most valuable player of the day.
Ooh.
Wow. Let's start from the sofa on this one. David.
It's Magnus is the easy answer. Magnus got the win in the big final. He landed the first blow against Hikaru. I'm not sure Magnus was quite at his best, although his early play was so energetic, so powerful. And I don't think anyone can argue that he didn't deserve the win. Fabi is a big candidate. Fabi was great. I'm going to say Magnus, though. It just...
Here's the thing. I can't give it to Magnus because the game was won. The moment in which it was won with a blunder from Hikaru.
But I'll tell you one thing, even if Hikaru would not have blundered that, it was still a game that would be ongoing. And the result wasn't a given. And let's not forget, Magnus took the fight to Hikaru. With those early moves, those pawn pushes, first a gambit on the board and then pressurizing on the right side of the board, keeping the attack going. I would agree with David. I think Magnus, the easy pick, and perhaps the right one here.
Has he been MVP of the day so far? Magnus Carlsen? Because this could be the day we finally reward him for his perseverance, his energy, his strength in the end game.
He hasn't had it yet in this tournament. So, all right, okay.
I feel better now about saying
Maybe
Magnus.
it's time to give him his due, but either way, it's up to chat. It's up to you at home. Make sure you let us know, and pretty soon we'll have those votes collated.
Garry in Vegas, can we just talk about that?
The possibility alone.
It's not confirmed yet, but if it happens.
Shout out to Garry. It's April the 13th today, then? It is his birthday.
Today's April 13th. That's a birthday present to him.
His lucky number, 13th world champion.
13th world champion.
One of my heroes. I could have spent a lot of time with him a few years ago, and he's He's everything you could dream of. I would love to have him in the studio with us. Either way, of course, I'd love to see him play, though, most of all. Imagine him versus Magnus in a knockout match.
That'd be so incredible. Yeah, if you missed it, it was in our opening ceremony that invite to Garry Kasparov was extended. We do have the results. It is Magnus in first place for the voting of MVP of the day. Arjun, number 2. And I think very well deserved to have Arjun as runner-up in that regard. But Magnus will get his first MVP of the tournament.
Yeah, and there we see Magnus's player card. 99 for strategy. I think just that strategic understanding of the dark squares today. It was all about the dark squares for him. He won it with the dark square bishop ultimately, with the pawn promoting on a dark square. Early pawn sacrifices, great moves, Tanya. And what do you think overall? Deserving winner of the prize for the best player today?
I'll give another shout out to a number there, his intuition at 97, you know, making sure that he didn't take too much time in those big decisions at the moment when he started playing so actively and aggressively at the start of the game. So just he played to all his strengths today. Incredible stuff to see. For Hikaru, what does he got to do tomorrow, David, to make a comeback?
I think he needs to do what Magnus did to him today. Attack as early as possible, get the initiative. Hikaru, despite actually saying in the confessional that he thought he had the advantage, he was always the reactive side. He was always reacting to Magnus's threats. If he can get Magnus on the back foot, having to dodge all the threats, then I think Hikaru has a great chance. But of course, easy to say, hard to do.
Still very much a possibility, though. Let's pull up that tournament tree just to take stock of where the whole field stands going into our final day of play tomorrow. Up at the top, you can see there Magnus Carlsen ahead 1-0 over Hikaru Nakamura. Fabiano, he gained control of the matchup 1-0 over Keymer as well. Then we've got Arjun Erigaisi taking 1 point over MVL. And of course, Nodirbek Abdusattorov falls down 1-0 against Jan Nepomniachtchi for 7th place. That's the battle up there at the top. Of course, everything from first place down to 7th, or really down to 8th place, is in play because a loser of the 7th place matchup will drop down into 8th place. The lower bracket picture, this was decided yesterday. Praggnanandhaa taking down Richard Rapport in 1.5 to half a point fashion for 9th place. And as we come back to the studio, you'll notice we pulled an old swapperoo with David Howell now manning the computer.
David, you were very comfortable on this. I mean, this is amazing.
I mean, that's been your throne all week long. I'm almost surprised you were willing to share it with him for the day.
I must say, Tanya, that's the comfiest chair I've ever sat on. That's the most I've ever enjoyed watching chess, just sitting in that throne. In the meantime, we do have a move of the day.
All right.
And I'm going to be bold. Normally, I'd like to give it to someone who hasn't won the most valuable player of the day, but this time I have to go to Magnus Carlsen. And it's actually going to be a very early move, just setting the trend for the rest of the game. It's only move 4 here. We've had 3 moves each. Hikaru has just occupied the center with a pawn. It looks like he's clamped down on all pawn breaks. Hikaru was aiming to make this game very, very slow and positional, but Magnus said no. He blew open the position with this move. Pawn to b4. I'm going to give this the move of the day just because of the trend it's set for later on. Knight takes pawn led to a capture in the center. This was a pawn sacrifice though, and Magnus showed his intention.
You know what I love about that? You had said earlier maybe a pawn move inspired by Alpha Zero. We just had Dylan in here talking about how he's covered Magnus through the different eras of chess, and when those engines came in, how it completely changed his style of play, and it was on display here today. I mean, it's just all coming together in a beautiful way.
Exactly. Chess tends to be like that. We see patterns in chess, of course, on the board, but off the board as well. Nothing happens by accident. And yeah, Magnus definitely inspired by neural network engines there.
Okay, so across all 4 boards, we had a decisive victory.
Yeah.
Nobody enters tomorrow on even footing. I mean, just that alone, I think, is quite an interesting thing going into our final day of play for everyone going out there, right? All the people who took a loss today, they have to come out fighting. For everybody else, it's about, you know, kind of the balance of, do I try and play and hold for a draw, or do I take the winning chances that maybe present themselves to me?
A full bloodbath today, right? Which means some of the players, well, all 4 are on a must-win situation tomorrow. At least that task is easy. They know that a draw is as good as a loss. So whatever they get, you know, they throw the kitchen sink at their opponent if they have to. Get those games going. I think, again, a lot of it depends on what gets pulled out, the position that comes on. And some of the players need a lot of luck on that side when we've got those balls dropping and what number gets drawn.
Yeah, I can't wait for tomorrow. It's going to be fun either way. I still predict there'll be a tiebreak here or there. I'm not sure which match.
What about the finals? Do you think that one goes into a tiebreak?
That's where I want it. That's where
yeah,
I want
exactly.
we all
That's where
want it.
I'm hoping and praying, and I'll do everything under the sun to will that one into existence.
Yeah, it just feels like the players are bloodthirsty, though. They're really relishing this format, and we've heard from Jan now that it's only going to get more exciting. So yeah, today lived up to the way the tournament's unfolded so far. It really was fun to watch.
All right, well, regardless of what we want, it's up to the players to deliver tomorrow, but they have one more day of chess action that stands between them and their respective placements. It's Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura fighting for first place, $200,000 and 25 circuit points. We're going to close the studio down. We'll meet you back here at the same time and the same place. We hope to see you there. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night.
So many possibilities. No dream can be too big, 'cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do. My time, my time. Life is a blessing, such a gift, and I am so lucky to be here. Live to the fullest, don't resist. No time to waste, so have no fear. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big, 'cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Time.